Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts Attributes, Chapter 701. Idiot, put down my treasure. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua hid and waited in the passageway. Squatting in a corner, they silently observed the changes outside. They looked sneaky like a rat. Even a beauty like Zuotian Liehua was led astray by Wang Teng. Somehow she gave off a perverted feeling, but her face was a little black. She didn't understand what Wang Teng wanted to do. They had been waiting for some time without doing anything. Yet he didn't want to leave. He probably wanted their treasures and couldn't bear to leave. How greedy was he? Zuotian Liehua felt speechless. She had never seen such a greedy person in her life at this moment. Footsteps were heard from the passageway outside. They got closer. Someone was heading in their direction. Zuotian Liehua's heart almost jumped to her throat. The chances here, on the other hand, Wang Teng was overjoyed. He stood up immediately. A few seconds later, two men walked in. One was a young man while the other looked around 50 years old. The young man was ordinary looking, but his expression was cold. He gave off an arrogant aura. This is a guardian of the Zhenli clan. His name is Feng Quan. The young man is his son, Feng Hua. He's a genius, and his status is above Hong Peng and Murong Shan. The Zhenli clan has high hopes for him. Zuotian Liehua quickly used voice transmission to introduce the newcomers. I don't care who they are. I just want to know if they will enter the treasury, Wang Teng replied. Zuotian Liehua. All right. She was thinking too much, however. She finally understood Wang Teng's plans. He wanted to sneak in when others entered the room. It was a stupid method, but it was effective, as expected. Feng Quan took out a token and opened the door of the treasure room. He brought Feng Hua in. Once the door opened, Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua sneaked in hurriedly. No one noticed anything. After Feng Quan entered the room, the lights lit up. Numerous treasures appeared in Wang Teng's vision. There was a huge pile of energy stones in the corner of the room. It was as tall as a hill. Different types of rare ores filled up the shelf. Some were piled on the ground because there were too many of them. If you looked further in, there were rune weapons hung on the walls. All of them looked extraordinary. Wang Teng was dazzled. His eyes shone brightly and his hands got restless. Zuotian Liehua didn't know what to say. She pulled him hurriedly. Look at where you are. If you move now, you will be discovered. Cough! Wang Teng regained his composure and coughed awkwardly. He replied using voice transmission. Don't think too much. I just wanted to touch them. I didn't plan to move them. He was staring at a valuable Lord-level Earth element starbone. It was at least worth $1 billion. Zuotian Liehua looked at him with contempt. Honestly, do you even believe yourself? At this moment, Feng Quan looked in their direction. Zuotian Liehua instantly pulled Wang Teng away. Wang Teng saw Feng Quan picking up the earth element starbone and saying to Feng Hua beside him, "This starbone possesses two special abilities, toughness and immense power. It's the best material for your weapon." Feng Hua took over the starbone happily. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll use this starbone. Bring it for registration. I can't take everything in this room. With my authority, I can only take this starbone. I'll need to spend many contribution points, too. Don't disappoint me." Feng Quan brought the starbone to a machine and keyed in his particulars. Then he placed the starbone in the scanning zone. "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you," Feng Hua guaranteed. idiot put down my treasure." Wang Teng's eyes turned red when he saw them taking the star bone. Damn it, how dare they snatch the treasure he wanted, just because they had special privileges. That was an extremely rare lord-level star bone. What a waste to give it to this fellow. Wang Teng's heart was bleeding to him. These treasures were all his. He wouldn't allow anyone to take them away. He wished he could beat these two people to death with his brick. But he couldn't do so currently. Feng Quan and Feng Hua took some oars and prepared to leave. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua had already left the treasure room before them so that they wouldn't get locked up inside. The door closed gradually. The treasure room resumed its calmness. "Let's go and take a look at other places." Wang Teng didn't plan to stay any longer. He couldn't touch this place temporarily. He had to wait for his companions outside to get ready before he stole the things inside. This wasn't the right time. Zuotian Liehua could feel Wang Teng's unwillingness and frustration. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Still, she had a hard time controlling her laughter. "Why are you smiling?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes angrily. "Where are we going?" Zuotian Liehua changed the topic. "To look for the alien spacecraft." "Huh?" Zuotian Liehua was astounded. "Are we really going to do that?" "The Pope of the Zhenli clan will be there. He's very powerful. Your concealing skills might fool others, but they might not work in front of him." "Don't worry, even if we are discovered, he can't catch me," Wang Teng replied calmly. "How are you so confident?" Zuotian Liehua was curious. Wang Teng smiled but didn't explain. They headed towards a certain spot in the mountain based on the information Hong Peng gave them. The alien spacecraft was said to be hidden beneath the ground. Hence, it wasn't at this level. They evaded the guards and entered a dark passageway. There were no lights here. It was eerie and dark, but this environment was more advantageous for Wang Teng's concealing skill. They walked to the end and saw a row of stairs winding down. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua glanced at each other. "Let's go." Wang Teng walked down without hesitation. Zuotian Liehua could only follow him. She had given in to fate. There was no chance of stability when she was with Wang Teng. No matter how dangerous the place, he would enter it. He even wanted to peek at the greatest secret of the Zhenli clan. Was he trying to kill himself? She didn't know Wang Teng's background, so she felt that he couldn't beat the Pope of the Zhenli clan. This journey was fraught with grim possibilities. They walked down the stairs for a few hundred meters. The space below was a long distance from the ground. This was why it could escape many investigations and wouldn't get found easily. They had no idea how long they had walked. A ray of light finally appeared in front of them. "We're here." Wang Teng turned serious and vigilant. The Pope of the Zhenli clan was a mysterious figure. He was said to be extremely powerful and had reached the peak of the general stage. He was a formidable and famous figure in the world. Wang Teng wondered what kind of person he was. Chapter 702. These little creatures are quite exquisite. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua finally reached the end of the stone staircase. A ray of light shone over from afar. The two of them walked to the exit carefully. Unexpectedly, what appeared wasn't an underground space. It was a glowing circular screen formed by white light. It looked like a mirror. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua glanced at one another. None of them expected this scene. They were caught by surprise. "What should we do?" Zuotian Liehua asked involuntarily. "Don't worry." Wang Teng released a wisp of spiritual power and pushed it forward, touching the circular screen gradually. He was prepared to leave the instant he felt something amiss. To be safe, he even disconnected the spiritual power from his mind. He didn't care about losing some of it. He had ample spiritual power. He wasn't timid. This was a strategic withdrawal. The spiritual power stretched into the circular screen like a tentacle. Zuotian Liehua started to get nervous, too. Her body tensed up. She was worried that the Pope of the Zhenli clan would jump out off the screen. Nothing happened. Everything was calm. Through his spiritual power, Wang Teng sensed the situation inside. There were no signs of living creatures and humans. Am I thinking too much? Wang Teng thought to himself. After some hesitation, he decided to enter the screen. "Let's go. It shouldn't be dangerous," Wang Teng said. "Should?" Zuotian Liehua's face turned black. "Please don't say such irresponsible words." Wang Teng ignored her. He had already stepped into the screen of light. Zuotian Liehua gritted her teeth. She glanced at the empty passageway behind her and followed Wang Teng in. Her vision blurred and she entered a round passageway. Wang Teng was not far in front of her. "Catch up!" Wang Teng's voice entered her ears. The two of them felt their way through the round passageway. They walked a few meters and arrived at a silver hall. The hall looked like those in the science fiction movies. It was silver and white with a semicircle as its roof. It was made of an unknown metal, and there were no gaps at all. A ray of light shone down from the top. The entire hall looked dreamy. "Where are we?" Was he lying about the alien spacecraft? Zuotian Liehua scanned her surroundings with uncertainty. "If I'm right, we are inside the spacecraft." Wang Teng pondered and replied, "Huh?" Zuotian Liehua was startled. "Isn't the Pope of the Zhenli clan here? Will it be all right for us to stroll in like this?" Wang Teng's expression was gloomy. He contemplated before replying to her. "Success doesn't come easy. This is an alien spacecraft. It's necessary to take a risk." Zuotian Liehua's expression changed. She knew that Wang Teng wouldn't leave so easily. The hall was silent. Wang Teng glanced around him. There were no paths leading to other places. He activated the eyes of essence and scanned the surroundings once again. Very soon he saw two passageways hidden behind two silver doors. The walls were made of some special technique, so everything was seamless. It was impossible to see the door with the naked eye. Wang Teng realized that the eyes of essence skill was extremely useful. He could see everything clearly. This way. Wang Teng opened his mouth and said, Zuotian Liehua was shocked. How did he know? She quickly followed him, silently. Wang Teng came to a certain part of the hall and felt around the walls. A digital screen popped up. He tapped it lightly, and the door gradually opened to the side. A path made using an unknown alloy laid out in front of them. They walked along the passageway and saw many rooms. There were sleeping chambers inside the rooms with strange creatures resting in them. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua were stunned. Were these aliens? The creatures in the sleeping chambers looked abstract. Their mouths stuck out like an ape, and they had monkey chins. They looked like the monkeys on Earth, but there were a few differences. Their eye sockets were deep and their heads were big. They didn't have fur, instead they were covered with scales. These little creatures are quite exquisite. They weren't any intelligent species on Earth. These Zuotian Liehua pointed at the creatures inside and asked in bewilderment. They should be aliens, Wang Teng replied. He stopped looking at them and continued going deeper. Very soon they arrived at a room at the end of the path. They saw someone unexpected here. That was right. It was a human. It was a middle-aged man around 30 years old. He looked stern and domineering. He had long black hair and was wearing a purple long gown, appearing extraordinary. But to Wang Teng, he was just a person who liked the attention. Just like the aliens, this person was in deep sleep. He was lying in a huge sleeping chamber. The Pope of the Zhenli clan, Zuotian Liehua exclaimed. Wang Teng ignored her. He had guessed that this was the Pope of the Zhenli clan, so he wasn't surprised. What caught his attention were the attribute bubbles on the ground. Get it. Metal Force 32 ohm. Constellation Force Metal 10, Constellation Force Metal Force 450, Constellation Force Metal 15, Constellation Force Metal Force 8, Emperor Realm Spirit 50, Emperor Realm Spirit 65, Emperor Realm Spirit 48. It's Constellation Metal Force. An incredible thought popped into Wang Teng's mind. Had the Pope grasped the method of converting force into constellation force? If not, why were there so many constellation force attribute bubbles floating around him? There were normal metal force bubbles, too. There was only one explanation. He was converting his force. This was why these two forces were dropped. Wang Teng took a deep breath. Things were getting tricky. If the Pope of the Zhenli clan had managed to learn the skill of changing force into constellation force, he needed to reevaluate his power after all. There were rumors that the Pope was at the peak of the general stage. If he completed the conversion of his force into constellation force, he might enter a higher realm. Also, Wang Teng noticed that the Pope's spiritual power had reached Emperor realm. He was already a powerful presence among the general stage martial warriors. "Wait for me here," Wang Teng suddenly said. He looked at the sleeping Pope and decided to do something. He must stop him from growing stronger. Who knew what level he might reach? Chapter 703. You can't run away. Zuotian Liehua widened her eyes in surprise. She saw Wang Teng walking into the room where the Pope was in. She found it unbelievable. How bold was he? Where did he get the guts to touch the Pope? What an audacious man. She was supposed to find Wang Teng's sneaky actions funny, but she found it hard to laugh at this point, especially when she saw him walking to the Pope's side. They were less than a meter apart. Her entire body tensed up, and her heart was palpitating in fear. It was terrifying. What was this fellow thinking? Zuotian Liehua almost jumped in fright. Wasn't he afraid of getting discovered? We're going to die. We're going to die. Wang Teng had already reached the sleeping cabin where the Pope was at. He sized up the Pope curiously. Honestly, Zuotian Liehua felt that this fellow was skilled and bold. He wasn't worried that his opponent would wake up suddenly, even at this close distance. Other people wouldn't dare to go within 100 meters of a top-level general stage martial warrior, but Wang Teng was extremely confident in his concealing skills. Since I'm so close, why don't I launch a sneak attack? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself, but soon he realized that this wasn't feasible. The sleeping cabin was sturdy. It was made of some unknown material that couldn't be found on Earth. He couldn't break it forcefully. Also, once he launched his attack, the Pope would be alerted. This was probably the reason why the Pope wasn't afraid of invaders. There were layers of guards outside, and the defense of this sleeping cabin was strong. It was undoubtedly safe to cultivate inside. Wang Teng gave up on his plan. What a pity. He shook his head and continued observing. If he wanted to sneak attack, he needed to have careful observation, bold planning, and fast and accurate execution. Huh? Suddenly, he saw a familiar item and gasped in surprise. This sleeping cabin was half transparent. The lower half of the body couldn't be seen, but if one changed their angle, they could see part of it. The Pope's hands were crossed over his lower abdomen. He was holding an item. That was a crystal skull. Wang Teng was familiar with the item. He had a crystal skull too. The Pope was holding a second crystal skull. This was an unexpected surprise. The crystal skull was able to nourish and raise one's spiritual power. It also contained a piece of a star chart. He must get this thing, even if it was in the hands of the Pope of the Zhenli clan. He would snatch it over. Wang Teng squinted his eyes, a dangerous glow appearing in them. He started to observe even more carefully. Very soon he realized that this cabin had its weakness. It was filled with an unknown liquid which needed an infusion pipe to enter the cabin. Wang Teng smiled. His gaze landed on the intersection point of the infusion pipe. A wisp of poison force seeped out and flowed into the tiny crack linking the pipe to the cabin. He was planning to poison the Pope. Moreover, the poison was the special and lethal poison of the demon lotus poison body. Once he finished, Wang Teng shot back instantly. Swoosh! Wang Teng rushed out of the room and said hurriedly, "Quick, leave!" Zuotian Liehua turned around and ran without asking. They went back the same way they came. Her speed was on par with Wang Teng. As someone who was able to hide in the Zhenli clan for more than a year and survive, she had some skills up her sleeves. At least her running speed was amazing. Who is it? At this moment, the Pope, who was in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression changed, and he bellowed in anger. Oh my, that was fast. Wang Teng was shocked. Indeed, the Pope was a powerful martial warrior. He noticed the change immediately after the demon lotus poison body's poison entered his body. Zuotian Liehua and Wang Teng escaped to the hall at the speed of light. "What did you do? Why did he wake up with a start?" Zuotian Liehua asked with a black face as she escaped. "This fellow was so troublesome. I didn't do anything. I just added some nutrient solution to his sleeping cabin." Wang Teng spouted nonsense. Zuotian Liehua almost went mad. "What do you mean by nutrient solution? Do you think I'll believe your bullshit?" This bastard was still trying to fool her. Zuotian Liehua was appalled. "Wait, did you poison him?" "Huh, you're not so stupid after all," Wang Teng said. She knew that Wang Teng was up to no good, but she didn't think he would poison the Pope of the Zhenli clan. Zuotian Liehua finally understood how sly the guy was. Indeed, he was a bad guy. "Why are you looking at me like that? There can never be too much deception in war. Any method is good as long as it can defeat our opponent." Wang Teng was furious. He felt humiliated. Yes, your method is amazing." Zuotian Liehua was speechless. This fellow had a few screws loose. Was this the time to care about this? "Whatever you say," Wang Teng replied indignantly. "Since you poisoned him, why are you still running away? Why can't you fight with him?" Zuotian Liehua asked angrily. "What do you know before you kill a mouse? You must let it run around. That way the rat poison in it will spread through its body faster," Wang Teng said with a straight face. "Are you treating the Pope as a rat?" Zuotian Liehua didn't know what to say. They seemed to have talked for a long time, but only a few seconds had passed. They had run to the hall and were sprinting towards the passageway linking to the ground. The Pope of the Zhenli clan had stepped out of his sleeping chamber. Since his cabin was filled with liquid, the door would only open after it had been emptied. That was why he took some time. The sleeping cabin was part of the alien civilization. Due to the difference in language and culture, the Zhenli clan hadn't grasped the use of all the items inside the spacecraft, even though they had had it for some time. For instance, they had only learned the most basic use of this sleeping cabin. He couldn't open it quickly from inside, or his speed would have been faster. However, he wasn't in a hurry. That rat came in secretly and used such an unscrupulous method, hence his ability must be weak. He wasn't worried that this rat would run away. He wouldn't be able to escape using the short time he took to get out of the sleeping cabin. It was ironic that both Wang Teng and the Pope treated each other as a rat. Who would be the rat in the end? The Pope stepped out of the cabin and disappeared on the spot. His cold voice echoed in the spacecraft. "You can't run away." Chapter 704. "You're very strong." The Pope's voice behind them was cold and indifferent. The killing intent in it was evident. The voice sounded a little angry, too. Someone found out his greatest secret and came beside him to poison him. This was a deliberate provocation. This invader must die. We're dead. Zuotian Liehua shuddered in fear when she heard this voice. She had been hiding in the Zhenli clan for more than a year, so she was familiar with their Pope. In the eyes of the evil clansmen, their Pope was a vicious figure. Any enemy who landed in his hand would suffer terrible consequences. Anyone who disobeyed him would die a horrifying death. In the past, a guardian had instigated a few betrayers and wanted to form their own clan. They underestimated the power of their Pope. The betrayers were tortured for 3 entire days in front of the whole clan. At that time, everyone present was in great trepidation. They felt respect and fear towards their Pope. "Quick, we mustn't get caught, or we will be dead." Zuotian Liehua said agitatedly. Wang Teng wasn't afraid of fighting with the Pope directly, but he didn't know whether the rune arrays outside were placed or not. Hence, he didn't want to face him so quickly. Unfortunately, things didn't happen as he wished. Boom! Along with a loud explosion, a powerful and ferocious force swept towards them. The Pope of the Zhenli clan appeared, his palm aimed at Wang Teng's back. "Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Wang Teng turned around instantly and welcomed the palm with his fist. However, when he released his fist, he remembered something and retracted some of his power. Boom! The fist and the palm collided. Wang Teng was thrown back violently. He spurted out a mouth of blood when he was in midair. "You're very strong," he pointed at the Pope with difficulty and spoke in a hoarse voice. "How dare you create trouble when I'm around? You must die today." The Pope of the Zhenli clan placed his hands behind his back and snorted. Anyone familiar with him would have seen through Wang Teng's exaggerated performance. However, the Pope didn't know him, so he couldn't tell. Wang Teng made use of the impact to dash to the entrance of the passageway. At this instant, Zuotian Liehua had reached the entrance too. She ran faster than Wang Teng. "Are you trying to run away?" The Pope of the Zhenli clan sensed that Wang Teng was only at the 11-star general stage, so he didn't mind him too much. He smirked and strolled toward them. However, when he reached outside, his expression froze. Then his face started to darken. "Damn it! How dare you fool me?" When he walked out, the evil clansmen around him were shocked. They kneeled down and greeted him. "Your Highness, there are invaders. Seal all passageways and search for the invaders," the Pope shouted. The evil clansmen were startled. There were invaders, but they didn't notice anything amiss. Yes, everyone yelled in unison. All of them started moving. The base of the Zhenli clan was like a huge machine with the evil clansmen as its gears. It started operating. No large faction should be underestimated. After many years of existence, their internal structure was extraordinary. When everyone joined the search team, they discovered something. Hong Peng had disappeared. They also found the real and naked Yao Ji, who was tied up and stuffed below Zuotian Liehua's bed. Yao Ji was brought over. His face was badly bruised and swollen, and he was naked. Someone kicked him, forcing him to kneel in front of the Pope. The Pope was stunned when he saw Yao Ji's state. Then he resumed his indifference and asked, "Who hit you?" "Your Highness? I don't know." Yao Ji stuttered in fear. "The person attacked me from behind. I didn't see his face." The Pope frowned. He felt that this was a useless person. "Why were you in Ma Feifei's room?" someone at the side asked. It was Guardian Feng Quan. Yao Ji's expression changed. He stammered and couldn't give an answer. He couldn't tell them that he went to steal Ma Feifei's clothes, right? How could he say that? Useless. The Pope snorted. Slash. Suddenly Yao Ji's eyes widened in fear. A line of blood appeared on his neck. A moment later, fresh blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground weakly. Before he lost his consciousness, he felt a tinge of regret. He shouldn't have gone to steal that thing. Yao Ji didn't think that he would die because of this. He felt extremely wrong. But to the Pope, he was a mere evil clansman who could be killed without any reason. It was no different from killing a chicken. "Did you find Ma Feifei?" the Pope asked again. "No, she seems to have disappeared," an evil clansman replied. "She's probably related to the invader. I sensed 2 of them. Find her. If you can't find her, you can behead yourselves." The Pope ordered coldly. "Yes." Everyone replied hurriedly, their bodies tense. There was another round of chaos. All the evil clansmen were searching for Wang Teng and Ma Feifei, who was actually Zuotian Liehua. At this moment, the duo in question had evaded a search party and was hiding in an abandoned cave. Zuotian Liehua kept complaining. "I'll get killed because of you. I'm completely exposed now. What does it have to do with me? You are the one who was discovered." Wang Teng refused to admit his mistake. "Yao Ji is your die-hard fan. He went to steal your clothes. I knocked him unconscious and stuffed him under your bed. You should thank me instead. You call that a die-hard fan?" Zuotian Liehua was speechless. That was a pervert. She suddenly felt a little fortunate. She needed to fool Hong Peng and Murong Shan, so the items in her room were all stolen from others. They weren't her personal clothes, if not. She trembled in disgust when she imagined Yao Ji doing indescribable things to her clothes. This is so scary. "That stupid pervert, but who are you?" Zuotian Liehua took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. "Is that important?" Wang Teng asked. "Your spiritual flame is with me. Don't think about these useless things. Pray that we can escape safely." If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in this awkward state." Zuotian Liehua snorted. We'll escape for sure. What are you so afraid of? Wang Teng replied calmly. Stop talking. It's not difficult to leave. We'll find 2 evil clansmen later and disguise as them. Then we'll sneak into the crowd and leave. It looks like this is the only way. Zuotian Liehua nodded. Chapter 705. Idiot. After finalizing their plan, they waited in the cave. Some time later, a group of evil clansmen arrived at their location again. There were 5 people in total, and their voices could be heard faintly. Damn it. What's this? Why is there an invader? Even the Pope is alerted. That's right. They ruined my good affair. The past few days had been boring. Today, the lady living beside me finally came to find me. That figure, Tisk. Tisk, I had already taken off my pants when this happened. Shh, softer. We'll be dead if someone hears us and tells the Pope. They hurriedly changed the topic. Anyway, Ma Feifei's the real beauty. I heard that Murong Shan and Hong Peng fought because of her. In the end, one of them died. If she's the real betrayer, the Pope wouldn't let her go. What a pity. Hong Peng's missing, right? Someone saw Ma Feifei sending him back with someone. He's probably dead. What a dangerous beauty. Ha ha ha. I'll have no regrets if I die in the hands of a beauty. Zuotian Liehua's face turned black when she heard their conversation. She had always been a hot topic because of her looks, but it was impossible for her to feel good when she heard people talking behind her back. Wang Teng gave her a strange smile. Zuotian Liehua rolled her eyes uncontrollably. This fellow had a bad sense of humor. The evil clansmen had entered the cave by now. Their voices came again. All right, search this place quickly. We still need to follow Guardian Feng and search outside later. Do we need to? Our base is heavily guarded. How can those people escape? We don't have the right to decide. We just need to follow the Pope's decision. Wang Teng exchanged glances with Zuotian Liehua and saw surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. Wasn't this what they wanted? Wang Teng signaled to Zuotian Liehua she understood, and they prepared to move. When the team of evil clansmen came near, they suddenly attacked. Who? The evil clansmen were shocked. They didn't have any time to react. Bang, bang, bang. There were a few dull thuds. Their vision turned black before they fainted. After some time, the team of evil clansmen walked out of the cave. There were still 5 members, but 3 of them were controlled by Wang Teng's bewitch skill. The other 2 were the disguised Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua. The 5 of them pretended to search for the invaders before walking out of the cave. Zuotian Liehua couldn't help but feel nervous. She used voice transmission to ask, "Is it all right for us to do this?" "Don't worry. No one will discover us." Wang Teng patted his chest and said. Zuotian Liehua relaxed a little when she saw his confidence. This fellow might be a little unreliable at times, but he wouldn't joke with his life. Wang Teng got the gathering spot out of these evil clansmen's mouths. They directly headed there without wasting any time. The gathering location was in the central mountain. There was an empty field there. When Wang Teng and his team arrived, many people were already there. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua merged into the crowd and kept a low profile. Wang Teng's disguise was perfect. As for Zuotian Liehua, she didn't have his skill and finesse. Her disguise was not bad, but her figure was too outstanding. Thus, she couldn't assume the identity of a man and could only continue to be a lady. However, she wasn't stupid. She stopped acting as a beauty to avoid gaining attention, hence her face was exceptionally normal. It was so normal that you wouldn't be able to find her among the crowd. Wang Teng saw the entire process of her disguise. He was honestly a little surprised. In the costume world, Zuotian Liehua's skills must be top-notch. No one could see through her get-up with naked eyes. There was no need to compare with him, though. After all, he had exceeded the realm of disguising skills. You rely on disguise, but I rely on morphing. What is there to compare? Zuotian Liehua was staggered too. She saw Wang Teng transforming from Yao Ji into the evil clansman. Even his figure and height changed. It was an exact replica. She found it unbelievable. She realized that the longer she interacted with Wang Teng, the more mysterious he became. He seemed to know everything. Is everyone here at this moment? Guardian Feng Quan, who was in front, opened his mouth and asked, 56 people in total. Everyone is present. An evil clansman counted the members and replied, Good. Follow me out for an inspection. Once you discover anything amiss, release the signal and inform the others. Do you understand? Feng Quan said in a cold voice. Yes, the evil clansman replied simultaneously. Leave, Feng Quan led the way to the entrance. Vu and Wang Teng felt a little worried as he walked among the crowd. He wondered how the army was doing. He hoped that they wouldn't be discovered. No one stopped them since Guardian Feng Quan was leading the way. Soon they arrived outside. The mountain was covered with white snow. They stood on the snowy ground and felt a chilly wind blowing against their cheeks. Looking at the evil clansmen, they seemed used to the cold. Zuotian Liehua felt a little unreal as she stood among the crowd. Were they outside already? It didn't seem that difficult. All right, split up and search the area. We'll gather in 3 hours. Everyone acknowledged Feng Quan's order. Then they parted and started their search. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Wait. Everyone stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. Feng Hua. Many people frowned. They didn't know what he wanted to do, but he was Guardian Feng Quan's son. Hence, they gave him some face. Feng Quan looked at him curiously, too. Feng Hua nodded at his father and raised his finger. You come over? They followed his finger and saw an ordinary-looking lady. Everyone felt even more puzzled. What was Feng Hua planning to do? Was he looking for a woman? But even so, he was too impatient and not choosy. Feng Quan frowned. He believed his son, but this brat could be a little abnormal at times. His eyes were shimmering and he looked excited. Wasn't this the same look he gave when he saw a lady he wanted? Feng Quan felt more certain as he observed his expression. Anger burned in his heart. This idiot! Why did he choose this crucial moment to do this? Even more, everyone was here. He felt so embarrassed. Chapter 706. If I kill wrongly, I'll apologize to you. Everyone's gaze traveled back and forth between Feng Hua and the ordinary-looking lady. There seemed to be an ambiguous hint behind their gazes. Many people were smiling, too. Their smile seemed a little perverted, imbecile. Feng Quan felt ashamed and shouted uncontrollably. Silence. Feng Hua was puzzled. What happened? What just happened? Why am I getting scolded? Questioning himself, he looked at Feng Quan in a daze and asked, Dad, why did you scold me? Why are you asking me? Don't you know your own mistake? Feng Quan shouted in anger, I didn't do anything. Feng Hua replied innocently. Nothing. Why did you call that lady then? Feng Quan asked in disappointment. You misunderstood me. Don't you think that this lady looks similar to Ma Feifei? Feng Hua cried. He couldn't care about maintaining his cold and distant image anymore. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua felt their hearts dropping when they heard this. However, as someone who had been through many ordeals, they were still able to remain calm at this time. Zuotian Liehua also pretended to be scared. She acted like a normal evil clansman who got bullied by the son of an officer. Bullshit! Why are you still looking for excuses? Ma Feifei is a beautiful woman. How can this lady be her? Feng Quan didn't believe his son. He glanced at Zuotian Liehua's normal-looking face and reprimanded his son again. That's right. We're not blind. How can this ordinary lady be Ma Feifei? There are no similarities at all. Even if it's a disguise, there shouldn't be such a huge difference. Everyone nodded. They didn't believe him. Look at her figure. Although she's hiding it, she can't hide it entirely. Her figure is better than other ladies. Trust me, Feng Hua said hurriedly. Oh, everyone was enlightened. What's with that sound? Feng Hua was puzzled. He felt that these people were thinking something strange. Young Master Feng noticed her figure. Honestly, her looks might be normal, but her figure is not bad. Young Master Feng, you have good eyesight. Young Master Feng's realm is indeed higher than ours. Once you turn off the light, the appearance doesn't matter anymore. The figure is the most important. Young Master Feng is a smart man." The crowd took turns in talking and praising him. Feng Hua was rendered speechless. Silence. The poor guy was having a breakdown. No one believed him. He didn't expect this. "All right, stop embarrassing yourself. If you want a lady, you can find one after this farce ends." Feng Quan spoke to him using voice transmission. He was having a headache, but this was his son. He didn't want to scold him again in front of everyone. Feng Hua. His expression turned ugly. He walked towards Zuotian Liehua silently and took out his sword. "It doesn't matter if you're the invader. I'll kill you to prevent others from misunderstanding me. If you're not, I'll apologize. If you are, it's just nice." Everyone was appalled. They stared at Feng Hua with wide eyes. This fellow was cold-blooded. He would kill an innocent person without batting an eye just to prove his innocence. Many people raised their eyebrows and stared at them with interest. They were preparing to leave, but they now decided to stay back and watch the show. "Young Master Feng, I'm not the invader." Zuotian Liehua appeared frightened, but she was cursing in her heart. What an unexpected disaster. She had already come out, but Feng Hua noticed her because of her figure. The sudden change caught her off guard due to other people's humiliation. Feng Hua wanted to kill her to prove his innocence. Damn it, what kind of stupid logic was this? She tensed up and glanced at Wang Teng continuously from the corner of her eyes. If Feng Hua wanted to kill her, she wouldn't sit and wait for death. "I've already said that I'll apologize to you if I've made a mistake." Feng Hua's face was cold. He announced her death like a high and mighty judge. Feng Quan gave a nod of satisfaction when he saw this scene, as expected of his son. He was decisive and used the easiest method to prove his innocence. It looked like he misunderstood him just now. Feng Hua didn't waste any time. A cold glint appeared in his eyes, and he stabbed his sword at Zuotian Liehua's heart. If this sword hit her, Zuotian Liehua would definitely die. However, she had already prepared herself. She knew that Feng Hua wanted to kill her, so she couldn't care about concealing herself or what the consequences were after she was discovered. Staying alive was more important. Hence, the instant Feng Hua attacked, Zuotian Liehua moved. She retreated at the speed of lightning and tilted her body slightly, evading Feng Hua's sword. Then, she bent her fingers and clawed at Feng Hua's neck. "There's indeed something wrong with you." Feng Hua wasn't shocked. Instead, he was elated. He smiled in delight at the success of his plan and laughed loudly. He turned his battle sword and slashed it at Zuotian Liehua's hand. Zuotian Liehua's expression changed entirely. "Be careful," Feng Quan shouted abruptly. Feng Hua was stunned when he heard his father's voice. At the same time, he felt a powerful force coming from his left. He was flabbergasted. A figure shot out from the side and punched Feng Hua violently. Boom! Feng Hua didn't have the time to dodge. He was thrown out as if he got hit by a large truck and slammed heavily onto the mountain walls. Snow tumbled down from the rocks, burying Feng Hua beneath it. Everyone was dumbstruck. The rest of the evil clansmen stared absent-mindedly at Wang Teng, who had appeared beside Zuotian Liehua without any warning. They were in a daze. Feng Hua struggled to climb out of the pile of snow, but before he could stand up, he vomited a mouth of blood, and his face turned pale. "Huh! You're not dead?" Wang Teng gasped. "What a pity!" Feng Hua got furious at his dismissing tone, his heart boiling in anger. "How dare you!" Feng Quan glared at Wang Teng with a hideous expression. However, he didn't attack Wang Teng straight away. Rather, his figure flashed and appeared beside Feng Hua. He took out a pill and placed it in his mouth. "Young man, don't be too ruthless next time. You will get beaten to death easily," Wang Teng said calmly as he watched Feng Hua swallowing the pill. "You!" Feng Hua's face turned distorted. He panted heavily like a bull. "You're the invader!" Feng Quan pressed Feng Hua's shoulder to prevent him from acting rashly. He looked at Wang Teng and squinted as he shouted with certainty. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Wang Teng said. No matter who you are, you won't be able to leave here alive after hurting my son, Feng Quan said. His tone was malicious. Ha ha, let's see if you have the ability to do that, Wang Teng sneered. Impudent, Feng Quan snorted. Surround them, inform the Pope at once. Chapter 707, I'll beat you up with my dog-beating fist skill. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The evil clansmen heard the order and started moving. Not even a drop of water could leak out of their encirclement. They didn't think that there would be something wrong with this ordinary-looking lady, however. Since she was exposed, they would help to capture her. All of them would be rewarded if they succeeded. After surrounding Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua, some evil clansmen left to contact other clansmen and the Pope. They were just outside the Zhenli clan. Once the news was spread, reinforcements would arrive very soon. In this situation, it was almost impossible for Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua to escape. Hence, the evil clansmen weren't worried. They were sure of their win. Zuotian Liehua's expression changed slightly. She said with despair, I pulled you down. There was no chance for them to escape now. She felt a little uneasy. If it wasn't for her, Wang Teng wouldn't need to come out and be exposed. Thinking about it, with his numerous concealing skills, it should be easy for him to escape. But he had to spend more effort because of her. Zuotian Liehua glanced at Wang Teng with shimmering eyes. She felt guilty, but she was touched too. This fellow might have taken her spiritual flame, yet he didn't get overboard. He also saved her just now. Other people wouldn't have cared about her life. Don't misunderstand me. I just don't like his strange logic. Wang Teng glanced at her and said calmly. A man never means what he says. Zuotian Liehua chuckled in her heart. Don't look at me with those eyes. I have no interest in beauties without brains, Wang Teng said. Get lost. Zuotian Liehua was speechless. What do you mean by beauties without brains? I have a good figure, but I have a brain too. This man is destined to remain single for life. She immediately kept her gratitude. It wasn't worth it. Feng Hua was irritated when he saw the two of them chatting with each other at a time like this. Wang Teng had punched and thrown him into the air in front of so many people. He hated his guts thus. He was angered by any of his actions. You're so clueless. How can you chat happily at your last hour? Feng Hua sneered and mocked them. Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua turned to look at him. Is he talking about me? Wang Teng pointed at himself and asked Zuotian Liehua. Who else can it be? Zuotian Liehua raised her eyebrows and shot a glance at him. Fack, how dare you spout nonsense in front of me? I'll beat you up with my dog-beating fist skill. Wang Teng glared at him and said, Dog-beating fist skill. Everyone looked at Feng Hua strangely. Feng Hua's face was as black as charcoal. Damn it, this bastard was calling him a dog. You! What about me if you say another sentence? That old dog won't be able to protect you, Wang Teng said. Feng Quan's face turned black too. It was even darker than Feng Hua's. The expressions of other evil clansmen turned weird. This fellow was extremely bold. He even dared to scold Guardian Feng Quan. Brat, the louder you scream, the more horrifying your death will be later. Feng Quan said coldly. Oh my, I'm so scared. Wang Teng patted his chest and screamed as he pretended to be frightened. Feng Hua, Feng Quan, Zuotian Liehua, the evil clansman. What a weirdo. Look at his exaggerated expression. Anyone who believed him would be an idiot. They were all thinking the same thing. Feng Quan felt that the other party was humiliating his intelligence. He glared daggers at Wang Teng. If looks could kill, he would be dead 1,000 times already. Let's stop wasting time and leave. Zuotian Liehua used voice transmission to speak to Wang Teng. She had no time to fool around with him. She glanced around her and nudged Wang Teng as she searched for an opening. How are we supposed to escape? There are so many people, Wang Teng said. Actually, he already had a plan. He wasn't preparing to escape. If he wanted to leave, none of these people could stop him. I think we can at least give it a try, Zuotian Liehua said. How? Why don't you take the lead and I'll cover you? Zuotian Liehua was stunned. This was what she wanted to say. This fellow stole her line. Damn it. She said in embarrassment. Don't be stupid. You should take the lead since you're so powerful. I'll just send myself to death if I do it. I know you can do it. Believe in yourself also with me supporting you. What are you afraid of? Go ahead, beauty. Wang Teng encouraged her. Zuotian Liehua almost went crazy. Go your head. Talk was cheap. If she dashed out, she would end up in a terrible state. What an evil man. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion came from behind them. Many people appeared on the mountain walls. They passed through the array and rushed in their direction. Wang Teng was near the entrance. Hence, the evil clansmen inside the Zhenli clan reached them quickly. The person in the lead was the Pope of the Zhenli clan. He came personally because he was determined to catch the invader. He walked out of the mountain and stared at Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua eerily. Your Highness? Your Highness? The evil clansman cleared a path for him and kneeled down respectfully. We're dead. There's no path of retreat this time. Zuotian Liehua felt hopeless. She took a step back uncontrollably when she saw the Pope appearing. His aura was too strong. He was at the peak of the general stage, one of the top-tier martial warriors on Earth. Normal martial warriors were nothing to him. Not many people would be able to handle the gaze of a formidable warrior like him. The Pope glanced at Zuotian Liehua before shifting his gaze to Wang Teng. This invader was interesting, very interesting. He didn't seem affected by his powerful aura. Even his expression didn't change. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't be able to do this. The Pope frowned slightly. He felt a little unhappy. Little rat, why aren't you running now? His calm and stern voice was heard. Little rat? Wang Teng was stunned for a second, then he laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. The sarcastic laughter caused the Pope to furrow his brows violently. How dare you? Feng Quan snorted at the side. The Pope waved his hand and asked, Why are you laughing? Y'all are just a bunch of rats living in the drain? Yet you're calling me a rat. Isn't it funny? Wang Teng glanced at Feng Quan before scanning the other evil clansmen. Gasp. All the evil clansmen were infuriated by his words. Chapter 708. How long are you guys planning to hide? What did you say? Who are you calling a rat? You're looking for death. Kill him. The evil clansmen around them were roused. They were brainwashed to think that they had grasped the truth of the world and were a level higher than other people. Yet this young man called them rats. What the hell? How dare he humiliate them? He must die. Zuotian Liehua admired Wang Teng's courage. At the same time, she felt speechless too. Why was he still provoking the evil clansmen? Didn't he understand their situation? Did he wish to die faster? She pulled Wang Teng and wanted to stop him from seeking death. Unfortunately, Wang Teng ignored her. He glanced around him and continued, You're just deceiving yourselves. Do you think you've understood the truth? You're just using it as an excuse to do what you want. The things you do are worse than the rats in the drain. At least they eat the garbage, so they are still useful. They can also be used in experiments. What about you? You guys eat well, live well, and create trouble everywhere. Do you know how many innocent lives you've taken? In the end, you use seeking the truth to cover up your evil deeds. Ridiculous. You know what? Calling you rats is a humiliation to the rats. You are worse than rats. You guys have no rights to be called rats. Wang Teng paused and took in everyone's expression. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Zuotian Liehua stared at him with her mouth agape. This fellow's tongue was so sharp at this moment. Her respect for Wang Teng skyrocketed. Fking impressive. There were no other words to express her emotions. Despite being surrounded by numerous evil clansmen, he could still curse them. Even more, they had no way of refuting him. Look at the expressions on the evil clansmen's faces. They looked as if they had stepped on a dog stool. Even she felt a little refreshed. However, they were glaring at Wang Teng as if they wanted to eat him alive. It was a little scary. She wanted to give Wang Teng a nickname god of asking for death. Damn it! Why are you still ranting when you're about to die? Brat, do you have a death wish? Feng Quan gritted his teeth. Catch him and skin him alive. He mustn't die so easily, another guardian shouted in anger. The Pope was indignant too. His expression was grim and there was killing intent in his eyes. Don't be anxious. I'm not done yet. Wang Teng wasn't afraid. He continued his speech, disregarding their expressions. Y'all are not just evil, you're also stupid. The Zhenli clan was created by someone with an ulterior motive. Most of you know nothing at all. You don't even know that you were coaxed into becoming a tool for others. Do you think that you're honestly fighting for the truth? You must be an idiot. Truth. What's the truth? Even the great men in history don't dare to claim that they have found the truth of the world. Do you think you have the right to grasp it? Wang Teng suddenly saw the Pope glaring at him as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. In reply, Wang Teng lifted his finger and pointed at him. And you, the Pope of the Zhenli clan? I think you're just the leader of an evil clan. I wonder where you get all these bullshit ideas you used to fool people from. You gather a bunch of random people and create trouble everywhere. You're lucky that you haven't been beaten to death yet. But you won't live for long. We will take care of you soon. Everyone stared at Wang Teng as if he were a monster. It was all right for him to curse them, but he was also scolding their Pope and finger-pointing at him. Did he have the balls of steel? The Pope's face turned gloomy. Ever since he became the Pope, no one had dared to scold him like this. Leader of an evil clan. Lucky that he hadn't been beaten to death. Wouldn't live for long. The Pope's expression turned ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Fury burned in his heart. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "You're tempting fate. I don't know if I'll die, but you're definitely dead." Wang Teng replied calmly. "Impudent," Feng Quan shouted indignantly. "To hell with being impudent. I've been wanting to scold you for a long time. Old dog, if you dare to bark again, I'll pinch you to death." Wang Teng's sharp gaze landed on Feng Quan. Boom! Feng Quan felt a terrifying, killing intent stabbing into his eyes through that gaze. It rocked the consciousness in his mind like a man shaking a water bowl. His face turned pale, and he took 3 steps back in disbelief. He stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. "Huh?" The Pope was surprised too. He scoffed. "So you have been hiding your ability just now? But you're too naive if you think you can act arrogant in front of me?" He waved his hand. "Take him." The evil clansmen heard the order and charged toward Wang Teng together. Attacks were thrown out relentlessly, submerging Wang Teng and Zuotian Liehua like endless sea waves crashing onto the shore. Boom. The frightening forces exploded and the impact swept through the mountain. The snow on the ground was blasted into the air, scattering and floating down as if it was really snowing. The evil clansman looked at the center of the explosion. Was he dead? Was he a paper tiger that only knew how to use his tongue? Was he so weak that he couldn't withstand the first round of attacks? Boom. An explosion occurred suddenly. Then a ray of light shot into the air. "Don't let him escape," Feng Quan shouted. He got scared by Wang Teng just now and was embarrassed about it. He wished that he could skin the brat alive. Hence, when he saw Wang Teng escaping from their attacks, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of and soared into the sky at the speed of lightning. The other evil clansmen followed him and chased after Wang Teng. Only the Pope trailed behind them slowly. He seemed to be in deep thought. "Brat, you can't run away. Surrender now." "That's right, you're surrounded. You won't be able to leave the snow mountain," the evil clansmen hollered as they chased after him. After Wang Teng escaped from the encirclement, he suddenly stopped. "Why did you stop? Hurry up and run!" Zuotian Liehua was panicked. She pulled Wang Teng in an attempt to move him. Wang Teng smiled calmly and broke free from her grip. Glancing around her, he spoke in a calm tone. "How long are you guys planning to hide?" There was nothing but silence. Zuotian Liehua was dumbfounded. She scanned the surroundings and suddenly remembered that he had reinforcements. However, they were too many evil clansmen. Even if his reinforcements appeared, it would be useless. They would still be captured. The evil clansman chasing after him stopped abruptly and glanced around in confusion. This fellow had reinforcements, or was he putting on a show? The Pope's expression changed slightly. He observed the vicinity for any clues. Right then, behind the snow mountain, 3 large battlecraft gradually rose into the air, entering everyone's vision. At the same time, figures with strong auras appeared on those battlecraft. These auras were at least at the 4-star soldier level, with some even higher. They flew out of the battlecraft and stood in the air. The evil clansmen were appalled when they saw the martial warriors Feng Quan and the other guardians were dumbfounded. They stared at the symbols on the 3 battlecraft with wide eyes. Chuanwu Troop, Black Sparrow Troop, Crimson Tiger Troop. Shouts of disbelief escaped their mouths. How did the powerful martial warriors from these 3 troops appear here? They couldn't believe it, but in the end they had to accept this cruel reality. The Zhenli clan had been found. The evil clansmen turned pale. They had a bad premonition. The secretive and well-hidden base of the Zhenli clan had been discovered. What should they do now? Everyone was anxious and worried. Wang Teng, don't you want to play with them more? Why did you call us out so quickly? Zhou Xuanwu's laughter rang in the mountains like thunder. I've had enough fun. It's time to clear up the scene. Wang Teng replied in frustration. As he spoke, his figure and appearance started changing. Within a few seconds, he resumed his original looks. This feels more comfortable. My own face is always better. Wang Teng took off the gown he was wearing. Revealing the martial warrior uniform below, he stretched his back. Chief Commander, Song Wanjiang, Zhu Chengwang, and the other deputy commanders appeared behind him and saluted in unison. They placed the Black Sparrow Troop general cloak on his shoulders. It danced and flapped in the wind. The divine Black Sparrow on the cloak seemed to have come alive, screeching into the sky. Chapter 709. This fellow's identity, the chief commander of the Black Sparrow Troop. All the evil clansmen stared at Wang Teng as if he were a ghost. They saw him changing from a normal-looking evil clansman to a handsome and impressive young man. With the general cloak on him, he looked extraordinary. His gaze was intense, and it was impossible to meet his eyes. Was this the glib-tongued invader who scolded everyone? The difference was a little vast, but no wonder he dared to curse their pope. Some people were enlightened. This was the source of his confidence. He was the chief commander of a troop. What a high status. Yet this was why they found it even more unbelievable. How could an invader who got chased by them be the chief commander of the Black Sparrow Troop? None of them believed it. It was too unreal, especially when they saw Wang Teng's young face. They were flabbergasted and couldn't regain their composure for a long time. How did he become a chief commander at such a young age? This didn't make sense. They felt that their understanding of the world had collapsed. Had they lost touch with the real world for such a long time that they couldn't catch up with the recent developments anymore? Feng Quan was also dumbstruck. His face turned pale, and he remembered what he had said about killing Wang Teng. He suddenly felt uneasy. Not far away behind him, Feng Hua's expression had turned hideous. He felt humiliated when Wang Teng punched him into the air and wanted to take revenge. He hated Wang Teng to the bone. At first, he had a chance. Wang Teng was just an invader, so he believed that he wouldn't be able to escape from their encirclement. But now he realized that Wang Teng wasn't an easy person to deal with. He was the chief commander of a troop. In front of him, he was nothing. He had no right to talk about revenge. He would be lucky if Wang Teng didn't come and look for him. They weren't the only ones. Even the Pope was astounded. Wang Teng's identity change was too sudden. He was also caught off guard. The invader was a chief commander. Also, looking at their stance, they had come to look for trouble. This might be the greatest danger the Zhenli clan had faced in history. If they could overcome it, the reputation of the Zhenli clan would increase multiple times. Even 3 big troops from country Jia couldn't handle them. Which big country would dare to look down on them in the future? But if they lose, the game was over. The Zhenli clan would disappear and become a part of history. In this martial arts era, they would be forgotten quickly, and no one would ever remember them. The Pope's expression was as cold as the ice around them. He glared at Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu. The two factions faced each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. War was imminent. Zuotian Liehua stood at the side and looked back and forth between Wang Teng and the Zhenli clan. She couldn't regain her calm for a long time. This fellow's identity was astonishing. She thought he belonged to a small organization with a few men under him. But it turned out to be 3 troops filled with elite martial warriors. Looking ahead, there were at least a few thousand powerful martial warriors. Such a powerful force was enough to cause turmoil in any country. Yet they appeared here, and Wang Teng was the chief commander of one of them. It was unbelievable. Zuotian Liehua took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. At least her life was saved. The only awkward thing was she didn't belong to any side. It was weird for her to go either way, so she hid in a corner and watched them intently. All of this happened within a few minutes. At this moment, a stern and resolute voice came from the Pope of the Zhenli clan. All members of the Zhenli clan, prepare for war. The evil clansmen were shocked. They knew that they had no path of retreat anymore. Many different factions wanted to annihilate them. They wouldn't be able to leave safely. Hence, they couldn't step back. They could only fight to their deaths. There was a look of madness on the evil clansmen's faces. Everyone, this is the greatest challenge for the Zhenli clan. Whether we can continue our journey of realizing our dreams will depend on this challenge. Anyone that stops us is our enemy. They must die, and we will fight our way to the top of the world with the truth in our hands. Long live Zhenli, long live our clan. The Pope instigated the crowd with his bewitching voice. The evil clansmen turned crazier when they heard his words. They cheered and shouted like a bunch of die-hard fans. Long live Zhenli, long live our clan. Long live Zhenli, long live our clan. Long live Zhenli, long live our clan. Fight for the Zhenli clan. Continue to fight no matter what. Continue to fight no matter what. All the evil clansmen had gone mad. Their eyes were bloodshot as they yelled at the top of their lungs. For a moment, their roars shook the earth and shocked everyone. Suddenly, a bellow erupted amid the chaos. Bullshit silence. The cheers of the Zhenli clan stopped abruptly. All the evil clansmen felt as if someone was grabbing their throats. They couldn't make any sound. Zhou Xuanwu and the others glanced at Wang Teng in surprise. He was the one who shouted. This fellow never followed the script. Zhou Xuanwu and Zhao Nanfeng shook their heads secretly. However, they had to admit that the effect was good, even though the method was a little rough. Look at their expressions. They were shouting joyfully a moment ago, but now all of them felt like idiots. The Zhenli clan has committed heinous crimes. They should be exterminated. Zhou Xuanwu made use of the chance and shouted loudly, "Kill, kill, kill!" The martial warriors from the 3 troops roared in unison. The powerful killing intent surged toward the evil clansmen before the battle. The leaders needed to get the morale up first. This was what the martial warriors from the military always did. Boom! The malicious aura slashed over like a blade. No matter how crazy the Zhenli clan was, this powerful killing intent would douse their morale like a pail of ice. Many evil clansmen shuddered. Their faces turned pale, and they wanted to run away. The more powerful ones looked grim, too. Thoughts of retreating were taking birth in their hearts. They had lost in this first round of confrontation. How were they supposed to continue fighting? Kill Zhou Xuanwu, and the others didn't give them any chance to hesitate. With his order, all the martial warriors pounced toward the evil clansmen like wild beasts. They had an immense hatred for the Zhenli clan. Many of their friends and families were killed by them. The grudge was huge, hence they didn't show any mercy. They raised their weapons and attacked the evil clansmen with raging killing intent. They were extremely cold-blooded. Chapter 7, Twin. Wang Teng, move aside. The martial warriors from the 3 troops charged toward the evil clansmen. They were powerful and experienced soldiers who had survived many battles. In terms of combat experience, the evil clansmen couldn't be compared with them. Poof, poof, poof. Within a few seconds, The majority of the evil clansmen present were killed. The sound of weapons hitting the flesh could be heard everywhere. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Of course, the cries of agonies couldn't be missed either, yet no one sympathized with them. Their hands were all stained with blood, and their deaths were not to be regretted. Killing them on the spot was a mercy to them. In the sky, Wang Teng, Zhou Xuanwu, and Xiao Nanfeng were fighting with the Pope of the Zhenli clan. A dangerous faint aura surrounded them. The martial warriors and evil clansmen around them didn't dare to get too close. They kept their distance. There was no one within a few hundred meters radius around them. The Pope of the Zhenli clan has reached the peak of the general stage. He might have even taken a step further. Be careful, Wang Teng used voice transmission to remind the other two chief commanders. Taken a step further, the two of them were shocked. They understood what Wang Teng meant. In the general stage zone, every martial warrior was working hard to climb up the realm. However, the martial warriors on Earth had only reached the general stage and were finding their way up to another level. Whether they could take this step was extremely important. A natural chasm blocked the two realms. They were all finding a path across this chasm. If the Pope had already found the path, they must be on their guards. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng turned serious. I have to admit that you guys are amazing talents to be able to reach this stage. The Pope suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You don't have to flatter us. It's useless. We have our principles. No matter what you say, we won't let you leave." Wang Teng said, "We've the Pope." A vein suddenly popped up on his forehead. What was wrong with this brat's mind? Was he flattering them? What kind of understanding ability was this? What was he thinking? Was he an idiot? The Pope took a few deep breaths to calm his burning anger. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng gave Wang Teng a strange glance, too. The Pope spoke in a high and mighty tone, yet Wang Teng made it sound as if he were currying favor with them. The commenter became a man fawning upon his opponents. At first, they were a little infuriated by the Pope's tone. As chief commanders, they felt that the Pope didn't have the right to comment on them. But now their anger had disappeared completely. They even found the situation a little funny. As expected of a young and foolish man, the Pope said calmly as he looked at Wang Teng. "You're right. I'm young, unlike you who already has one leg in the grave. I'll send your other leg into it later. You don't have to thank me," Wang Teng replied. Silence. Infuriating. The Pope of the Zhenli clan felt his head hurting a little. No, it was extremely painful. His face turned gloomy, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It gave off a sharp glint. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish," the Pope snapped back. The instant he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. "Be careful," Zhou Xuanwu and Zhao Nanfeng's expressions changed. They took out their weapons and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. /SV, a soft sound echoed in the space. A pale white sword glow appeared in front of Wang Teng and chopped down on his head. This sword was so fast that it almost couldn't be seen clearly. It flashed like a bolt of lightning. The Pope's face appeared behind the sword glow. However, Wang Teng didn't evade the attack. He looked at the sword glow and even dashed toward it. The next instant, a large weapon appeared in his hand, creating a sonic boom as he waved it. A dazzling golden sword glow shot out of it. Boom. The two sword glows collided in mid-air and shattered with a loud bang. The force explosion formed a gale that swept over the entire area. The Pope's expression froze. This young lad's ability wasn't right. When he exchanged blows with him in the past, he managed to injure him until he vomited blood. He thought that his ability was at most at the 11-star general stage, but from the looks of it now, it was all an act. Are you surprised? Did I stun you? Wang Teng sniggered. The Pope was frustrated. He felt that Wang Teng had fooled him. The anger he had forcefully suppressed earlier came bubbling up again. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions suddenly came from afar. The Pope glanced around him and squinted. Most of the evil clansmen were brutally slaughtered. However, more reinforcements were rushing out from the mountains and joining the intense battle. After all, this was the base of the Zhenli clan. All the members of the clan were gathered here. Their numbers were frightening. Also, there were formidable warriors in the Zhenli clan, too. There were more than 10 general stage martial warriors. Their ruthlessness was ignited during the massacre, and they turned crazy. They started fighting with the troops without any fear of losing their lives. In an instant, the Zhenli clan started to turn the tides around. The 3 chief commanders' expressions changed slightly. "It looks like the winner is still undecided." The Pope suddenly smiled and said, Zhou Xuanwu snorted. "Stop wasting time and kill this evil man." The force around him erupted. He grasped his blade and slashed it at the Pope. "Kill!" Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp too. He rushed forward. Xiao Nanfeng followed closely behind. They surrounded the Pope and started hurling attacks at him. However, the Pope was a formidable character. He didn't suffer any disadvantage even though he was facing the 3 of them. Suddenly, he found an opening and swung his sword out, forcing Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu back. At the same time, he released his fist and punched Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng vomited a mouthful of blood and flew out like a sandbag. Zhou Xuanwu and Wang Teng were shocked. They hurriedly blocked the Pope to prevent him from chasing after Xiao Nanfeng. "Move!" The Pope was furious. His face turned icy, and he slashed the sword in his hand. An overwhelming sword aura surged out, shooting toward Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu. The power of this attack was at the peak of the general stage. A normal martial warrior wouldn't be able to handle it. Wang Teng, move. Zhou Xuanwu's expression underwent a change. He rushed in front of Wang Teng and raised his blade above his head. A terrifying blade aura soared into the sky. The blade glow ran for a few hundred meters as he threw his blade down. Chapter 711. You can do it all the best. Boom. The blade and sword consciences of the fighters wreaked havoc in the air. The long blade conscious cut through the air and collided with the blade conscious. A huge explosion rang through the snowy mountains. Tremors shook the peak as if an earthquake was rocking the land. The frightening force swarmed over like terrifying sea waves. Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed. The powerful force slammed into his body, throwing him back like a cannonball. Slash. A sword wound appeared on his chest. Fresh blood spurted out and flew in the sky. Zhou Xuanwu was appalled. He stopped himself forcefully and stared at the Pope. "You've indeed taken that step. You're wrong. I haven't taken the step yet. I've only raised my foot, but it's enough to deal with you," the Pope said indifferently with a calm expression. Zhou Xuanwu's gaze flickered. He was stunned. He was already so powerful before he reached the other stage. This was unbelievable. Wang Teng turned serious, too. He activated his spiritual sight and saw a ball of special energy in the Pope's body. That was Constellation Force. ISCO. This ball of Constellation Force had reached 1% of the entire force in his body. Even so, his ability had exceeded that of Zhou Xuanwu, who was a 13-star high-tier general stage martial warrior. Constellation Force was frightening. Wang Teng looked at the Constellation Force in his body. It was small and pitiful. He had 4 Constellation Forces: fire, earth, wood, and metal. Yet they were less than 0.1% of his entire force. They sat in a lonely corner in his force nucleus like an abandoned child. Never mind, he shouldn't compare it. Wang Teng chose to ignore it. If he said it out, he might get mocked and looked down upon by the Pope. "Are you all right?" He came beside Zhou Xuanwu and asked. He wasn't planning to evade just now. He wanted to fight alongside Zhou Xuanwu, but the guy was too fast. Before he could react, the 2 of them had started their fight. You couldn't blame him. Zhou Xuanwu felt a little awkward, too. He wanted to block the Pope's attack when he rushed forward, but he failed. He even got injured. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge defeat in his many years of battles. However, this also represented how powerful the Pope was. He had surpassed normal general stage martial warriors. "I won't die." Zhou Xuanwu shook his head sternly, continuing in a grim tone. "You're right. We can't view him as a normal martial warrior at the peak of the general stage. We might not be his match even if we attack together." Wang Teng nodded. He was also deep in thought. With his ability, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Pope using normal means. He had to use his trump cards. Activate the arrays, Wang Teng pondered before suggesting. All right, Zhou Xuanwu nodded. They wouldn't activate the array easily because of the special topography here. They were standing on snowy mountains. If they activated the array, they might wake up a dormant volcano and cause an avalanche. Their own people might be injured by the force of destruction. However, they could only do this if they wanted to deal with the Pope. Are you done talking? The Pope's voice came from afar. If you're done, I'll send you to meet your maker. His gaze was calm as he walked over confidently. The sword in his hand glowed brightly in gold. It was a frightening sight. I'll block him. Go and activate the array, Zhou Xuanwu said without turning his head. His gaze turned sharp. Are you sure? Will you get chopped to death? Asked Wang Teng. Zhou Xuanwu's face turned black. What can you expect from a hog but a grunt? Was he cursing him? Couldn't he say something better? His chest heaved up and down furiously. He was infuriated. Cough. I'll let you take care of the matters here then. You can do it. All the best. Wang Teng hurriedly ran away when he saw Zhou Xuanwu's reaction. Zhou Xuanwu. The Pope's gaze flickered. He looked at Wang Teng and didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned to Zhou Xuanwu and said, Staying back will only bring you death. I admit that you're very strong, but you're too conceited. Zhou Xuanwu's expression didn't change. The aura on his body increased exponentially. Boom, boom, boom. A thick and powerful yellow force shot into the sky. At this moment, Zhou Xuanwu's battle conscious was entirely activated. Come and fight! Zhou Xuanwu clutched his blade and took a large step forward. An angry roar escaped from his throat like a provoked beast. The Pope of the Zhenli clan squinted. Even he didn't dare to look Zhou Xuanwu in the eye, as expected of the chief commander of the Xuanwu troop. Boom! A terrifying sword conscious erupted from his sword, and a dense golden sword glow cut through the air. Clang! A long blade smashed into the golden sword. Force explosions were heard instantly. Boom! The blade slashed down with immense power, forcing the Pope and his sword to drop a little. Zhou Xuanwu's expression was exceptionally cold and grim. His short hair stuck out like needles. At a battle of this level, he would fight like a maniac. After a successful attack, he released his frightening power again and chopped his blade down. Boom, boom, boom. Force explosions continuously sounded in the mountain. The Pope's expression changed slightly as he was forced to retreat. He was being suppressed by Zhou Xuanwu. This made him exasperated. The Pope looked irritated from his expression. His gaze turned cold. Powerful force surged out from his body, and he faced Zhou Xuanwu's sword attack head-on. The offense was the best defense. At their level, their battle awareness was exceptionally strong. They could launch their retaliation within a split second once they found a chance. The two of them had turned into two huge balls of lights. The golden and yellow colors kept intertwining and crashing in the air. On the other side, Wang Teng had already arrived above the snow mountain on the left of the Zhenli clan's base. This was the dormant volcano they had found on the map. It was only a short distance from the base of the Zhenli clan. The array built around this dormant volcano was enough to surround the evil clan's base. Rune Masters, activate the array. Wang Teng's stern voice echoed. The Rune Masters below had already prepared themselves. They sat down cross-legged and instilled their forces into the different points of the array. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. The snow mountain below their feet seemed to be shuddering. Dazzling lights shot out, and a huge round array appeared gradually. It rose from the ground, covering a few thousand meters of land around it. What's that? An array? Damn it, they laid out an array. The evil clansmen were dumbstruck. They looked at the scary-looking array that suddenly appeared in the sky in astonishment. Chapter 7:12. Only an evil man could torment an evil man. The evil clansmen looked up at the great array in the air, and their expressions changed. They were dumbfounded. Array? Why is there an array here? When did they lay down this array? The evil clansmen started panicking. This array was exceptionally huge. It covered the entire area, and the aura it gave off was terrifying, making their hearts shudder. Is this your trump card? The Pope remained composed, however his gaze had turned sharp. You came prepared. It looks like you're determined to exterminate us. The Zhenli clan has been around for too long. It's time to finish you off, Zhou Xuanwu replied. Ha, it's too early to laugh. The Pope smiled. We have an array too, he suddenly bellowed. Activate the clan protection array. With his order, the 3 snow mountains where the Zhenli clan was located started trembling. A large icy blue array slowly made an appearance. Boom. Amidst a loud explosion, the array started moving. The snow on the ice mountains started to float into the air and gathered together. In an instant, a snow-white dragon made of snow and ice was formed. Its large body twisted and coiled in the sky. Every single one of its scales appeared lifelike. It was as if the ice dragon was a real animal. Roar. A scary bellow came from the mouth of this ice dragon. When we were building the headquarters, I ordered my men to build this array. My divine ice dragon array made use of the coldness in its surroundings. Adding the snow mountains, its power is magnified. Do you think that you can exterminate us with just some normal array? You must be dreaming, the Pope said calmly. His voice was oozing with confidence. Anyone could sense it. The evil clansmen were elated. If their Pope didn't remind them, they might have forgotten that they had an array too. Their base was well hidden, so no one could discover them most of the time. Hence, the array became an ornament. Was Zhou Xuanwu's expression turned a little strange. This situation was exactly like Wang Teng had predicted. Indeed, the Zhenli clan made use of the cold and ice here to lay down an ice element array. If they had carved the same element array, it wouldn't be able to overpower the Zhenli clan's one. However, they bypassed this trap and found another way out. They decided to form a fire array deep in the snow mountains, fire and ice. The confidence of the Pope might be shattered into pieces once he learned of it. Wang Teng remained calm, though. He just stared at the Pope strangely. The Pope was puzzled by his gaze. The veins on his forehead bulged out, and he took a deep breath. Clueless brat, kill. The ice dragon in the sky seemed to have heard his order. It charged toward Wang Teng furiously. Oh shit! Zuotian Liehua, who was observing silently at the side, was worried. She stared at the ice dragon in bewilderment. Wang Teng had no chance of survival if that astonishing attack landed on him. But soon she realized that Wang Teng and the troops from Country Saya didn't look worried. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for a good show. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Zuotian Liehua was confused by this scene. What is this? Aren't they worried? Or is there something else going on? Just when Zuotian Liehua was hesitating, a rumble was heard from the snow mountain below. At the start, the sound wasn't obvious, so many people disregarded it. However, it grew louder and deafening like a clap of thunder echoing in the sky. Boom! Almost instantly, everyone saw the snow mountain below Wang Teng erupting. A crimson glow spurted out. It was dazzling. A scorching heat spread throughout. Boom! Another deafening explosion shook their eardrums. A flame formed from lava shot into the sky. The fire pillar passed through Wang Teng's body, but didn't harm him. A green ball of flame appeared around him, covering him up like a green shawl. It laid on him like a cloak and flickered in the wind. Go! Wang Teng shouted. The fire pillar seemed alive. It gathered into a lava dragon in the sky and shot towards the ice dragon. The evil clansmen were thunderstruck, staring absent-mindedly at the lava dragon. They were at a loss for words. How was this possible? Many people started muttering to themselves in disbelief. They didn't think that such a powerful fire element array could be formed within the snow mountains. Even the Pope was bewildered and puzzled. Why was there lava here? He couldn't accept this and felt a little awkward. A moment ago, he was telling them confidently that his array made full use of the topography and the troops' array wouldn't be able to fight with theirs. However, roar, roar. The two dragons bellowed and roared. Then they collided in the air. Boom! At the start, the two giant dragons started corroding each other. They were of an equal match. But as time passed, the ice dragon started melting under the high heat. Roar! The lava dragon bellowed and swallowed the ice dragon. The ice dragon melted, evaporated, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All the evil clansmen were shocked. They stared at the sky with wide eyes and took a few steps back uncontrollably when they saw the flying lava dragon. If the lava dragon touched them, even a martial warrior might turn into ashes. No one dared to underestimate the power of the lava dragon. Zuotian Liehua was stunned. This array was so powerful. The array that they carved within this short time was so powerful that the Zhenli clan's array was broken almost instantly. This was terrifying. "How's my array?" Wang Teng stood in midair and asked the Pope calmly. The corners of the Pope's eyes started twitching. He almost couldn't control his expression. This result was different from his expectations. Their array got destroyed so easily. Embarrassing. This was too embarrassing. Zhou Xuanwu laughed secretly. He felt that Wang Teng was the Pope's nightmare. Some distance away, Zhao Nanfeng, who got heavily injured by the Pope, felt delighted when he saw the Pope's awkward expression. Indeed, only an evil man could torture another evil man. He didn't like Wang Teng, but he had to admit that he was strong. It looks like you can't give any comments just by looking. In that case, why don't you experience it yourself? Wang Teng smiled and raised his finger, pointing at the Pope. The lava behind him assembled into 8 gigantic dragons. Roar. The 9 lava dragons roared and dashed towards the Pope. Chapter 713. Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious 10th Level. The lava surged out without stopping from the dormant volcano under the influence of the array. Wang Teng controlled the energy and transformed it into lava dragons. 9 lava dragons appeared in the sky. They coiled and soared down, with their roars thundering in the mountains. It was a magnificent scene. The evil clansmen were appalled. They started running away, leaving their Pope to deal with the 9 lava dragons alone. After all, the lava dragons were aiming for the Pope too. They pressed down furiously, bringing along a scorching heat silence. The Pope's face turned black. He didn't expect Wang Teng to be so decisive and attack immediately. Even more, his first move was so powerful. He wanted him to experience it personally. Why would he do something like that? Was he so bored? The Pope wanted to curse. This young lad was a wicked fellow. He wanted to kill him, but he made it sound so pretty. The prettier his words, the more vicious his attacks were. The 9 lava dragons didn't have their own thoughts, so no matter how bitter the Pope felt, they would still attack him. Within a few breaths, the 9 lava dragons were less than 10 meters away from the Pope. Their giant bodies loomed above him, bringing along the scorching temperature of the lava. The crimson bodies were reflected in the Pope's eyes. His pupils constricted slightly. Even as a 13-star general stage martial warrior, he didn't dare to underestimate this attack. The Pope raised the battle sword in his hand and released the force in his body. It gushed out like a tsunami, forming a large golden shield in front of him. Boom! The 9 lava dragons finally arrived. They slammed heavily on the golden shield. The clash was loud and resonant. The golden shield trembled violently. Both sides were at a standstill. Did he block it? The evil clansmen were staggered. They stared at the point of collision. Zhou Xuanwu and the others frowned. Were they unable to defeat the Pope, even with the array? Had his ability reached such a frightening stage crack? However, at this moment, a clear cracking sound broke the balance. Everyone froze for a moment. Then more cracking sounds were heard. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw spider webs forming on the golden shield. Bang! The golden shield couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and shattered. Astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. Next, the 9 lave dragons turned into a pool of lava and rained down on the Pope, submerging him entirely. The evil clansmen lost their ability to speak. Their faces turned pale, and despair gushed into their hearts once again. Even their Pope was defeated. What hope did they have? The martial warriors from the 3 troops were stunned by this scene, but they regained their senses quickly. Kill, kill all the evil clansmen. Angry shouts echoed, and the martial warriors charged forward. When the enemy's morale fell, the other party's morale would rise. The Zhenli clan's martial warriors were demoralized, so the martial warriors of the three troops rode on the wave and took advantage of the situation. The guardians of the Zhenli clan were all at the general stage. They were between 10-star and 12-star. They were the first to bear the brunt of the troops' attack. The deputy commanders of the three troops were general stage warriors too. The two deputy commanders of the Xuanwu troop were just a level below Zhou Xuanwu. They were at the 12-star general stage and were extremely powerful. All the general stage martial warriors possessed amazing destructive skills. They scattered out to prevent injuring one another. The general stage martial warriors turned into balls of lights and slammed continuously into one another, releasing powerful impacts. Some executed fist consciouses, some released palm consciouses, but most of them possessed sword and blade consciouses at their level. Reaching the conscious stage wasn't difficult. It was just a matter of intensity. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. An 11-star general stage martial warrior from the Zhenli clan was killed. The person who took his life was a general stage martial warrior from the Xuanwu troop. He chopped the evil clansman's head with his blade, splattering blood everywhere. Attribute bubbles dropped from the evil clansman's body. They fell to the ground along with the corpse. Wang Teng was focused on the lava in front. So he didn't notice the situation here, fortunately. The bubbles wouldn't disappear anytime soon. He could pick them up later. Following the death of the first general stage martial warrior from the Zhenli clan, the morale of the evil clansman was impacted once again. The guardians turned grim. They started to feel fearful. General stage martial warriors were also humans. If this continued, they would fall under the enemy's blades. Boom. At this moment, an explosion occurred in the pool created by lava. Crimson, molten lava splashed everywhere. A figure dashed out from within. It was the Pope of the Zhenli clan. He wasn't dead. Everyone was shocked. He's not dead. Zhou Xuanwu squinted. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. He had already seen the situation inside the lava using his eyes of essence. The Pope's aura might be a little unstable, but his vitality was still strong. He wouldn't die easily. Your Highness, Your Highness, the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan were elated and started cheering. The Pope ignored their cheers. His face had turned green with anger and his clothes were all torn and tattered. There were many burnt marks on his skin. He looked miserable. He glared at Wang Teng. You caught me by surprise again and again. I suffered in your hands. I haven't seen a young man with such potential for a long time. I accept your compliments, Wang Teng replied shamelessly. The Pope choked. He continued angrily, I won't waste time with you. You should be proud that you managed to force me to this stage. But you're too naive if you think you can kill me. You can have a taste of it again. Wang Teng smiled calmly. Lava flowed out from the ground like a spring. Swoosh! The lava formed a long river and surged towards the Pope. The Pope snorted and raised his sword. A terrifying sword-conscious shot into the air. The golden glow was glaring and sharp. Anyone who looked at it would get hurt. They felt a stinging pain in their eyes and tears started falling uncontrollably. Some weaker martial warriors even had blood dripping down their eyes. Both their eyeballs were injured. The martial warriors turned away, not daring to stare at it anymore. The Pope had a sharp golden glint in his eyes, too. He stabbed straight at Wang Teng. Golden Ray, Earth-Shattering Sword, Conscious 10th Level, Chapter 714, Tremor Conscious, Golden Sword Conscious exploded in the sky. On the other side, a stream of lava cut through the air. Everyone was attracted by the battle above. Go, the Pope's gaze turned ruthless. He snorted angrily. The frightening golden sword Conscious slashed out. Within a few breaths, it collided with the stream of lava. Boom! A loud, thunderous explosion shook the sky. The stream of lava was forcefully stopped by the golden sword Conscious. It froze a few meters above the Pope's head. Everyone was flabbergasted. The martial warriors from the three troops turned serious. They stared intently at the point of collision. Suddenly, Wang Teng's expression changed. He could tell that this sword attack was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to reach this stage. The golden sword glow forcefully split the stream into two and continued flying towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng, Chief Commander. Zhou Xuanwu, the Xuanwu troop, and the members of the Black Sparrow troop were astounded. They shouted uncontrollably. The martial warriors from the three troops were extremely anxious. Their hearts almost stopped beating. When Zhou Xuanwu fought with the Pope, he wasn't the other party's match. If Wang Teng, who possessed the strength of the array, couldn't defeat him, their mission this time would fail. They might even die here. If that was the case, their mission would be a joke. The loss of half the military strength in three large troops was a major setback for the country. No one could take responsibility for the implications. Even to a big country like Country Sia, it would be a huge blow. Under everyone's worried gaze, Wang Teng squinted his eyes and clenched his fist. He stared directly at the golden sword glow until it was 10 meters away from him. Right then, he moved. Boom. The attack wasn't garish. It was just a simple punch. It wasn't a quick one, either. However, the punch seemed exceptional. It passed through space and traveled 10 meters in a split second, smashing right into the golden sword glow. Strength of Ultima. All the forces in Wang Teng's body were activated. Even if they weren't compatible with one another, they merged obediently at this moment and erupted out of his body. Boom! A frightening explosion occurred. Fist glow enveloped the sky and covered up the golden sword glow. Cracking sounds rang out continuously. Multiple lines started to appear on the glowing sword. However, when Wang Teng's fist glow collided with the golden sword glow, he felt a powerful tremor coming from his opponent. The tremor conscious was very strong. It seemed to be able to affect any matter. Even his strength of Ultima fist glow was starting to vibrate. It was about to shatter due to the violent vibration. Furthermore, this sword attack was exceptionally sharp. It could almost cut through everything. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He released his force to offset the opponent's tremor and sharpness. The fist glow and the sword glow kept sparkling. They entered an equilibrium. However, this balance was extremely weak. It could topple at any moment. As expected, the stalemate didn't last for long. Bang, a dull thud was heard, and the fist and sword glows disintegrated. The impact of the resulting force explosion swept through the mountain. The Pope and Wang Teng were the first to receive the impact. The residual force slammed onto them, knocking them a few meters back. The majority of the martial warriors had escaped far away. However, they were still hit by the aftermath. The sharp force and the terrifying strength knocked against them, leaving bloody scars on their bodies. Their faces turned pale. Fire in the city gates, a calamity for the fish in the moat. They were dumbfounded and frustrated. The crowd continued retreating, staying as far away from the two martial warriors as possible, as if they were some terrifying monsters. Zhou Xuanwu stood some distance away and felt the powerful residual force. However, it couldn't hurt him. He was shocked, though. He knew that Wang Teng wasn't weak. He had gone through many unexpected experiences, so you couldn't treat him like a normal 11-star general stage martial warrior. However, he didn't expect Wang Teng to be so powerful. Wang Teng didn't use the strength of the array in that last attack. He used his own fist power to resist the sword conscious from the Pope. With his ability, he knew that the golden sword conscious had reached the peak level. There seemed to be a special power attached to it, too. He couldn't guarantee that he would be able to withstand the attack without getting injured, yet Wang Teng did the impossible. The other party didn't gain any advantage. Just like others, Xiao Nanfeng was also startled. Wang Teng's ability had exceeded his expectations. This fellow matured too quickly. 1 year ago, he was still being chased by 7-star soldier-level martial warriors. Now his ability was on par with a martial warrior at the peak of the general stage. If his subordinates appeared in front of Wang Teng again, he would be able to kill them with a pinch of his fingers. Even he himself might not be able to beat Wang Teng. What a huge blow this was. Xiao Nanfeng felt a little bitter. Zuotian Liehua, who was hiding in a corner, was staring at Wang Teng with her mouth agape. She was at a loss for words. This fellow could fight with the Pope of the Zhenli clan. In the past, she sang praises of the Pope in front of him. Thinking back about it, He was probably not afraid of the other party. After all, he was a formidable martial warrior at the same level. Zuotian Liehua took a deep breath. This felt like a dream. Wang Teng was so young. How could he be so powerful? Did he start cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? Some distance away, Feng Quan and Feng Hua's faces had turned green. Fear. They didn't expect Wang Teng to be so mighty. Even if they could escape, they would live in fear because they had offended a powerful martial warrior. Wang Teng and the Pope stopped themselves in the air and stared at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's gazes. The Pope remained silent. He had started to view Wang Teng in a different light. At the start, he thought that Zhou Xuanwu was his greatest enemy among the troops. Now he knew that Wang Teng was the real difficult person to deal with. Wang Teng scanned the ground and noticed a few attribute bubbles that had dropped during the battle just now. Metal Force 46D, Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious 10th level, 60 Constellation Force Metal 25. He picked them up hurriedly. His mind trembled and he gained new enlightenment. I see. This Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious is a combination of the Metal Sword Conscious and the Tremor Conscious, Wang Teng muttered to himself. His gaze turned strange. Chapter 715. You can defeat any opponent by being despicable. Wang Teng's eyes were shimmering. He was enlightened, and a golden sword glow flashed past his eyes. Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious. He grasped the sword conscious the Pope had executed using an unexplainable method. The Pope had already reached the 10th level, so Wang Teng started directly from there. He jumped 9 levels at once. Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious, 60,000, 10th level. Also, what you saw on the surface wasn't the real gain. There was Tremor Conscious in the Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious. This was an entirely new conscious. Tremor, it could affect everything. Air, metal, water, earth, and even other consciouses and ultima. Everything could be affected by it. Once the vibration frequency reached a certain level, any object, no matter how tough and hard, would crumble under the vibration. No wonder his strength of ultima almost broke just now. This tremor conscious was a bug. However, this bug was in his possession now. The Pope would never imagine that the conscious he had worked so hard to grasp would get stolen by Wang Teng so easily. Wang Teng smiled slyly like a little fox. He thanked the Pope sincerely. Thank you. The Pope was in a daze. What was going on? Why was this fellow thanking him? Most importantly, he could feel the sincerity in his gratitude. He wasn't acting. His expression was real. Was there something wrong with his mind? Why was he thanking his enemy? Would a normal person do this? Zuotian Liehua and Zhou Xuanwu were stunned too. They couldn't understand Wang Teng's actions. The Pope couldn't comprehend Wang Teng's thought process, but he felt unhappy when he saw his smile. He snorted and vanished from his position. Wang Teng turned serious, not daring to let down his guard. He moved quickly like a ghost. Boom. They turned into 2 balls of lights, one gold and one red, and collided in the air. Rune Masters continue running the array and exterminate the Zhenli clan. Wang Teng's voice resounded in the ball of light. Yes, the Rune Masters replied in unison. Boom! The rune array continued running. Lava gushed out and turned into a giant dragon. It charged toward the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan. The Rune Masters from the Zhenli clan were manipulating their array too. They gathered the ice energy in the atmosphere and turned it into an ice dragon. It started clawing the lava dragon in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions never stopped. The martial warriors from both sides continued their intense and fierce battle. Wang Teng, let me help you! Zhou Xuanwu didn't sit back either. With a loud shout, he joined the battle between the Pope and Wang Teng. The intensity of the battle rose. The outline of a turtle appeared above Zhou Xuanwu's head. It bellowed and dashed out along with the blade glow. The blade attack was dense and powerful. The thick yellow light dazzled the crowd, submerging everything in its path. The Pope had no choice but to retreat. His expression was hideous. Wang Teng launched his attack almost immediately after Zhou Xuanwu. Mo Ke appeared in his hand, and he hurled his blade and sword consciences out as if they were unlimited. Instantly, claps of thunder, splashes of waves, and howls of the wind resounded in the sky. They wreaked havoc among the clouds, creating a unique and magnificent scene. All the martial warriors retreated in astonishment. They finally understood how Wang Teng was able to become the chief commander of the Black Sparrow troop at his young age. His ability was heaven-defying. The martial warriors from the Zhenli clan were bewildered. Seeing this, the martial warriors from the three troops grabbed the chance and attacked like a bunch of maniacs. Cries of agony surrounded the mountains. The martial warriors started falling like droplets of rain. Boom, boom. The battlefield was like a concert of explosions. General stage martial warriors fell and self-destructed at the last instant, sparking a frightening chain reaction. Within a few minutes, around 5 to 6 general stage martial warriors from the Zhenli clan had sacrificed their lives. Their numbers dwindled quickly. On the troops' side, some general stage martial warriors were injured, but there were no deaths. By now, the general stage martial warriors on the troops' side more than doubled the number from the Zhenli clan. The situation was irreversible. As for the soldier-level martial warriors, there were casualties on both sides, but the three troops had the upper hand. There were lesser deaths among the high-ranked martial warriors from the troops, and this was a crucial element in this battle. One high-rank martial warrior could handle more than 10 low-rank martial warriors. Hence, the victory of the troops was almost apparent. The Pope's expression turned ugly when he saw this scene. He knew that the Zhenli clan was powerless now. Nothing much about it could be done. The hatred towards Wang Teng and his companions grew stronger. However, he knew that if this continued, he might lose his life here too. Wang Teng's ability had exceeded his imagination. Moreover, Zhou Xuanwu had also joined the battle. Even he found it difficult to handle the duo. The Pope blinked. Suddenly a shout was heard beside him. Big Dipper flaming blade. The Pope felt his heart skipping a beat. He swung his sword and forced Zhou Xuanwu back. Then he flung it in the direction of the sound. Boom, a flaming blade glow collided with his sword glow. It extinguished instantly. The Pope was stunned for a moment. This attack was too weak. It shattered at a single hit and wasn't as powerful as the other attacks before he could react. A black mist shot out from the extinguished blade glow and engulfed him. Oh shit! The Pope's expression changed. He held his breath and used force to block all his pores. Still, it was too late. The black mist seeped into his body instantly. He had experienced Wang Teng's poison before, so he knew how difficult it was to deal with. He had a bad premonition. They were in a battle, so he didn't have the time to clear the poison force in his body. He didn't think that he would fall into Wang Teng's trap due to a moment of negligence. Despicable. You used poison. Despicable. The Pope glared at Wang Teng. Flames of anger almost shot out of his eyes. You can defeat any opponent by being despicable. Wang Teng sniggered silence. Zhou Xuanwu glanced at him weirdly. He had great admiration for Wang Teng's shamelessness. He had to admit that he made sense. You can defeat any opponent by being despicable. Should he be more despicable when fighting with his opponents in the future? No. Zhou Xuanwu shook his head hurriedly. He shouldn't do something that would tarnish his reputation. He needed to think about his future. Move, take his life when he's poisoned. Wang Teng ordered Zhou Xuanwu to act without any hesitation. He hid the poison force in his flaming conscience and threw it at the Pope when he was struggling to cope with their barrage of attacks. That was how he managed to poison the Pope. It wasn't an easy feat. The Pope was poisoned with the demon lotus poison. His ability was affected, so this was the perfect time to kill him. Chapter 716. So you can die, 1. Zhou Xuanwu reacted in time and followed closely behind Wang Teng. He charged toward the Pope. This was a rare chance. Wang Teng waited for a long time before he found this opportunity. If the Pope remained vigilant right from the start, he wouldn't have gotten tricked so easily. You could say that luck played a huge role in this result. Of course, Wang Teng's shamelessness helped a lot, too. Someone like Zhou Xuanwu would never think of a despicable trick like using poison. The Pope was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He realized that if he used his force, it would hasten the speed at which the poison invaded his body. However, he didn't have a choice. If he didn't use his force, he would die. Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu wouldn't let him go easily. The Pope's mind worked furiously. He quickly made a decision. He turned and ran away. Run. He must escape. If there was life, there was hope. This wasn't the time to be stubborn. He would be killed if he didn't run away. He turned into a ray of light and escaped into the distance, abandoning his subordinates and the entire base of the Zhenli clan. "Your Highness!" The martial warriors from the Zhenli clan screamed in despair when they saw this scene. They felt the anger of being betrayed. Was their Pope forsaking them and escaping on his own? All the martial warriors were in disbelief. They were flabbergasted. "You will all die for the Zhenli clan. It is a worthy death. The Zhenli clan will not forget its saviors. Everyone, don't worry, I'll take revenge for you." The Pope escaped quickly as his sorrowful voice echoed over. The martial warriors from the Zhenli clan screamed in anger. After finally seeing their Pope's true face, they felt their world crumbling. Many martial warriors from the Zhenli clan were brainwashed and fooled. To them, the Zhenli clan was everything. They thought that their mission was to save the world as the saviors. However, the Pope destroyed their illusion. They weren't saviors of the world. They were just a bunch of rats getting surrounded and killed. How pitiful. How sorrowful. Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu were stunned and puzzled when they saw the Pope suddenly running away. Did the legendary Pope of the Zhenli clan throw away his dignity and run away? He left without any hesitation. The evil clansmen weren't the only ones who couldn't accept it. They found it unbelievable, too. Any formidable warrior had their dignity. The Pope of the Zhenli clan was a powerful fellow, hence his actions were a little unexpected. Chase. Wang Teng didn't stop. His speed increased exponentially as he chased after the Pope, leaving a trail of lingering shadows behind him. He took so much effort to force him into a tight corner. He wouldn't let him escape so easily. Besides, the Pope was the core of the Zhenli clan. If he escaped, the clan might reappear in another corner of the world. It would grow secretly and continue to make trouble in the world. This person must die. Zhou Xuanwu understood this logic too, so he followed behind them hurriedly without any hesitation. "Commander Shao, stay behind and exterminate the other martial warriors from the Zhenli clan. No one must be left out." His voice sounded beside Zhao Nanfeng's ears. Zhao Nanfeng was exasperated. He was also a chief commander, yet he could only stay back and clear up the scene while Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu chased after the Pope. The credit for annihilating the Zhenli clan would mostly be given to Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu. He would be lucky to get a spoonful. At this moment, Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu had caught up with the Pope. They shouted, "Stop running. Surrender, and we might spare your life." The Pope increased his speed when he heard this. "Do you think that I'll believe you?" If he didn't run, he would die. He wasn't stupid. Based on his experiences, he knew that Country Sire wouldn't let him go. Wang Teng yelled again when he saw the Pope quickening his pace. "You can't run away. Do you feel your force stagnating? The more you use it, the more you can't control your body. Do you remember the poison I placed in your body while you were in the sleeping cabin? Both poisons came from the same source. You thought that you had cleared it completely, but it was actually hiding in your body. Once a new poison enters your body, the two will attract each other and penetrate your body at a speed faster than you can imagine." The Pope's expression changed entirely. He was flabbergasted. He was right. Wang Teng was right. His body was in a tragic state. His actions and thoughts had slowed down. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to escape. Stop struggling for nothing. This will only increase the poison spread. "At that time, you will die without us doing anything," Wang Teng continued. He got more excited as he spoke. "How can my poison force be suppressed so easily? If you don't clear it in time, you will die a terrible death. Your entire body will rot. The pain will be excruciating. The process will start from your head. You will drop hair and become a bald man first. Take a long, hard look at your smooth, long hair for one last time. None will be left in a bit. Next is your face. Your skin will dry up bit by bit. Your eyes will go blind. Your neck will decompose, and your tongue will decay. Your ears will be filled with pus, and you will turn into a hideous monster. You will look horrifying. Chapter 717. So you can die, too. This isn't the scariest part because you haven't died yet. The muscles on your body will start corroding inch by inch, starting from the neck. Your vocal cords will be destroyed, and you won't be able to make any sounds. After that, your organs will rot. You can stop thinking about eating. After all, whatever you eat will leak out from your stomach. Oh, right, your reproductive organs will drop from your body, too. Zhou Xuanwu frowned. It was starting to sound a little strange. Wang Teng's tongue was honestly sharp. It was like a knife cutting through your flesh. The description could scare the Pope. But what was with that last sentence? What did he mean by the reproductive organs would drop? What kind of evil and outrageous words were these? Zhou Xuanwu suddenly realized that being Wang Teng's enemy was torture. He admitted that he was afraid. If he was poisoned, he wouldn't dare to take the risk. He wondered what the Pope would do. Patches of green and black had appeared on the Pope's face. This was caused by the poison. After hearing Wang Teng's words, he felt even worse. What kind of poison was this? Why was it so scary? Was that evil young man saying the truth? He shuddered at the thought of it, his hair standing up on ends. Even if there was just a slight chance of it happening, he didn't dare to take the risk. If Wang Teng was right, how would he survive? An angry person could do anything. The Pope's eyes became bloodshot. Despite having a strong mindset at this stage, he was like a cornered lion. He knew his current situation clearly. If the poison in his body continued to take effect, he would be crippled even if he managed to escape. The problem was he didn't know if he could run away either. Hence, he decided to take the risk. Formidable martial warriors were decisive and ruthless, but he still hesitated for a split second after he made his decision. This is a good chance. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He executed his space talent and appeared behind the Pope while he was hesitating. He slashed his sword down. The Pope didn't think that Wang Teng had this skill. He was caught off guard and tried to evade the attack. But it was too late. Splurt, the blade chopped off his left arm, splattering fresh blood in the air. An arm was sent flying. Ah, the Pope screamed in pain. Wang Teng, this is outrageous. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Pope bellowed in anger. His expression was distorted and his gaze turned crazy. He wanted to give it his all one last time, but Wang Teng shattered his hope by chopping his arm. His battle power had decreased greatly. He felt that he had no chance of survival anymore. A glaring glow erupted from his body. Frightening energy waves swarmed out. Run! He's going to self-destruct! Wang Teng saw the restless forces churning in his body through his spiritual sight. Thus he knew what the Pope wanted to do. Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed. He retreated without thinking. Wang Teng was swift, too. He executed his space talent and disappeared on the spot. The light around the Pope was getting thicker. The next second, an ear-piercing explosion occurred. Boom! A mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. The ground shook and the peak trembled like an earthquake. Large patches of snow that had been there for who knew how long started falling. The vibration was getting violent with each passing second. Boom! Finally, a terrifying avalanche was created. Snow poured down the mountain. The star beasts in the mountains were alarmed. They crawled out of their hiding spots to take a look, but no beast dared to move too close. The energy waves were too powerful. Even Lord-level star beasts were afraid. The martial warriors at the base of the Zhenli clan heard this tremendous explosion, too. They were appalled. They didn't know what had happened and were worried and anxious. Zhou Xuanwu didn't manage to get too far, so he was caught in the impact and suffered some injuries. Fortunately, they weren't fatal, and he didn't hurt his core. He was already extremely lucky. The Pope was at the peak of the 13-star general stage. Moreover, he had converted 1% of his force into constellation force. Thus, his self-destruction was very powerful. Zhou Xuanwu's face was white as he looked at the center of the explosion worriedly. Wang Teng was too close to the Pope. He wondered if he had managed to leave in time. The residual impact of the self-destruction remained in the air for a long time. Snow continued to fall down. This patch of the mountain became a scary and dangerous place. Zhou Xuanwu had to fly higher and scan the ground below to search for Wang Teng. At this moment, somewhere beside him, the space started to distort. Zhou Xuanwu turned around abruptly and saw Wang Teng stepping out unscathed. "Why are you in such a miserable state?" Wang Teng was stunned when he saw Zhou Xuanwu's silence. Zhou Xuanwu didn't know what to say. He got injured even though he was further away. Wang Teng was right with the Pope, yet he was safe. Why was he so weak? "Cough. It's all right. Don't be disheartened. Other people might suffer worse injuries than you." Wang Teng realized that he might have stimulated Zhou Xuanwu unknowingly, so he coughed awkwardly and consoled him. Chapter 7 Within. So, you can die. 3. Are you sure you're comforting me? Zhou Xuanwu was speechless, of course. "There's no doubt about it," Wang Teng said seriously. "All right, let's not waste any time. The Pope should be dead now, right?" Zhou Xuanwu rolled his eyes and asked, "Should be? He must have turned into minced meat now." Suddenly, he remembered something and activated his eyes of essence to scan the ground below. "Huh?" His gaze paused for a moment. Then he snorted and said, "Give me a moment." Wang Teng disappeared and went to the center of the explosion. Only residual forces were left here. Now they wouldn't hurt him. He stood on the ground and smiled. Then he started speaking to the seemingly empty surroundings. "You're a sly old fox. You tried to use this method to escape. However, I must admit that you're brutal. You destroyed your own body and left a wisp of origin of soul. If I wasn't careful enough, you would have run away." He seemed to be talking to himself. There was no response. Only the residual forces danced in the air. "You still haven't given up, have you?" Wang Teng sneered. He stopped talking and released his spiritual power along with a strand of emerald glazed flame. The ground in front of him exploded, and a crystal skull flew out. It wanted to run away. However, Wang Teng was prepared. The emerald glazed flame swept over and formed a cage around the crystal skull. "Wang Teng!" A bitter and exasperated voice came from within the crystal skull. It belonged to the Pope. The Pope's spiritual power had reached the Emperor realm, so the power of his origin of soul should be at the same level. By right, he couldn't detach his origin of soul from his body. Wang Teng was suspicious at the start, but when he saw the crystal skull, he understood. This was a special crystal skull. It could store one's origin of soul. The Pope's origin of soul couldn't leave the crystal skull. He would have done it if he could. "Loser, stop barking," Wang Teng said calmly. "Ah, this shouldn't have happened." The Pope roared in anger. "If I knew about this, I should have opened a dimensional rift and brought the dark apparitions over. I'd have made sure you died with me." "Indeed, you should die. Why are you still thinking of bringing the dark apparitions over? You can't remain in this world." Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. He instilled his spiritual power into the crystal skull and scanned it. Immediately he found where the Pope's origin of soul was. "What are you doing?" The Pope screamed in terror when he felt the powerful spiritual power. "Killing you." Wang Teng pulled his origin of soul forcefully out of the crystal skull. It was a muddy ball of light that was flickering like burning flames. However, it had dimmed a little. Wang Teng didn't show any mercy. The emerald glazed flame flowed out. "Wait, if you let me go, I'll tell you the way to convert force into constellation force." The Pope got frightened when he felt the heat of the flame. He shouted in a hurry, "I know it already. You don't have to tell me." "You know it? How's that possible?" the Pope asked in disbelief. "I just know it. You might treat it as a secret, but I've already grasped it," Wang Teng said confidently. Actually, he didn't know the Pope's method, but he wasn't worried. He was a bug. Was this a problem for him? This was a huge blow for the Pope. He believed Wang Teng after he saw his confident expression. This young man was mysterious and powerful. He had no choice but to believe him. "Are you done speaking? If you are, you can leave," Wang Teng said. "Wait, wait," the Pope replied quickly. "I can tell you an astonishing secret. I don't want to know." The Pope was stunned. What the hell? Why wasn't he following the script? "So you can die now," Wang Teng scoffed. He released his emerald glazed flame, swallowing the Pope. The origin of soul struggled frantically. The Pope howled in exasperation and unwillingness. No, swoosh, with a soft sound, the Pope of the Genli clan, who had ruled the region for so many years, turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared from the world. Chapter 719. Making some contributions after your death is fine, right? Wang Teng held the crystal skull in his hand and used his spiritual power to sense it. He only felt at ease when he confirmed that the Pope was gone. The Pope was a crafty guy. Wang Teng didn't know if he had other paths of retreat. But currently, it looked as if the crystal skull was the last method he could use. It made sense. Spirit was something profound. He hadn't heard of any methods from Earth or the Xingu continent that was able to protect a person's spirit without the body. Even the abyss burial skill he got on Mount Saint was just a special battle technique with an extremely low success rate of hitting the soul out of one's body. Also, it wasn't a normal method. It would cause great damage to the soul of the body. Abyss burial was a forceful separation of the soul from the body. The damage it caused to the soul couldn't be healed. The soul that left the body wouldn't be able to survive for long in the outside world either. It would disintegrate and disappear unless it was kept in the death space. The death space was the legacy of the Cancer Palace. The thick death aura in that space allowed the souls to survive inside. Well, it was more appropriate to call them death souls rather than souls. They had no consciousness and were controlled by others. They were just floating inside aimlessly. In summary, the death space of the Cancer Palace was a unique presence that wasn't perfect. Hence, it could be seen how hard it was for the soul to leave the body. As for the Pope's origin of soul, it was able to leave the body with the help of the crystal skull. Wang Teng was sure about this. After all, the Pope's spirit was only at the Emperor realm, while his was at the Imperial realm. If he couldn't do it, how could the Pope? Wang Teng kept his emerald glazed flame and scanned his surroundings. There were many attribute bubbles floating in the air. His eyes lit up instantly. These attribute bubbles were dropped by the Pope when he died. These were the attribute bubbles of a 13-star high-tier general stage martial warrior. They were hard to come by. There must be good stuff among them. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and swept the attribute bubbles over hurriedly. Emperor Realm Spirit 560, Emperor Realm Enlightenment 620, Origin of Soul 10, Ultimate Stage Metal Talent 480, Tremor Talent 350, Metal Force 860. Constellation Force Metal 850, Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious 380, Golden Ray Sword Skill 250. Wang Teng kept the attribute bubbles silently and felt the changes in his body and the new knowledge in his mind. He received many unfamiliar memories. The spirit and enlightenment of the Pope were both at the Emperor realm. Thus, the number was sizable, even when converted to the Imperial realm. He received 56 points of spirit and 62 points of enlightenment. Spirit, Whisk 1662 300, Imperial realm. Enlightenment, 1758 3000, Imperial realm. Wang Teng was satisfied as he looked at the changes in these two attributes on his attributes panel. There was a good increase in his spirit and enlightenment. He was halfway through his journey in breaking through the Imperial realm. The end was in sight. He then focused on the origin of soul. This was an unexpected gain. After all, the origin of soul was extremely rare. A normal kill wouldn't give him the origin of soul attribute, unless he attacked the soul of his opponent. The Pope was making things difficult for himself. He removed his own soul from his body. giving Wang Teng a chance to burn it to death. Hence, he got some precious origin of soul attributes. As this origin of soul came from the Pope, ordinary people wouldn't be able to absorb it. It would contaminate their own soul. The consequences were serious. It was like sewing another person's limbs on your body. You would definitely become a monster. However, the system was a bug. The origin of soul would be purified by the system and become a clean and pure soul. That was why Wang Teng was able to absorb it without any implications. 10 points of origin of soul was a sizable number. As the origin of soul merged into his body, Wang Teng felt a comfortable sensation washing over him. He almost moaned in comfort. It felt as if his soul had risen to heaven and almost couldn't come back. Wang Teng shuddered and quickly regained his senses. He took a few seconds to calm down before letting out a long sigh. 2 sharp glints shot out of his eyes. His gaze turned deep and profound. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel again and continued scrolling down. Ultimate Stage Metal Talent, 460 5000, Tremor Talent, 350 7000, 2 talents. Wang Teng already had the Ultimate Stage Metal Talent, but the additional attribute allowed his talent to grow stronger. It was advantageous for his cultivation. Another one was the unique Tremor Talent, the golden ray earth-shattering sword conscious he received from the Pope some time ago contained the Tremor Conscious. Wang Teng was extremely surprised at that time because the Pope had managed to grasp such a special conscious. Now he understood the Pope had a special talent. It was easier for him to grasp the Tremor Conscious. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered when he saw this talent. He closed his eyes hurriedly and sensed the changes in his body. Chapter 720, making some contributions after your death is fine, right? 2. A certain change occurred in his body. He could release a tremor whenever he wanted. At the same time, the memories of this talent appeared in his mind. The Tremor Talent could create vibrations. It was easy to use too. Once the vibration inside the body reached the same frequency as the tremor outside, it would spark the tremor force. This talent could be useless but frightening. Why was it useless? The requirements for this talent were extremely high. The vibration frequency in the body had to be the same as the frequency outside. The higher the frequency, the greater the power. However, the higher the frequency, the greater the pressure on the body. Once the body couldn't withstand the frequency, it would collapse. The Pope understood this disadvantage, so he found another method of using it. That was through the Tremor Conscious. As such, he wouldn't need to use his body to withstand the force of the tremor. He only needed to instill it into his attacks, and it would have the same effect. But the effects were limited. There was a vast difference from the real power of tremor force. The Pope might have evaded the disadvantage of this talent using this method, but he neglected the essentials. If he had decided to push the boundaries of his physique, his body would have been able to withstand a certain degree of tremor force. He didn't need to train his physique until it was extremely strong. He only needed to release his tremor talent entirely. After all, this was a physique talent. Someone with this talent would definitely have a stronger resistance to tremor force than a normal person. If the Pope had grasped the tremor talent entirely, Wang Teng felt that he would have a harder time killing him. Wang Teng's eyes shone when he thought about this. This talent was suitable for him. His physical body was strong enough to handle the tremor force. Wang Teng finally realized how important a tough body was to a martial warrior. In the past, there was the amalgamate blade scripture. Now, there was the tremor talent. These powerful and unique skills and talents required the body to be strong and tough. Wang Teng won on the starting line. This further showed the importance of training one's body from a young age. The tremor talent was capped at 7,000 points. The highest limit of his other talents was 10,000 points. This meant that the tremor talent wasn't the most powerful one. Wang Teng cultivated the ancient god's body, so this tremor talent wasn't a problem for him. He stretched his hand. The muscles and bones under his palm, as well as the cells in his body, were vibrating. The vibration started to grow stronger gradually. The frequency started to increase, too. Suddenly, the air in front of him started trembling. As his vibration frequency increased, The air started trembling even more. Crack, a faint cracking sound was heard. Bang. Suddenly, a dull bang occurred, and a thin black crack appeared in front of him. A terrifying and cold fluctuation could be felt inside the black crack. Wang Teng knew that this was a dimensional rift. At this moment, his expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped the vibration of the cells in his body. In that short moment, a large number of cells in his body had died. The ancient god's body might be powerful, but so was the tremor power. Since it was strong enough to open a dimensional rift, it could also cause damage to his body. Of course, this was just a small injury. His body wouldn't collapse so easily. Wang Teng stopped because he didn't want to injure himself for nothing. This talent is indeed exceptional. Wang Teng's eyes glowed brightly, and a smile appeared on the edge of his lips. If I can increase this tremor talent to the perfected stage, I can execute a stronger tremor. At that time, I can shatter the body of a 13-star general stage marital warrior. Wang Teng felt extremely good about himself. He kept his thoughts and looked at the force row. This time he had gained 8,600 points of metal force. This allowed his metal force to rise exponentially and enter the 12-star general stage. This was his first force that had reached the 12-star general stage. He had to admit that a 13-star high-tier general stage martial warrior was indeed powerful. He dropped 8,600 points of force attributes. Wang Teng had never received so many attributes from a single person. A 13-star high-tier general stage martial warrior was an attribute-making machine. Beside the normal metal force, he also received 850 points of constellation metal force. This was a large amount, too. Mind you, Wang Teng only had less than 100 points of constellation metal force now. Even the earliest constellation force he had, the fire force, was only at around 300 points. He had worked hard to reach this number. Now he received 850 at once. It felt as if he struck the lottery. Constellation force was powerful. He had experienced it personally when fighting with the Pope. The same attack could be many times stronger when the constellation force was used. The Pope didn't have much constellation force. If not, he would have been stronger. Metal force, 1285, 35,000. 12-star. Constellation force, metal 935. Finally, Wang Teng also received 380 points of Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious and 250 points of Golden Ray Sword Skill. One was a 10th level Sword Conscious, while the other was a Metal Element Skyrank Skill and Battle Technique, Chapter 721. Making some contributions after your death is fine, right? 3. The Golden Ray Sword Skill was a scripture cultivation skill that comprised of a scripture and an attacking skill. Its value was many times greater than a normal scripture or a battle technique. Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword Conscious 440, 10,000, 10th level. Golden Ray Sword Skill 150, 500, small achievement. 380 points of the Golden Ray Sword Skill attribute moved him into the small achievement stage directly. Memories appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His understanding of this skill was the same as someone who had practiced it for 2 to 3 years. The speed was amazing overall. His gains were great, as expected of the big boss. He dropped the most attribute bubbles. The Pope died a worthy death. He had been wreaking havoc for so many years, so it made sense for him to make some contributions after he died. Wang Teng. At this moment, the residual impact had dispersed. Zhou Xuanwu came down and called Wang Teng. Is the Pope dead? He had heard the Pope's sorrowful cry before he died. Yes. Wang Teng had already kept the crystal skull. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanwu and replied calmly, He's very sly. He wanted to escape using his origin of soul, but I discovered him and burned him to death. Origin of soul. Zhou Xuanwu was shocked. The Pope could escape using his origin of soul. This wasn't a skill normal martial warriors would possess, but Wang Teng stunned him the most. He didn't realize that the Pope had escaped using his origin of soul, yet Wang Teng noticed it and caught him. He even killed him. This was a mysterious young man. He admitted that he couldn't do this. Since the Pope's dead, let's hurry back. The battle at the base might still be ongoing, Zhou Xuanwu said. Okay. Wang Teng had no objections. They turned into rays of light and rushed back to the Zhenli clan's base. Before they arrived, they heard the fighting sounds from afar. The remaining martial warriors from the Zhenli clan were still frantically resisting. No one wanted to give up until the last moment. Nobody wanted to die. Besides, they were the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan, the ones who thought that they had grasped the truth, but when Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu came back, the clansmen turned pale. Their gazes were filled with despair. On the other hand, the martial warriors from the three troops were elated. Chief Commander. Chief Commander. Victory to the Black Sparrow troop. Victory to the Xuanwu troop. Victory to the Xuanwu troop. Victory to the Crimson Tiger troop. The martial warriors started cheering with joy. They had no qualms anymore. They charged forward and slashed the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan one by one. Cries of pain sounded continuously. They echoed in everyone's ears, but no one showed any mercy. Everyone in the Zhenli clan had killed innocent people in their lives. They wouldn't be able to answer to those innocent lives lost if they let them escape. Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu started fighting too. Once the two most powerful martial warriors in the troops joined the battle, there was no chance for the Zhenli clan to resist. They were like two meat choppers. Their weapons slashed the enemies around them wherever they went. They killed from one side to another. Many general stage martial warriors from the Zhenli clan had died. Only a few were left. Feng Quan was one of them. He had many skills to survive. He wanted to escape, but he got blocked by a general stage martial warrior from the Xuanwu troop. He didn't have the chance. Wang Teng disappeared on the spot and arrived in front of Feng Quan in a split second. Feng Quan. An eerie voice came from his throat as if he were Hades. Feng Quan shuddered. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. His head turned numb, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. It was him. It was that brat. I'm going to die. Feng Quan was appalled. He screamed in despair in his heart. But he was decisive. He knew how frightening Wang Teng was, so he stopped evading the attacks of the martial warrior in front of him. He charged toward him directly. Swoosh! A sword stabbed into his body. The martial warrior was thrown back by his palm, too. Feng Quan took the chance to fly far away, making one last effort to escape. Old fellow, where are you going? Wang Teng's voice appeared behind him again, echoing around him. Feng Quan's face turned green. He ran even faster. Don't run. You wanted to kill me, right? Why are you running away? Wang Teng followed him closely. He didn't attack and only maintained a close distance while throwing jeers at him. Feng Quan panicked. He was extremely tense and terrified. This felt frustrating. He knew that he couldn't escape from Wang Teng, but he didn't want to wait for death either. He could only try his best to find a chance of survival in this situation. A cornered beast would put up a desperate fight. He was that beast. Thus, a funny scene appeared on the battlefield. A guardian was scurrying around like a frightened mouse. When he thought that he had escaped, a figure would appear in front of him and block his path. Feng Quan jumped in fright. He changed direction and tried to find another way to escape. Unfortunately, after running for a long time, he still couldn't escape the pursuit. Feng Quan panted heavily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of breaking down. Wang Teng. He couldn't stand it anymore. He roared in anger and glanced around him. He tried to find Wang Teng. The other martial warriors felt pity for him when they saw his tragic state. They would rather die than be in that situation. Feng Hua was hiding far away. He was grievously injured and looked miserable too. He trembled in fear when he saw his father's situation. This is so scary. Wang Teng wasn't a human. He was a devil. He didn't understand why he had offended this devil. Wang Teng, I think it's enough. He's a guardian. Let him die with dignity. Zhou Xuanwu shouted from afar. He couldn't stand the sight of it either. Since you have spoken, I'll give you some face. Wang Teng's voice sounded. He appeared behind Feng Quan and a golden ray of light cut through the air. It slammed down heavily. Feng Quan was frightened. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a pig's head appeared in front of everyone. It staggered and fell to the ground. Boom. Feng Quan's body slammed on the mountain with a loud bang. I was wrong. He spoke with difficulty. His voice, which was filled with regret, echoed in the mountain. Everyone was flabbergasted. Wang Teng looked around and saw Zhou Xuanwu's astounded gaze. He asked, "What do you think? Is this good enough? Do you call this a dignified death?" Zhou Xuanwu exclaimed in surprise. "I think so." Wang Teng nodded seriously. He looked around and asked, "Anyone wants to die with dignity? I can fulfill his wish." Gasp. All the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan retreated as far as they could. Some martial warriors broke down and threw their weapons away. They kneeled and begged for mercy. "Spare me, I surrender. Stop killing, please show some mercy." The martial warriors from the Zhenli clan were terrified. Their faces were white, and they had no courage to resist anymore. Wang Teng's method had crushed their last ounce of courage. Damn it, this works too. Zhou Xuanwu's jaws almost dropped to the floor. He cursed uncontrollably. He had fought so hard to kill his opponents, but they didn't surrender. Wang Teng just fooled around a little and managed to scare these unruly martial warriors from the Zhenli clan into submission. This wasn't right. Zhou Xuanwu felt unconvinced. He wasn't the only one. The martial warriors from the three troops were dumbfounded too. Their mouths were agape. Were they supposed to continue fighting? Their opponents had surrendered. How could they continue? Chapter 722. A small breakthrough and punishment. 1. The martial warriors from the three troops felt a little exasperated. The survivors were kneeling down. This wasn't the result they had expected. The martial warriors from the Zhenli clan had taken too many lives. Even killing them was too easy a punishment for them. However, they chose to throw their guts away and surrender. The martial warriors from the three troops were from the military, so they couldn't kill anyone that surrendered. All the martial warriors from the three troops looked at Zhou Xuanwu, Wang Teng, and Xiao Nanfeng. They were the only people who could make the decision. If the three chief commanders asked them to kill, they would slaughter the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan without any mercy. Zhou Xuanwu, Wang Teng, and Xiao Nanfeng glanced at one another. They conversed using voice transmission. All the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan were nervous. Their lives were in the hands of these three chief commanders. More and more martial warriors surrendered as time passed. A small portion was unwilling to give up, but they knew that they had no more chance. They couldn't even escape. Once they made a move, the martial warriors from the three troops would kill them mercilessly. They understood this from their cold gazes, hence none of the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan dared to move. They didn't even want to test their luck. Very soon, the three chief commanders arrived at their conclusion. Zhou Xuanwu walked in front of everyone and ordered in a cold voice, "Anyone that puts down their weapons will be spared." Sigh. All the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan heaved a sigh of relief. They felt lucky that they were able to remain alive. Wang Teng looked at the martial warriors. Although he had arrived at the decision with the other two chief commanders, he still found it a pity. These were all attribute bubbles. It would be a waste to let them go. Unfortunately, the decision was made. He couldn't say anything. The future of these martial warriors from the Zhenli clan wouldn't be good anyway. Did they think that surrendering was the end? More torture was waiting for them. Well, at least he knew they would be sent to suppress the dark apparitions, tie them up. Zhou Xuanwu scanned the crowd and gave his order. The martial warriors from the three troops tied up the captives. These rune handcuffs were able to seal the force inside a martial warrior's body. The stronger the martial warrior, the more powerful the rune handcuff used. General stage martial warriors would be given rune handcuffs specially made for them. No one could escape easily. Hence, once the person was cuffed, they were the same as a normal guy. The martial warriors from the Zhenli clan were extremely obedient. They cooperated well. No one dared to resist. Wang Teng stopped looking at them. Their subordinates would take care of this matter. It had nothing to do with him. He finally had the time to pick up the attribute bubbles scattered around the battlefield. Many martial warriors from the Zhenli clan were killed, including close to 10 general stage martial warriors. Thus, there were lots of attribute bubbles dropped by them. Some of the military martial warriors were also sacrificed, so this added more attribute bubbles to the battlefield. Wang Teng stopped hesitating. He released his spiritual power, and the attribute bubbles flew toward him. Metal Force 120, Wood Force 310, Fire Force 250, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 35, Earth Force 330, Spiritual Realm, Spirit 20, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 40. If all these attribute bubbles were beauties, Wang Teng would be swimming in a sea of them. He would be enjoying himself thoroughly. Other people couldn't experience his happiness. His metal force rose because he had received a large number of metal force attributes from the Pope. Now the other forces increased greatly too. It wasn't just the metal force this time. His other 4 basic elements were also affected. The accumulation of all the attribute bubbles allowed his basic element forces to increase by more than 10,000 points. It meant that at this moment the forces of his basic 5 elements had reached the 12-star general stage. This speed was astonishing. If other people knew how much his ability had risen, they might be thunderstruck. Metal Force, 13,800 over 35,000, 12-star. Wood Force, 1850 35,000, 12-star. Art Force, 1350 35,000, 12-star. Earth Force, 3550 35,000, 12-star. A rise in the realm would cause a huge disturbance. However, Wang Teng suppressed it forcefully. A vast amount of force swarmed around his body. Soon it landed in the force nucleus and his body regained its calmness. The entire process ended almost instantly. Ordinary martial warriors might not notice anything, but Zhou Xuanwu was at the peak of the general stage, and he was close to Wang Teng. Naturally, he felt something. He stared at Wang Teng in surprise and asked, "Did you just achieve a breakthrough?" "A small one." Wang Teng used his thumb and index finger to show how small it was. Zhou Xuanwu was speechless. If he was right, that violent fluctuation would only occur when someone rose in level. Although it was suppressed, he had been through it before, so he knew. At the general stage, any breakthrough was difficult. Even more, this was a rise in the realm. Chapter 723, A Small Breakthrough and Punishment. 2. Yet Wang Teng called it a small breakthrough. To hell with a small breakthrough. Zhou Xuanwu complained in his heart. He left Wang Teng alone and went to settle other things. He didn't want to speak to this fellow anymore. What an actor. Breakthrough. Xiao Nanfeng was shocked, too. He stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. He could do it in this situation. He found it unbelievable. It was like achieving a breakthrough when you were eating or drinking. It felt so easy. That was right. To Xiao Nanfeng, Wang Teng's breakthrough came too easily. He rose in rank without experiencing any obstacles. No wonder this fellow's power rose so quickly. Was this the advancement speed of all geniuses? Xiao Nanfeng felt bitter and helpless. This was a huge blow for him, even though he had made a name for himself for many years. He felt that the younger generation was really surpassing them. He walked away, keeping his distance from Wang Teng and from anything that could stimulate him. Wang Teng glanced at them and shook his head. He said that to take care of the dignity of normal people like them. Yet, they didn't accept it. How insensible. He continued looking at his attributes panel. The basic 5 elements rose tremendously, but there was no change in his mutated forces. There were no lightning force, poison force, ice force, or wind force attributes. The Zhenli clan had numerous martial warriors, but none of them possessed these 4 special forces. We could tell that the foundation of the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan was actually quite weak. Most of their talents were ordinary, too. Wang Teng didn't pick up any ultimate stage talents from them. As for spirit and enlightenment, the highest was the spiritual realm. It wasn't of much help to Wang Teng since his was at the imperial realm. Fortunately, they won in numbers, so his spirit and enlightenment did increase a little from the accumulation. Besides that, he also picked up some scriptures and battle techniques. However, they were all average. Wang Teng only wanted the sky rank ones now. A person's field of vision would keep expanding. Wang Teng had ample sky rank battle techniques and scriptures, so he wouldn't bother with anything below that. Of course, looking at it from another point of view, battle techniques and scriptures below sky rank were useless to him. Thus, there was no need to learn them. Hence, these scriptures and battle techniques became part of his knowledge. He had many battle techniques and scriptures stored in his mind. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled. He stopped looking at the attributes panel. It looked like the greatest gain this time was the rise in his basic 5 forces and the tremor talent he received from the Pope. The others weren't satisfactory, however, Wang Teng was content. Well, his 5 basic forces had reached the 12-star general stage. Why shouldn't he be happy? Wang Teng didn't think that he would be able to advance at once. This result was already a surprise for him. He finally kept his thoughts and remembered someone Zuotian Liehua. He glanced around him but couldn't find her. Hence, he used the origin of soul to sense her location. The next instant, his expression turned strange. Zuotian Liehua was a little far from his current position. That meant that this lady ran away? It was obvious that Zuotian Liehua sneaked off when they were fighting with the Zhenli clan. Wang Teng wasn't angry. He was the one who forced her to pass him her origin of soul. Honestly, he was the bad person. Also, Zuotian Liehua didn't do anything to him. She was only disgusted by him when he took over Yao Ji's appearance. They had no grudges. Hence, Wang Teng wasn't angry when she ran away, however he found it strange. Why was she certain that he wouldn't kill her? Mind you, when she passed him her origin of soul, it meant that he had control of her life. If Wang Teng got angry, he could destroy Zuotian Liehua's origin of soul with a single thought, and she would die instantly. Wang Teng pondered. He felt that he should do something. He wouldn't kill Zuotian Liehua, but he would give her a small punishment after all. She left secretly without his consent. A disobedient slave should be punished, right? Wang Teng separated a small flame from the emerald glazed flame and moved it below Zuotian Liehua's origin of soul. The distance between them was just right. It wouldn't hurt her origin of soul, but it could let her experience the pain and agony of the scorching heat. About 10 kilometers from the base of the Zhenli clan, near the edge of the mountain range. Happiness flashed in Zuotian Liehua's eyes when she noticed that she had almost escaped. She turned and saw no one chasing her. She felt relieved, however. At this moment, she suddenly shuddered and felt a scorching heat coming from the death of her soul. She opened her mouth and let out a scream of pain. She couldn't control the force in her body and dropped to the ground, rolling around. The scorching pain wasn't felt on her body. She felt it in her soul. That was why it was so agonizing. Zuotian Liehua curled up and hissed in pain. The torment lasted for 10 minutes before it died down slowly. However, she continued to lie on the ground, her body twitching occasionally. Wang Teng, a hoarse voice squeezed out from her throat. She knew where this pain came from. She gave her origin of soul to someone, so she couldn't decide her own death. Zuotian Liehua felt helpless and bitter, yet she couldn't do anything. After finding out Wang Teng's identity, she didn't know if he would let her go. She took the risk and escaped. It looked like the other party didn't plan to let her go so easily. Was the pain a warning or a punishment? Or was it both? Zuotian Liehua thought to herself silently. After some time, she got up slowly and looked in the direction of the Zhenli clan. A moment of hesitation later, she gritted her teeth and went the opposite way. She must bring this piece of news back to Country Neon no matter what it took. If Wang Teng wanted to kill her, she would accept it. Zuotian Liehua was making a bet. She knew that there were no grudges between them, so Wang Teng wouldn't kill her so easily. She flew for half an hour before the scorching pain disappeared. She didn't die, as expected. Zuotian Liehua thought to herself. She felt a little relieved and started flying even faster. Wang Teng didn't know what Zuotian Liehua was thinking. After giving her a small punishment, he let her go. At this moment, he was walking into the base of the Zhenli clan with Zhou Xuanwu and some others. It was time to count their gains. The extermination of the Zhenli clan went smoothly. All the higher authorities of the Zhenli clan were either dead or injured. None of them had escaped. Hence, they didn't have the chance to move their resources or treasures. All their valuable items were still in the base. Wang Teng walked beside Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng quietly. There was a strange glow in his eyes. Actually, his clones had already taken the most valuable items from the base. When they were fighting with the Zhenli clan, the base was in a mess. No one guarded the treasures in the headquarters, so this gave Wang Teng the chance to steal them. Before leaving the base with Zuotian Liehua, he secretly hid a clone inside. While fighting outside, his clone became a porter, moving the treasures out of the base secretly. No one would think that he was the one who did it. Of course, he did leave some stuff behind for Zhou Xuanwu and the others. They had worked hard in his battle, so Wang Teng felt bad if he took everything. Chapter 724. Our chief commander is a nanny, one in the base of the Zhenli clan. The third mountain was where the laboratories and the treasures of the Zhenli clan were at. Wang Teng, Zhou Xuanwu, and the others were standing in a treasure room. The martial warriors from the three troops were counting the items inside, including ores, spiritual herbs, rune weapons, and many others. Zhou Xuanwu walked around the room and frowned. Why do I feel that this treasure room is a little empty? Is the Zhenli clan so poor? Wang Teng stared at the ground, pretending that he didn't know anything. It's indeed too little. It seems as if someone emptied the place before us. Xiao Nanfeng frowned. He was puzzled. Yes, I agree. The Zhenli clan is really poor, Wang Teng agreed pretentiously. The other two chief commanders didn't suspect anything. Wang Teng had never left the battlefield, so he didn't have the time to commit the crime. They didn't think that he was the culprit. The martial warriors finished counting quickly and placed the items in their space equipment. Space equipment was rare, but there were 3 troops here. They could gather a few of them. They weren't like Wang Teng, who stole a pile of them from the dark apparitions. That was right. A pile of them. Moreover, these pieces of space equipment weren't very useful for him. He had the space fragment, which had enough space to store many things. Of course, this was Wang Teng's secret. Only Dan Taishuan had seen him using the space fragment to keep his Queen Phoenix battlecraft. However, even she thought that he just had a piece of space equipment with huge space inside. She didn't think that he had a space fragment. No one would go in that direction. The martial warriors from the different troops were reporting their tally of the items to Wang Teng, Zhou Xuanwu, and Xiao Nanfeng. These were spoils of war. All 3 troops took part in this mission, so these items would be distributed among them. Counting them was necessary to prevent any dirty tricks in the future. Wang Teng waved his hand and said to Song Wanjiang, "Old Song, you can handle this matter. You don't have to count for me." Song Wanjiang was stunned for a moment. Then he gave a bitter smile. The other chief commanders yearned to get these resources to strengthen their power and authority in the military. These treasures could be used to help them win the support of other people. Every team needed a large number of resources to strengthen themselves. These resources needed to be approved and acknowledged by the chief commander. Hence, in everyone's heart, the chief commander was someone irreplaceable. As part of the system, having ability wasn't enough. You needed to give benefits at times, but Wang Teng was too lazy to care about all these. This wasn't his ambition. His aim was the formidable path. People without enough ability would give benefits to other people to secure their reputation, but Wang Teng was definitely the most powerful soldier in his troop. Anyone would respect and fear him. He didn't need to play the system. Song Wanjiang understood this logic. Just like what their chief commander said, he wouldn't stay in this position for long. That was why he didn't care. Thinking about this, Song Wanjiang felt elated and dejected at the same time. Look at him. His horizons had already passed the position of the chief commander. On the other hand, they were still trying their best to become one. In comparison, they seemed narrow-minded. Fortunately, Song Wanjiang understood himself well. He knew that he couldn't be compared with Wang Teng, so he threw these thoughts out of his mind after a few seconds. He acknowledged Wang Teng's order with respect and went to count alone. He didn't dare to bother Wang Teng again. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng gave forced smiles. They couldn't be as indifferent as Wang Teng. These treasures were extremely important to them. They wouldn't give them up easily. They didn't know that Wang Teng had already taken his pick. These were just the leftovers. It was no wonder he could act so casual about them. After some time, a martial warrior ran over and reported, "Chief Commander, we found the laboratories of the Zhenli clan." Oh, Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. They said hurriedly, "Lead the way." The martial warrior brought them to the laboratories. Wang Teng remained calm. However, he had to pretend that he didn't know anything. He wore an interested expression on his face as he followed behind them. After some time, they arrived at the laboratories. The three troops had their own laboratories too, after all. In this era, every faction would use the most advanced methods to find new ways to advance on the martial arts path. Star-beast experiments and human experiments were common among all the factions. But some factions were more humane and used criminals with the death penalty for their experiments. A few of them even asked for the other party's consent first. All right, that was enough explanation for now. All in all, lab data was extremely important. Wang Teng didn't take the lab data, he just copied some documents he deemed important. It wasn't hard for him to differentiate the important ones. After all, his medical knowledge had reached the small achievement stage. Wang Teng also took the black sand magnetic lizard that possessed the magnetic physique. He kept it in his space fragment. Chapter 725. Our chief commander is a nanny, too. The black sand magnetic lizard acted fiercely when he took it. It didn't cooperate with him. It was now enjoying the education from Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion in his space fragment, so it would become obedient very soon. Neither beast nor human would accept reality obediently without a little bit of education. He kept it because he wanted to get more magnetic physique attribute bubbles from it. If not, he wouldn't have even bothered to glance at it. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng were satisfied with their loot from the laboratories. Even the scientists were valuable assets. What a waste! Why did these scientists join the Zhenli clan? Zhou Xuanwu said angrily, "It's all right. They belong to the country now. We can order them around like free labor," Wang Teng said. "Cough. You don't have to be so direct. It's called penitence, not cheap labor." Zhou Xuanwu coughed awkwardly. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. "Do you believe yourself?" Zhou Xuanwu pretended not to see Wang Teng's reaction. "I didn't know that the Zhenli clan kept so much useful lab data. How did they do it?" Most of the lab data were related to the conversion of force into constellation force. Country Shaya had only taken a small step forward in their research. But the Zhenli clan was no slower than them. It was understandable that they were astounded. Wang Teng was also shocked. He forgot that a majority of the lab data came from the alien spacecraft. The Pope brought the items out from the spacecraft to let his scientists study. Would Zhou Xuanwu follow this clue and find out about the alien spacecraft? If he did that, he might lose ownership of the alien spacecraft. No, he wouldn't admit it. They had no evidence, so they couldn't do anything to him. Wang Teng knew that the Pope kept the spacecraft a secret, so not many people would know about it. Most of the higher authorities from the Zhenli clan were dead. This secret would be buried with them. Wang Teng had already moved the spacecraft into his space fragment. He got rid of all pieces of evidence perfectly. Who knows? Don't underestimate the strength of their scientific research. There's only a fine line between a genius and a maniac. Wang Teng spouted nonsense. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng were deep in thought. They felt that Wang Teng made sense and nodded in agreement. There were no other places worth noticing at the base of the Zhenli clan. The space used to store the spacecraft was discovered, but it was already empty. The others would never guess that an alien spacecraft used to be here. They thought that this space was created by the Zhenli clan recently for some important purpose. After taking a look around, Zhou Xuanwu shook his head and said, "It looks like these are the only important things. Let's leave." Wang Teng and Zhao Nanfeng had no objections. They left the mountains and went back to their own battlecraft. Chief Commander. Song Wanjiang and the others came out to greet him. Wang Teng glanced around and saw many martial warriors getting treated. He asked, "How are the casualties?" "We lost 136 men in total. 112 of them were 7-star soldier level and below, while the other 24 were above it." "None of our general stage martial warriors died in this battle," Song Wanjiang said solemnly. Wang Teng nodded. They came with more than 1,300 soldiers, but 136 of them had lost their lives. This was a 10% death rate. Most were low-rank martial warriors, but it wasn't easy for the military to groom them. Every martial warrior had been through countless battles. Every single death was a huge loss. However, Wang Teng also knew that deaths were inevitable in war. The Zhenli clan wasn't a small organization. They couldn't bring them down without making some sacrifices. Actually, this result was already satisfactory. It was within his estimation. This was the advantage of Wang Teng's participation. Zhou Xuanwu and he had chased after the Pope and killed him. After that, they returned quickly and suppressed the rest of the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan. The fire array he suggested played an important role too. It was able to curb the ice array and give additional help in fighting with the enemy general stage martial warriors, taking away a lot of pressure on the martial warriors from the 3 troops. This was why their casualties were so few. Compared to their previous battles, this mission went exceptionally smooth. Around 200 martial warriors are heavily injured. The others have small wounds, nothing serious. Song Wanjiang continued. "Where are the serious ones? Bring me there," Wang Teng said. "Yes," Song Wanjiang replied hurriedly. Under his lead, Wang Teng came to the treatment room in the battlecraft. This battlecraft was designed specially for war. All the necessary facilities were present. Treatment for martial warriors was one of the most important things. Hence, having a treatment room was essential. "Chief Commander. Chief Commander." Wang Teng caught the attention of the injured martial warriors when he entered the clean and tidy white treatment room. The martial warriors got up to greet him. Some that were unable to get up struggled to stand up straight. To them, their chief commander was already showing them much concern and viewing them with high importance when he came to visit them personally. Chapter 726. Our chief commander is a nanny. 3 for an instant. Everyone felt emotional. It's all right. Be at ease. I'm not strict with rules. Wang Teng waved his hands and said, "Thank you, Chief Commander." They all replied in unison. "Please move aside. I'll treat everyone." Wang Teng glanced around him. "Huh?" The medical staff were shocked. They were hesitant. Some of the martial warriors' injuries were extremely serious. They couldn't waste any time. They wondered what Wang Teng wanted to do. Treat. Was their chief commander a doctor? Was he kidding? If this person wasn't their chief commander, the medical staff might have chased him away. Chief Commander Song Wanjiang was hesitant too. The chief commander was still a young man. He might be powerful, but he was a little unreliable at times. He hoped he wasn't treating lives as a joke. "Come on," Wang Teng was speechless. "Am I so unreliable?" Of course not, but their injuries are quite serious." "Do you think," Song Wanjiang had to console him, "move. I'll not take other people's lives as a joke." "One last time. Please move aside quickly." "Don't make me angry," Wang Teng replied furiously. Song Wanjiang was helpless. He had no choice but to listen to Wang Teng. He hoped that Wang Teng did have a way and wasn't joking. The medical staff moved to the side and stared at Wang Teng curiously. They wanted to see what method he would use to treat the patients. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He released his light force and waved his hand. The bestow of the goddess rained down. Instantly, a light rain fell in the treatment room. The light droplets scattered over the patients' bodies and seeped into their skin. Soon they started to take effect. Wang Teng's bestow of the goddess was dense with a lot of light force instilled in it. Everyone moaned as they enjoyed the amazing feeling. Song Wanjiang and the medical staff were stunned. What was going on? What just happened? Why was everyone giving that expression? Weren't they half dead a moment ago? This change was too abrupt. It didn't make sense. Medical technology was advanced in this era. Normal injuries could heal completely with the help of some medical treatments and Dan medicine. Serious injuries were a little more difficult to cure. High-ranking Dan medicine was rare and expensive. The military couldn't give it to everyone in the troop. However, Wang Teng was able to heal them with a wave of his hand. Light rain scattered down and affected everyone who touched it. This wasn't a one-person effect either. It impacted everyone. The effects were amazing. It was almost unbelievable. Okay, after some time, Wang Teng stopped his bestow of the goddess and said to the dumbfounded medical staff, "I'm done. You can take it over from here." Before they could react, he walked out of the treatment room. The injured martial warriors were still immersed in the comfortable feeling. They didn't know that Wang Teng had left. If they did, they would have crawled up to thank him. The medical staff regained their senses and quickly inspected the injuries of the martial warriors. The effect seemed impressive, but as professionals, they believed in data. After a round of inspection, the data appeared better than before. They realized that the serious injuries before were in a better state now. Not only did the pain lessen, but it also made their subsequent procedures easier. The recovery period was also shortened. Some injuries that might have long-lasting repercussions became less grave. As long as they received proper treatment in the future, there wouldn't be any sequelae. The medical staff was astounded. Discussions were heard in the treatment room. This is amazing, unbelievable. What was that light rain just now? Our chief commander is incredible. He's like a nanny watching over this troop. A nanny? Indeed. Our chief commander is a nanny. Chapter 727. The alien awakens. Wang Teng didn't know that he was being called a nanny, but soon he found out. Song Wanjiang chased after him. He waited in the treatment room for the result and only came running after Wang Teng when he knew that everyone's injuries had gotten better. Nanny, chief commander, we still have many other injured martial warriors. Why don't you help them too? Everyone can recover faster and contribute to the troop more. Song Wanjiang dashed over and said, "What did you call me just now?" Wang Teng's gaze turned dangerous. He glared at Song Wanjiang. If he heard it right, this fellow had called him nanny. To hell with a nanny. Why don't you be the nanny? Wang Teng was infuriated and felt humiliated. He might be treating his troop well, but he wasn't a nanny. Chief Commander, you must have heard wrong. Song Wanjiang felt cold sweat on his forehead. His head went numb, and he almost shivered in fear. "Say it one more time, and I'll let you know the consequences," Wang Teng said fiercely. He must stop this trend before it started. If not, his reputation would be destroyed. Yes, Song Wanjiang replied readily. "All right, gather everyone on the deck." Wang Teng snorted. "I'll do it immediately." Song Wanjiang was elated. He went to carry out the order while almost skipping. Very soon, the deck was filled with martial warriors from the Black Sparrow troop. They were confused. They gathered in their little groups and discussed in low voices. Why did they gather us here? I don't know. I hope it ends soon. I need to go back to recuperate. Since they have gathered everyone, there must be something important. While everyone was talking, the martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger troop and the Xuanwu troop, who were on their own battlecraft, looked over curiously. Their attention was attracted. Very soon, Wang Teng arrived with Song Wanjiang and the other deputy commanders. Quiet. Song Wanjiang opened his mouth and said, "We've gathered everyone here because we want to let Chief Commander treat all of you." Treat us? Everyone glanced at one another in bewilderment. Their expressions were the same as the heavily injured patients from before. The Chief Commander was going to treat them? They found it absurd. Wang Teng saw their reaction, but he was too lazy to explain himself directly, executing his bestow of the goddess instead. The light rain fell and rained on everyone. Sigh, the doubtful martial warriors trembled and made an indescribable sigh uncontrollably. It wasn't just one or two martial warriors. All of them made the same sound. It was so loud that the other two battlecrafts also heard them. They were puzzled. What just happened? Why were the martial warriors from the Black Sparrow troop moaning suddenly? Although they had noticed the light rain, no one knew what it was. Light force was extremely rare, only Alais possessed it, so it was normal that no one had seen it before. By the time the martial warriors on the deck regained their senses, Wang Teng had left. They finally understood that the chief commander was indeed treating them. Moreover, the effects were amazing. "He's our nanny," someone suddenly said. These martial warriors were all young fellows. They played games normally, so they understood the other meaning of this word, nanny. Indeed, he's a nanny. Our Black Sparrow troop has our own nanny now. Everyone found this nickname appropriate and acknowledged it. It started spreading throughout the troop at the speed of light. Wang Teng didn't know anything. He had returned to his own room. He wanted to sit down and count his gains properly. His clone had brought back plenty of good stuff, including the alien spacecraft. He didn't have the time to investigate it properly in the past. Now it belonged to him, so he could do anything with it. The instant he sat down, Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng came to find him. They had heard of his nanny deeds. Normally, the three troops guarded their own territory, so they wouldn't know much about the Black Sparrow troop. Even if there were news, it would take a long time to reach them. However, they were parked side by side. News spread within a second, and it was not like Wang Teng planned to hide it. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng were anxious. There were many injured patients in their troops. If they weren't treated in time, there might be long-term side effects hindering their cultivation in the future. "Wang Teng, quick, follow me." Zhou Xuanwu pulled him out the instant he saw him.
"Wait, what are we doing? Can you explain first?"
Wang Teng was surprised. This was the first time he saw an impatient Zhou Xuanwu. He was puzzled.
"What explanation? We know about your nanny deeds. Quick, we need to save people,"
Zhou Xuanwu said. Wang Teng didn't hear much, but he heard the word nanny. His face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He pushed Zhou Xuanwu away and replied in anger, "Who are you calling a nanny? If anyone dares to say it again, I'll teach him a lesson." Chapter 728. The Alien Awakens 2. Zhou Xuanwu felt awkward and said in embarrassment, "That's a misunderstanding. Let's not talk about it anymore. Quick, saving lives is more important. We mustn't waste any time." Xiao Nanfeng chuckled to himself. He knew how narrow-minded Wang Teng was. If he laid his eyes on you, you would be in trouble. He felt fortunate that he didn't speak. If not, he might be the one saying, "Nanny." Wang Teng took a deep breath. He must be really unlucky to be given this nickname out of the blue. Besides, it was such a speechless nickname. Who did he provoke? Let's go. He walked out with a grim expression. He wouldn't joke about saving lives. Okay. Zhou Xuanwu followed him carefully. At the moment, a 13-star high-tier general stage martial warrior seemed like a sidekick. He smiled and didn't dare to offend Wang Teng again. The following matters were simple. Wang Teng executed the bestow of the goddess 2 times with a wave of his hand and treated the seriously injured patients from the 2 troops. Then he left with a black face. This nickname would stick with him after this matter ended. He was certain of it. Wang Teng arrived at his room and sighed. There were too many mishaps in his life. He was so unlucky. He did a good deed, yet he still ended up with a weird nickname. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Gradually, his consciousness entered the space fragment in his mind. There was a circular spacecraft placed in the middle, taking up a large section of the space fragment. The spacecraft was entirely black. It gave off an eerie and deep feeling. No gaps could be found on its surface. Wang Teng remembered the scene he saw inside the spacecraft. There were no cracks inside either. It was amazing. He wondered what technology was used to build this spacecraft. Wang Teng wanted to enter the spacecraft, but he realized that he was in a spiritual form. Even if he went inside, he couldn't touch anything. How was he supposed to investigate the spacecraft? Outside, Wang Teng frowned. He contemplated and said, "By right. If I can keep things inside, I should be able to enter too. He decided to give it a try once he thought of it. But before this, I should leave a clone outside just to be safe. Wang Teng started putting his thoughts into motion. He merged his force and spirit and formed a special mist. The mist in front of him started changing shape. Another Wang Teng appeared gradually. "I'll leave you outside," Wang Teng said. The clone sat down cross-legged on the bed and nodded with a smile. "No problem. Go ahead." Wang Teng nodded. He activated his mind and employed the method he used to store the other items on himself. Slash! In an instant, his figure disappeared. The clone's eyes flickered and he muttered to himself. His body disappeared and I can't sense the presence of the space fragment. This is a paradox. The space fragment is inside his body, but he can enter the space fragment. Interesting? Forget it. I can't make sense of it. Let the real Wang Teng think about it. The clone shook his head and gloated. He slowly closed his eyes and started meditating like an old monk, disregarding everything that was happening outside. Wang Teng also knew the situation outside through his clone. It was just like he imagined. But when he knew what his clone was thinking, he wanted to laugh. "You are my clone. Shouldn't you help me? Why are you gloating when you see me facing a hard question?" Wang Teng shook his head and walked into the spacecraft. It felt different this time. His mentality had changed. Last time he had sneaked in, unlike his swaggering style. Now he wasn't worried about anyone finding him. Wang Teng passed through the hall and entered the room where the alien was. These aliens were kept in sleeping cabins. They weren't dead, but their vitality was weak. However, they couldn't escape his eyes of essence. He didn't look at them carefully in the past because the situation didn't allow him to. Wang Teng came to the room directly and opened the door. He walked in. The aliens were still hibernating. There was no movement. Wang Teng walked to the sleeping cabins and frowned in deep thought. He hadn't thought of what to do with these aliens. Through the transparent sleeping cabins, he could see that the aliens inside were locked up. They were tied to the bottom of the sleeping cabins and couldn't move, with his level of rune mastery. Wang Teng noticed the runes on the locks. They were especially used to seal one's force. They were different from the other binding runes he saw in the past, but they were profound. This was why he felt at ease. Who knew if these aliens woke up suddenly and ran out? Wang Teng had no idea who they were. They might cause trouble if they ran wild. He complete a couple of rounds and confirmed that there was nothing strange. He decided to look at other areas to understand the operations of this spacecraft. He might be able to get some information about these aliens. But just as Wang Teng was about to walk out of the room, his expression changed. He turned around abruptly with a vigilant expression. Just now, a strange voice had suddenly rang in his mind. "Young man." The voice was strange, but he was speaking in Country Zaya's language. Thus, he understood Wang Teng's body tensed up. He was the only person from Country Sia here. The others were hibernating aliens. This was his space fragment. There were no other living creatures here. So, were these aliens talking to him just now? Wang Teng turned serious. He glanced at the sleeping cabin. It would be troublesome if they woke up. But when he scanned the cabins, none of them had opened their eyes. They were in the same posture. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He activated his eyes of essence to see which one was awake. Very soon he found his target. One of them was indeed awake. After receiving the eyes of essence, Wang Teng experimented with it many times, including using it to observe the difference between a person's soul and body when he was awake and sleeping. Normally, when a person was asleep, the cells in their body and their souls would be sleeping too. If they were awake, they would be more active. There was a huge difference. You couldn't tell the difference from the outside. However, if you observed it at the microscopic level, it was easy to observe. Wang Teng sneered. Despite being awake, he was using this method to communicate with him. It looked like his condition was bad. That was why he put on this show in an attempt to fool him. However, he was always the one to fool others. What a joke! Does he think he can fool me? He should be glad that I didn't fool him. Wang Teng decided to beat him at his own game. He pretended to panic and said, Who's speaking? Come out. The Oscar winner was in action. Don't be nervous, young man. The voice resounded again. Who are you? Come out. If you don't, I'll leave. Wang Teng pretended to be scared. He seemed ready to escape at any moment. The alien felt speechless. Why was he so afraid of death? Look at how timid he was. I'm in front of you. I have no evil intention. The alien had no choice but to be direct. He was afraid that the young man would really run away if he frightened him. In front of me? Wang Teng glanced at the sleeping cabin ahead and exclaimed in astonishment, Are you the alien? To be more exact, we are Plato beings, the voice replied. Plato beings? Wang Teng muttered. He stammered and asked, What do you want to do? Don't worry, Plato beings are a peaceful race. I won't do anything to you. I just want to have a chat with you. I hope that we can cooperate just like how we worked together with the human before you. The voice continued. Chapter 729. Young man, is there anything you want? Cooperate. Wang Teng was stunned. This wasn't what he expected. This alien who called himself a Plato being wanted to cooperate with him. No, he must be lying. Those who are not our kin are sure to be of a different heart. This Plato being must have other intentions. Wang Teng wasn't stupid. He immediately guessed that the other party had ulterior motives. However, he didn't think that the Pope had agreed to work together with these aliens. Where did he get the confidence to do that? Wasn't he afraid of getting fooled by them? Wang Teng finally understood why the Zhenli clan managed to make so much progress in their research. It must have something to do with this collaboration. Wang Teng snorted in his heart, but he didn't display it on his face. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Cooperate? How? Very simple. Let's make an exchange. Tell me what you want, and I'll ask a favor from you that's of equal value, the awakened Plato being said. I see. This sounds fair. Wang Teng touched his chin and said in contemplation. The Plato being was elated. This young man was easier to fool than the other human. He hadn't even started his speech. Yet this fellow was already duped. Oh, right. What's your name? Wang Teng suddenly asked. My name is Shadidi, Plato. The Plato being replied after a moment of silence. Shadidi? Wang Teng was stunned. What kind of stupid name is that? Was this fellow serious? Wang Teng felt that this name was too casual. Also, this Plato being used the planet's name as his surname. He suspected that the other party was lying. I'm not lying. Our names are all like this. Everyone uses our planet's name as our surname. Shadidi knew what Wang Teng was thinking, so he hurriedly explained himself. All right, stupid little brother, Wang Teng nodded. It's Shadidi, the Plato being emphasized. Why are you familiar with our language? Wang Teng asked. We have an advanced translation technology. I've already grasped all the languages on this planet, including Country Zea's language, Shadidi said proudly. To show off, he spoke some of the more common languages on this planet. He didn't care if Wang Teng understood him or not. Wang Teng didn't care either. It was easy for him to learn a language. He just needed to pick up some language attribute bubbles. This stupid little brother was seriously an idiot. Why was he boasting in front of him? Wang Teng rolled his eyes in contempt secretly. Wow, amazing. However, he still pretended to be amazed. So, do you want this language translation technology? Shadidi asked in delight. No. Wang Teng refused. Shadidi was stunned. He seemed impressed. Why did he reject him so quickly and decisively? It was as if he was faking it. What do you want? Shadidi sighed and asked, What do you have that's worth exchanging? Wang Teng replied to him with a question of his own. I have a high-tech device that can allow you to teleport. What do you think? Shadidi pondered for a moment before saying, Teleport. Wang Teng was surprised. After all, Earth's technology hadn't advanced to that level yet. Indeed, the Plato civilization was outstanding. They could travel through the universe and come to Earth. What do you think? With this teleportation device, you will have an advantage during a battle. You can catch your opponent off guard and defeat them. Any enemy will become useless in front of you. You will reach the peak of your life and become the cream of the crop on earth. You will be admired and praised by everyone. Think about the good life you will have. Shah Didi started brainwashing Wang Teng. He was like a salesman trying to induce Wang Teng to buy his products. Actually, the teleportation device wasn't as amazing. First, you needed to charge it with a special energy. Every single usage required a large amount of such energy, so ordinary people couldn't afford to use it. Shah Didi was digging a hole for Wang Teng to jump. Once Wang Teng used the teleportation device and got a taste of its power, he would seek more and more energy to charge this device. At that time, Wang Teng would have to come and find him again. The teleportation device wasn't convenient either. It needed a long time to charge, so you needed to prepare before you used it. The most lethal disadvantage was its short distance of teleportation. Also, the location you got teleported was random. If your enemy caught you or discovered your destination, all the efforts would be in vain. Of course, you could use this device to save yourself at crucial times. Also, if you used it properly, you could surprise your opponents during a battle. This was why Shah Didi used it to trick Wang Teng. He had to make sure that this device could continue attracting Wang Teng in the future. Unfortunately, this was a useless object to Wang Teng. It held no attraction to him at all. He was a genius who possessed space talent. He could travel through space without using any teleportation device, and the effects were much better. It wouldn't require additional energy and was convenient and environment-friendly. If Shah Didi knew his jaws might drop, a space talent was rare even in the universe. Yet a human on Earth possessed it. How was it possible? How far can you teleport? Wang Teng had decided to reject him. He twirled his pupils and asked a sharp question. Probably within 10 kilometers. Shah Didi hesitated before replying to him. He smiled and tried to entice Wang Teng again. Don't look down on this distance if you use it properly. It can have unexpected results. Fine. I don't want it. What can you do with 10 kilometers? Wang Teng rejected instantly. Shah Didi, he was rejected again. Rejected without any mercy. Shah Didi felt exasperated. This wasn't what he had expected. Why didn't this young man take his bait? How could this country bumpkin from Earth resist this temptation? Shah Didi was cursing in his heart. He felt that all his efforts were futile. He was helpless. He made an important bet. Young man, I think you don't have a suitable weapon, right? Well, I have one forged by a grandmaster blacksmith using the star bone of a universe behemoth. With it, you will possess unparalleled battle power and be undefeatable among your peers. Do you want it? Shah Didi asked. It has the same pronunciation as stupid little brother in Chinese. Chapter 730, Spiritual Duel. Universe Behemoth. Wang Teng was tempted this time. The bait Shah Didi threw out had attracted his attention, but he was a little puzzled. What's the difference between the universe behemoth and our star beasts? Wang Teng asked. Haha, don't compare the universe behemoth with an ordinary star beast. They're two different concepts. Shah Didi scoffed. What's the difference? Wang Teng wasn't angered by his attitude. Instead, he got more curious. The universe behemoth is a powerful presence. Any creature that's given the title has the ability to destroy a planet. Do you think an ordinary star beast can be compared to it? A normal star beast is nothing in front of a universe behemoth. Wang Teng was astounded. Was the universe behemoth so impressive? A universe behemoth could destroy a planet. What kind of presence was that? Wang Teng suddenly felt fortunate. The Earth had never met a universe behemoth in the past. If not, it wouldn't be able to withstand a single breath from that beast. How scary. Suddenly he felt excited. Since the universe behemoth was so powerful, the weapon made from its starbone must be an ultimate divine weapon, right? Wang Teng suddenly felt curious. Did this guy have this weapon? Was he honestly willing to take it out to exchange with him? Since the universe behemoth is so powerful, how are you able to get its star bone to forge a weapon? Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? We found this treasure after spending much time and effort. If you want it, I can exchange it with you. Of course, you need to give me something in return, Sha Didi said confidently. What do you want? Wang Teng asked with shimmering eyes. It's not about what I want, it's about what you can give. The universe behemoth is precious and extremely rare. I can't give it to you easily. Let me think about it. Wang Teng pretended to be in deep thought in his heart. He was sniggering. This stupid little brother must have some big ambitions. That was why he threw such a huge temptation out. Think about it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Sha Didi didn't urge him. Then a moment of silence ensued. This was a fight of patience. They waited to see who would speak up first. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry either. He didn't believe that Sha Didi would be able to take out a divine weapon. Even if he did have it, he wouldn't give it to him. If he took it out, he would definitely snatch it from him like a dog snatching meat. Wait, he wasn't a dog. All in all, Wang Teng felt that he was lying. Hence, Wang Teng decided to grasp the initiative. Oh, right? Wang Teng suddenly shouted. Sha Didi was elated. He thought that Wang Teng couldn't stand it anymore. Since you're already awake, why don't you open your eyes? You have no sincerity. Are you trying to trick me? Wang Teng took a few steps back and said with vigilance. Sha Didi felt like cursing. You sure took your sweet time to notice this. He had been closing his eyes for almost half a day. If he wanted to do something, he would have done it already. He wouldn't need to wait. You're lying, right? Everything you said is fake universe. Behemoth Starbone, you're just lying. You're a bad person, Wang Teng shouted. Wait, Sha Didi yelled back. I wasn't lying. I didn't open my eyes because I just woke up and my eyes haven't gotten used to this environment. I didn't think that you would misunderstand. I'll open them now. Let's chat properly. Don't run away. I have no evil intention. He coaxed many times before Wang Teng stopped and looked at him curiously. Sha Didi was afraid that he would run away again, so he quickly opened his eyes. However, he saw a pair of eyes with a strange crimson glint staring at him. Awa. Oh shit. Sha Didi was shocked. He wanted to close his eyes immediately. It's too late. Wang Teng mocked. He instilled his spiritual power into Sha Didi's eyes, filling them with crimson red light. Sha Didi's gaze turned muddy. Wang Teng's spiritual power had invaded his consciousness. Huh? At this moment he got a shock. When he was invading Sha Didi's consciousness, he felt resistance. A powerful spiritual power was circling in Sha Didi's consciousness. It involuntarily turned into a defensive wall, blocking Wang Teng's spiritual power. Get out! Sha Didi's angry voice sounded in his consciousness. He has Imperial Realm's spiritual sour, Wang Teng muttered to himself in surprise. He could sense that Sha Didi's spiritual power had reached the same realm as him. This was the first time he met someone on his level, but he came from another planet, so it wasn't strange. Fortunately, Sha Didi seemed to have just entered the Imperial Realm. Hence, there was still a huge difference between them. Stop struggling in vain, Wang Teng snorted. He instantly elevated his spiritual power. Wang Teng's spiritual power formed numerous thorns in his mind and flew toward the shield. Spirit penetration. Wang Teng used a spiritual attack on Sha Didi. Damn it, it's a spiritual attack. Sha Didi's voice was filled with anxiety. He shouted, Spiritual shield, block it for me. A spiritual shield created from spiritual power appeared not far away from Wang Teng. Clang, clang, in an instant, metallic sounds were heard in their mind. Wang Teng's spirit penetration collided with his opponent's spiritual shield without any sparks. They started destroying each other. Sha Didi's spiritual shield managed to block Wang Teng's spiritual attack, spiritual defense. Wang Teng was elated. This was good stuff. It was a spiritual defense skill. He wanted it. Young man? You're a sly person. I almost fell for your trap. However, you won't be able to reach my consciousness. Sha Didi's voice resounded in his mind. He sounded furious yet proud at the same time. Really? Wang Teng snorted. He was too naive if he thought that he could block his attack. Just like that. More. he added more blank attributes to his spirit penetration. Wang Teng had never used his spirit penetration ever since he received it. Hence it was maintained at the foundation stage. His saved-up blank attributes came in handy now. He used them to raise his spirit penetration's level, increasing it from foundation to well-versed small achievement, big achievement, and finally perfected stage. Spirit penetration, 3,000, 3,000, perfected. The level up cost him close to 5,000 blank attributes. Fortunately, Wang Teng had accumulated many blank attributes, so he had a choice. Try my attack again. Wang Teng smiled and released his spiritual power one more time. It gathered in front of him. Very soon, sharp and long spears appeared in Shadidi's consciousness. His attack went from thorns to spears. The difference was huge. Shadidi had a bad premonition when he heard Wang Teng's confident boast. Seeing the long spears, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "How is this possible, you?" Shadidi stuttered as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't even perform this powerful spiritual attack. Yet, this earthling was able to do it. He couldn't believe his eyes. Go. Wang Teng was too lazy to waste any time. He moved his thoughts and the spears shot towards the spiritual shield with a sharp glint. Shadidi was flabbergasted. He released the spiritual power in the depth of his mind to withstand Wang Teng's attack. Boom! The spears had slammed into his spiritual shield, giving birth to a loud explosion in his consciousness. Shadidi screamed in pain. Ah! Cracks started appearing on the spiritual shield. Shadidi no longer felt delighted or arrogant. He shouted in a hurry. "Stop! Stop this immediately!" Wang Teng sneered. He didn't show any signs of stopping. In fact, he added more spiritual power, and the spears increased in intensity. Bang! Ah! Spiritual shield collapsed, and Shadidi screamed in agony again. Chapter 731. Spiritual Contract and the Spacecraft Core. 1. As the spiritual shield shattered, Wang Teng finally saw the scenery in the depth of Shadidi's mind. There was a ball of smoke made from his spirit floating in his consciousness. It kept tossing, turning, and screaming in pain. This was Shadidi's spirit. However, his spirit was being mauled cruelly at this moment, so it was very weak. One couldn't tell that it was at the Imperial Realm. Unluckily, he met Wang Teng, who was also at the Imperial Realm. Also, Wang Teng didn't just reach the Imperial Realm. His spiritual power was almost at the intermediate level, while Shadidi's seemed to be at the beginner stage. He had probably just set foot into the Imperial Realm. In addition, Wang Teng possessed the perfected stage spirit penetration. Shadidi had no chance of resisting. After he succeeded, his gaze landed on the area where the spiritual shield had cracked. A few attribute bubbles had dropped there. That was right. Attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was stunned. Attribute bubbles could appear in the consciousness. They were everywhere. Let me give a thumbs up to the system. Wang Teng didn't hesitate and picked up the attribute bubbles. Spiritual Shield 25, Imperial Realm Spirit 65, Spiritual Shield 30, Imperial Realm Spirit 115, Imperial Realm Spirit 85, Spiritual Shield 18. When these attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, he froze for a moment. He knew that there would be Spiritual Shield and Imperial Realm Spirit attribute bubbles, but he didn't expect such a large number. He received 73 points of Spiritual Shield attributes and 265 points of Imperial Realm Spirit. As the Spiritual Shield entered his body, the related cultivation method also appeared in his mind. The scenes of cultivation floated into his memory too. In these images, a Plato being who looked like Shadidi was cultivating. He controlled his spiritual power and tried many times to assemble it into a shield. At first, he could only form a shield the size of his palm. It was translucent and broke at a single touch. However, through his perseverance and effort, the shield got stronger and bigger. Toward the end, the shield reached the size of the one Shadidi formed when he was fighting with Wang Teng. This was obviously Shadidi's cultivation process. This knowledge and understanding had become part of Wang Teng's memory now and turned into his experience and enlightenment. Wang Teng only had 73 points of spiritual shield, so he wouldn't be able to reach Sha Didi's level at once. Spiritual shield 63-100, well versed. However, Wang Teng was satisfied. He received another spirit skill, and it was the defense skill he lacked. This was a great gain. Also, he had added 265 points of Imperial Realm spirit directly to his spirit attribute tally. He didn't need to divide them multiple times like in the past. If it had Spiritual Realm or Emperor Realm, only a fraction of the actual amount would be added to his attribute count. Spirit 2027 3000, Imperial Realm. Wang Teng looked at his Imperial Realm spirit on his attributes panel. It had exceeded the 2000 mark. He was overjoyed. This was a huge rise. Who on earth are you? Why? How can you possess such powerful spiritual power? Sha Didi's furious voice burst out from the ball of spirit, attracting Wang Teng's attention. The voice was filled with disbelief. He didn't think that an earthling would possess a higher spiritual power than him. Me? I'm merely an earthling, just like what you think, Wang Teng said calmly. As they were speaking, his spiritual power swarmed towards the ball of spirit, closing in on Sha Didi gradually. Damn it, don't come over. Sha Didi's ball of spirit kept retreating. He was afraid of Wang Teng and didn't dare to get too close to him. Wang Teng didn't get impatient. He seemed calm and composed like a cat hunting a mouse. He felt that Sha Didi wouldn't be able to escape. The rat was trapped in the hole. He kept his distance to prevent Sha Didi from pouncing on him. After all, he didn't know what other methods this alien had up his sleeves. Don't you want to have an exchange with me? What are you afraid of? Wang Teng stepped closer and said with a smile. Sha Didi felt like cursing. If he still didn't understand that he was fooled, he would be an idiot. This earthling must have realized his intentions right at the start, but he still wasted time enticing him. How bored must he be to do such a useless thing? Sha Didi almost went crazy. His eyes were filled with bitterness. He felt helpless and weak like a little child who got bullied. What do you want? Sha Didi asked in anger. Give me everything you have and I might consider letting you go, Wang Teng said. What a huge appetite you have. Sha Didi was astounded. The demands of this earthling exceeded his expectation. No wonder he didn't get fooled. What a sly fellow. This little creature didn't seem like an earthling. The other humans he met were ambitious, but there was a limit to it. They took the bait obediently after a few temptations. Chapter 732. Spiritual Contract and the Spacecraft Core. 2. Last time. That human felt deeply grateful towards him once he gave him some small benefits. He was so happy that he almost lost himself. Yet his methods didn't work on this young man. This young man wanted to snatch everything from him. My appetite has always been good. Wang Teng smiled and replied. At this moment, Sha Didi was forced to the edge of his consciousness. Everyone's consciousness had different sizes. Sha Didi's mind was only this big. Sha Didi's spirit started shivering. It shrunk to a corner of his consciousness. It stopped beating around the bush and told his intention directly, "Let me go, and I'll tell you how to control the spacecraft." Oh! Wang Teng was stunned. You want to give me the spacecraft? Yes, if you're willing to let me go, the entire spacecraft will be yours, including everything inside. I will leave Earth and never come back, Sha Didi said hurriedly. How can you leave Earth without the spacecraft? Wang Teng asked curiously. You don't have to worry about that. We have our way of temporarily surviving in outer space. If you let me go, the deal will be fixed. Is that so? Wang Teng touched his chin and pretended to be in deep thought. After some time, he nodded and said, I can let you go. Killing you doesn't give me any benefits. However, you need to tell me how to control the spacecraft first. This is the prerequisite. Sha Didi was elated. I can tell you how to control the spacecraft, but you need to sign a spiritual contract with me to ensure the fairness of this deal. A spiritual contract? Wang Teng repeated the words in surprise. He felt confused. This spiritual contract seemed like an interesting item. use the spiritual contract to ensure the fairness of the deal. Could it be that their civilization had grasped some profound rules he didn't know? That's right, a spiritual contract. Once the people who sign the spiritual contract disobey the rules, they will get punished by the power of the contract. In less serious cases, their souls will get injured and they will become crippled. In the more serious ones, the souls will get destroyed. They will die instantly. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. Suddenly he asked, "Are you trying to trick me by using the rules of the contract?" "How is that possible?" Shah Didi was stunned. He said hurriedly, "If you don't believe me, you can write the rules. I'll not interfere." "All right, it's decided then." Wang Teng pretended to be reluctant as he nodded. Then he asked, "Where's the spiritual contract?" "I have a space item on my wrist. The spiritual contract is kept inside." Wang Teng nodded. He moved his thoughts and his consciousness returned to his body. However, a portion of his spiritual power still remained in Shah Didi's mind to prevent him from creating any trouble. With his current condition, it was impossible for him to turn the tides around anyway. Shah Didi took out an item from his space wristwatch and said, "Open my sleeping cabin and I will send this out." "It's all right. I can take it," Wang Teng said calmly. Shah Didi was wondering how he would take the spiritual contract when he felt the weight on his hand disappear. The item was already gone. What is this? Shah Didi was dumbfounded. He didn't see how Wang Teng did it, but with his experience he immediately guessed the method. He was flabbergasted. This young man can control space. That's right, only space power can do this. Wang Teng didn't care about what Shah Didi thought. His gaze landed on the item in his hand. This was a rectangular wooden box made from some unknown material. It was thick and sturdy and felt heavy. There were many patterns on the surface, too. It looked simple and unpretentious. "This feels ceremonial," Wang Teng muttered to himself. He used his eyes of essence to look at the content inside. After confirming that it was safe, he used his spiritual power to open the box. He didn't use his hands. Click. The wooden box opened as per normal. Nothing amiss happened. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He wasn't afraid of death, but it was always good to be careful in front of this unknown alien. If not, he might die without any warning. There was an ancient scroll made of beast skin in the box. It didn't look special, but with his stronger origin of soul, he felt a special spiritual fluctuation. There were spiritual fluctuations on the scroll. Wang Teng was surprised. His eyes of essence was still activated, but he realized that he couldn't see the essence of this scroll. "Interesting." Wang Teng smiled with interest. He added blank attributes to his eyes of essence. He had just received the eyes of essence not long ago, so it was still at the beginner stage. Eyes of essence, 1/10, beginner. If he wanted to rise to another level, he needed 10 points of attributes. However, Wang Teng knew that the eyes of essence was the same as the spiritual sight. It might look like 10 attribute points, but in reality, more blank attributes were required. As expected, the blank attributes started decreasing dramatically. At the same time, Wang Teng's eyes started twitching uncontrollably. He lost 10,000 blank attributes before the eyes of essence reached the intermediate stage. Wang Teng's face turned green. Damn it, this eyes of essence was scarier than the spiritual sight. This skill could empty his blank attributes instantly. He couldn't afford to raise it, mind you. He had exerted a lot of time and effort to accumulate 50,000 points of blank attributes, yet a fifth of it was used in an instant, and more would be needed in the future. He didn't have the points to raise it anymore. Rise of Essence, 1/100, intermediate in C. Wang Teng stopped immediately when he saw the eyes of essence rising in level. The intermediate stage was enough. If there was a need, he would continue raising its level in the future. Wang Teng continued looking at the spiritual contract. The eyes of essence passed through layers of obstacles and saw the essence of the contract. That was a ball of strange energy. It seemed like a certain power of contract. Wang Teng remembered the strength of Ultima he had received from the ancient god's corpse. This power was even more frightening and profound than the strength of Ultima. Wang Teng had never seen this energy before. How did you get this spiritual contract? Wang Teng turned and asked Sha Didi with a strange gaze. I bought it. It's very expensive. How is it made? Who made it? Wang Teng asked again. It's made by runmasters who have grasped the power of contract. Only they can make this amazing spiritual contract. Sha Didi replied directly. Wang Teng nodded as he pondered. He stopped asking. He had gotten all the answers he wanted. Sha Didi wasn't a runmaster, so he wouldn't get anything else out of him. In that case, let's sign the contract, Wang Teng said. How do I use this? You can write the transaction rules on the contract, then use your origin of soul to sign your name and pass me to sign, Sha Didi explained. Wang Teng nodded. He followed the instructions and handed the spiritual contract to Sha Didi after completing everything. Sha Didi looked at the content carefully. He reread it 5 times to ensure that there were no problems before signing his name. It's done, right? Wang Teng asked. Yes. Sha Didi nodded. Then he used voice transmission to tell Wang Teng how to control the universe spacecraft without any hesitation. He also took out an ice blue cube and said, This is the core of the spacecraft. I've already erased the spiritual marks inside. You just have to carve your spiritual mark here and you can control the spacecraft. Can you let me go now? Wang Teng used his space talent to take the core. He waited on his hand and nodded. Once I have tested and confirmed that everything is fine, I'll let you go. Chapter 733. MIC 3957. Inside the Plato being's spacecraft. Wang Teng followed Sha Didi's instructions and arrived at the control room. The control room was right in the center of the spacecraft. This was an extremely important location. Once the control room was damaged, there would be a breakdown and the entire spacecraft would be destroyed. Wang Teng didn't know if there were any faults in the spacecraft. After all, it was attacked when it landed. However, based on Sha Didi's attitude, the problem wasn't huge. He would be seeking death if he used a useless spacecraft to transact with him. Very soon, Wang Teng walked through a corridor made of metal and came in front of a silver-white metallic door. Is this the place? Wang Teng recalled Sha Didi's instructions and opened a screen beside the door. He entered the code Sha Didi had told him. The door slowly opened with a beep. This wasn't a large room, but it looked like a scene from a science fiction movie. All the devices were turned off, and the control room was dull and silent. The entire spacecraft was in hibernation. The core cube was needed to activate it. Wang Teng walked over and smiled. The Pope had the spacecraft for a long time, but he didn't manage to enter the core area yet. Wang Teng did it. He walked to the center of the control room as he thought about this. There was a seat there, the only seat in the control room. Wang Teng sat down and tilted the seat to the most comfortable angle. At this moment, the floor in front of the seat vibrated and a dark golden pillar rose up gradually. There was a square hole in the pillar. This was where he should place the core cube. I hope you didn't lie to me. If not, Wang Teng took out the core cube and instilled his spiritual power into it. If he wanted to leave his spiritual mark in the cube, he needed to use his spiritual power. The process was smooth. Wang Teng successfully left his mark in the cube without any accidents. Blue lines started glowing on the core cube. The patterns were extremely simple at the start, but they soon spread throughout the entire cube. There were countless lines on it. Wang Teng's gaze lit up. He could clearly sense the connection between him and the cube. It looked like Sha Didi wasn't lying to him. He seemed to trust the power of the spiritual contract entirely. If not, he wouldn't have given Wang Teng control of the spacecraft so easily. Unfortunately, a smirk appeared on the edge of Wang Teng's lips as he thought of something. I just need to place the cube into the pillar. Wang Teng placed the core cube into the hole in the golden pillar without any hesitation. Once the core cube was placed into the hole, the blue lights on the cube merged into the golden pillar, and numerous blue lines started to appear on the golden pillar too. The lines covered the entire surface and stretched all the way onto the floor. It was connected to the entire spacecraft. Wang Teng was curious. The technology used to create this spacecraft was interesting, giving people an impressive feeling. Suddenly, the entire command room lit up. All the devices entered work mode and woke up from their slumber. My dear Master, welcome to the Minos 3 spacecraft. I'm the Intelligent System MiG 3957, a gentle voice sounded in the command room suddenly. MiG 3957. Wang Teng didn't like this name. He wanted to complain. Why don't you call yourself 9527? Intelligent System, Wang Teng called. Yes, you can call me MiG 3957, the voice was heard again. MiG 3957. Why is this your name? Wang Teng asked curiously. That's because I'm the 957th Minos 3 spacecraft made by the Mark Technology Company, MiG 3957 said. Your name is so random? Wang Teng couldn't help but complain. MiG 3957, don't you have a hologram? Wang Teng thought of his Queen Phoenix battlecraft. These two spacecraft couldn't be compared in terms of technology, but the Queen Phoenix battlecraft had a virtual image for its intelligent system. This was a humane design, yet this high-tech spacecraft didn't have it. My previous master didn't set a virtual image for me. If you like it, I can show you a sample. I can come out at any moment. It's a piece of cake. MiG 3957's voice was filled with confidence. Yes, Wang Teng heard confidence in its voice. It looked like the intelligence system was extremely high-tech. It exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. Never mind, it's fine. Wang Teng felt embarrassed to create the virtual image. Its previous master was most likely Shah Didi. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't either. Okay. 3975. What's the condition of this spacecraft? Wang Teng finally asked the crucial question. The instant he threw this question out, a screen appeared in front of Wang Teng with blue-colored data floating on it. My dear master, this spacecraft is 15% damaged. The main force engine isn't damaged, but 2 out of the 6 auxiliary engines are unfunctional. 30% of the reserve energy is still available. MiG 3957 started introducing. Force engine. Wang Teng started pondering. Yes, the spacecraft uses a force compression unit to compress mass reserves of constellation force into energy to sustain the sailing of the spacecraft, MiG 3957 said. Constellation force, Wang Teng nodded. He asked, Can we set sail right now? No problem, MiG 3957 replied. No hurry. We'll have a chance to try it in the future. Wang Teng shook his head. Continue to hibernate. Yes, my dear master. MiG 3957 obeyed Wang Teng's order and went silent. The entire command room dimmed. Wang Teng took out the core cube and closed the command room. He went back to the room where the aliens were sleeping. How is it? You should have controlled the spacecraft already, right? Can you let me go now? Shah Didi asked as soon as he saw Wang Teng coming back. Don't be impatient. Wang Teng smiled. Don't forget that we have signed the spiritual contract. If you renege, there will be serious consequences. Shah Didi's expression changed as he threatened him. Ah, that will be so scary. Wang Teng pretended to be scared, patting his chest. Shah Didi was rendered speechless. Could you be a little more fake? He suddenly had a bad feeling. This fellow didn't seem scared. Was he honestly not afraid of the power of the spiritual contract? That was impossible. Chapter 734. An astonishing piece of news. Shah Didi was stunned by his own thoughts, but the instant this thought appeared, he shook his head and denied it. No one could disregard the power of the contract, not even formidable martial warriors in the universe. This earthling wouldn't be able to do it. Are you sure you signed the spiritual contract? 2 items suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's hands. One was a spiritual contract, while the other was an ordinary beast scroll. Shah Didi's bad feeling got stronger. Wang Teng smiled as he opened the 2 scrolls. Placing them in front of Shah Didi, the spiritual contract was empty. Their previous transaction was written on an ordinary scroll. How is this possible? Shah Didi squinted. His expression changed entirely, and he started screaming in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. You got tricked. Wang Teng gave an evil smile. He had used spiritual illusion while signing the contract. Shah Didi's spiritual power was injured, so he failed to detect it. "You're despicable." Shah Didi was indignant. He had no choice but to accept fate. The truth was laid out in front of him. He had to believe it. However, he didn't understand how Wang Teng swapped the two scrolls. "You know why you came to Earth," Wang Teng sneered. Shah Didi's gaze flickered. He admitted that they had evil intentions when they discovered this planet outside of the Olent Federation. Thrilled and exhilarated, they lost their cool before they landed. They realized that this planet was extremely backward. The strongest warrior hadn't even reached the planetary stage. They could easily take over this remote and underdeveloped planet, even though they were almost the weakest in the universe. Thus, they let down their guards. This caused an accident when they landed on this planet. They didn't realize that there was a space overlap on this planet. They only noticed it when they got closer and their spacecraft got affected by the power of space. They reacted in time, but all of them got grievously injured by the frightening power of space. A human found them coincidentally and captured them. Thinking back about it, it was a sorrowful event. This was a great chance for them to get wealthy. Mind you, in the universe, a planet with life was an important resource. This planet was enough to generate real wealth. If they did it properly, they might obtain part of the operations and earn for the rest of their lives. The mission of universe explorers like them was to find planets. That was why they traveled thousands of miles in space. Also, this might not be a bad thing for the locals on this planet. They could get advanced technologies and higher martial arts paths. It was better than living in stupidity for the rest of their lives. Of course, this was their own wishful thinking. Which planet would want to sell itself? Wang Teng didn't know any of the details, but he could guess from Shah Didi's expression. These aliens had no good intentions. "What do you want?" Shah Didi snorted. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape from Wang Teng. Thus, he stopped hoping. Explorers like them fought their way through the universe. The universe was a mysterious place with countless dangers. None of the explorers were easy to deal with. Cough, even if he was afraid of death, he wouldn't show it. "Why don't I suggest an exchange with you?" Wang Teng smiled. An exchange? Shah Didi felt exasperated. He said this to Wang Teng some time ago, but now their roles were switched. He knew that the other party had his own intentions, but he wouldn't give up easily when there was a chance. If he didn't have to die, he wouldn't want to. "What exchange?" Shah Didi asked in frustration. "It's very simple." Wang Teng opened his mouth and looked into Shah Didi's serious gaze. Before he finished his sentence, a crimson glow appeared. "Bewitch." Damn it. This move again. Shah Didi was stunned. His expression changed, but this time he had no chance of resisting. His mind trembled, and he lost his consciousness. An exchange? Only an idiot will make a deal with you. Wang Teng smirked. He confirmed that Shah Didi had lost consciousness before questioning him. Under the bewitch skill, Shah Didi told him everything he knew. Very soon, Wang Teng dug out all the secrets of these aliens. The more Shah Didi said, the more serious Wang Teng's expression got. He could see a large universe map gradually opening in front of him. The world was vast, and there were numerous complicated races in it. They were also formidable presences that could rule the universe. All these things were a huge stimulation to him. This was beyond comprehension. There was a large world outside Earth. In this universe, there were also powerful martial arts civilizations many times stronger than Earth. Mind you, if the Xingwu continent didn't get connected to Earth, it might still be an ordinary planet with no martial arts. Earth was an underdeveloped planet. Wang Teng took a deep breath after some time. There was a strange glint in his eyes as he muttered to himself. The Olent Federation. Planetary stage, universe explorers. Selling planets with life on it. All these astonishing pieces of news jumped out of Wang Teng's mouth. If there were other people present, they would be dumbfounded. This was too much information. Even Wang Teng was at a loss. He wanted to report this information to the higher authorities of country Jia and the world after all. This was important news for Earth, but the impact was too huge. He wouldn't know what to say even if he wanted to. Wang Teng thought for a moment and gave up on this idea. Some people might lay their eyes on his spacecraft if he revealed the information. At that time, things would become troublesome. Although he didn't plan to hide it, he wanted to wait until he was strong enough. At that time, no one would dare to touch his things. It wouldn't take long at that moment. Shah Didi woke up and looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. His heart was filled with despair. This fellow was a devil. Everything he said was fake. An exchange? He was lying to him again. Shah Didi recalled what happened and realized that he had been tricked all the way. His bluffing skills were nothing in front of Wang Teng. He felt hopeless. Wang Teng started self-reflecting when he saw his expression. Was he a little too outrageous? Even an alien was doubting himself. He couldn't bear to see him in agony. Ashamed. Wang Teng self-reflected for 3 seconds before he looked at Shah Didi. Any last words? If you have nothing to say, I'll release you from your predicament. You seem to be in pain. Shah Didi was astounded. This was the first time he had heard someone using such a refreshing way to tell him he wanted to kill him. Damn it, he was inhumane. Shah Didi wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. He looked at Wang Teng's indifferent gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. Shah Didi swallowed his saliva and cried in a hurry. Oh, Wang Teng was surprised. Then he asked with interest, I can't think of how you might be useful. I know that someone like you won't want to stay on this undeveloped planet for the rest of your life. One day you will step into the vast universe. I might not be the strongest, but I've been to many places. I can be your guide. It will save you much trouble when you enter the universe in the future, Shah Didi explained quickly. You seem quite useful. Wang Teng touched his chin and nodded in agreement. Shah Didi was elated. He felt that he had managed to save himself, but this still wasn't enough. He struck when the iron was hot and said, There are many factions in the universe. You are born on an undeveloped planet, so your starting point is behind others. You will definitely meet many obstacles if you don't have someone guiding you. You might even provoke someone you shouldn't. I can help you evade all these. You're good at promoting yourself. Wang Teng looked at Shah Didi strangely. He was prepared to kill him. But this alien had managed to convince him. He had to admit that he made sense. Never mind, I'll spare your life for now. This is my territory, so you won't be able to cause much trouble anyway, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. He was in control of this spacecraft, and they were in his space fragment. It was impossible for him to escape. Hence, Wang Teng wasn't worried. In the future, when he got stronger, these Plato beings wouldn't be his match. He wouldn't need to be afraid of them backstabbing him. Other people wouldn't dare to lower their vigilance in front of an alien, even if it was heavily injured. Moreover, this was their first time hearing about the presence of planetary-stage formidable warriors. They didn't know if they could beat them. However, Wang Teng was a bug. He was extremely confident in himself. Knowing one's limitation was wisdom. He had it. Shah Didi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Wang Teng's words. This is too difficult. He was a planetary-stage warrior, but he fell in the hands of an earthling who hadn't even reached his level. He even had to promote himself and beg him to show mercy. This was the most arduous moment in his life. Shah Didi felt that he was probably the most unlucky planetary-stage formidable warrior in the universe. All right, let me take a look at your cultivation scriptures and battle techniques, Wang Teng suddenly said. Shah Didi was shocked. He hesitated. Why? You can't do it. Wang Teng's expression turned cold. No, you misunderstood me. I can't take out these scriptures or battle techniques. Shah Didi explained hurriedly. Chapter 735, The Taste of Freedom. What do you mean by you can't take them out? Wang Teng frowned. In the Federation, all the scriptures and battle techniques above the planetary stage are monopolized. You need to sign a spiritual contract when you buy them. If you reveal it to others, you will die immediately. Shah Didi said fearfully. Why is it the spiritual contract again? Wang Teng furrowed his brows. He was puzzled. Don't lie to me. Based on what you said, There are many races in the Olent Federation, and the population must be a few trillion. How can everyone sign the spiritual contract? It doesn't make sense. No, you don't understand how scary the Federation is. No one can escape unless it's your personal battle technique or scripture. You can teach other people if it's yours. However, these scriptures and battle techniques are in the hands of the powerful factions. Nobodies like us don't have the chance to possess them, Shah Didi said seriously. Our planetary stage formidable warriors, nobodies? Wang Teng suddenly realized how small he was. Shah Didi didn't look like he was lying, but to be safe, he used his bewitch to confirm his words. Wang Teng then turned grim. Shah Didi was telling the truth. The Olent Federation had a strong understanding of copyrights. It wasn't hard to understand. The Olent Federation used a system similar to the copyright system on Earth. All the martial warriors could only learn scriptures and battle techniques by purchasing them or coming up with their own. Anyone who broke the rules wouldn't be punished by law. They would die instantly instead. This was a good and domineering plan. If he managed to create his own scripture and battle technique in the future, he might be able to earn a large sum of money. It would be a continuous source of income. This was an opportunity. But he was in a difficult situation now. Wang Teng wondered how he could obtain the planetary stage scripture and battle technique from Shah Didi. Shah Didi had already woken up from the bewitched skill. His face was pale. Using the bewitched skill 2 times on him strained his spiritual power greatly. He wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon. He looked at Wang Teng in fear. Suddenly he felt that his future might be miserable. It was bleak. Oh, right, I must be an idiot. Wang Teng suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up like bulbs. He thought of a plan. He had forgotten about the system. Although the chance was lower, he would be able to get the scripture and battle technique attribute bubbles from Shah Didi without killing him. Wang Teng's gaze turned dangerous. Shah Didi shuddered. He felt a chill running through his body. He had a bad premonition again. I will let you out now, Wang Teng suddenly said with a smile. Silence. Shah Didi was stunned. Why did he want to let him out suddenly? What was this? But he was overjoyed. If he was released, he would have a chance to escape. After all, he was a planetary stage warrior. He was confident in himself. But before you come out, you must start cultivating first, Wang Teng said. Shah Didi was puzzled again. What did letting him out have to do with cultivating? He couldn't understand this guy. He was confused. Wang Teng didn't care what he was thinking. He opened the handcuffs and leg cuffs that were binding him. Shah Didi immediately sensed the presence of force. He felt invigorated. Never mind, coming out is good anyway. I will teach this earthling a lesson once I recover. He made his decision and started sucking the force outside using his force skill scripture. At the same time, Wang Teng opened the sleeping cabin. Shah Didi sat up instantly. He wanted to laugh. It was so difficult. It was tough. He had been locked up for such a long time. Finally, he could taste freedom. Bang. However, besides the taste of freedom, he also felt a sharp pain in his head. Wang Teng was holding his brick. He was worried that the alien's head was harder, so he used his strongest strength of Ultima. He did his best for this attack. Fortunately, the effects were good. Shah Didi went in a daze after this brick attack. His vision turned black, and his ears were ringing. He was at a loss. Where am I? What just happened? Who am I? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He saw an attribute bubble falling. It worked. He started hammering the alien even more violently. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Teng started beating him like a drum. Shah Didi's face was badly bruised, and he was in a state of confusion. He didn't know why he had landed in this terrible state. After some time, Wang Teng finally stopped. He wanted to continue, but this was the limit. Shah Didi couldn't drop any more attribute bubbles. However, he was already satisfied with the floor of attribute bubbles. Get it. Star Wood Scripture 3. Star Wood Scripture 5. Star Wood Scripture 3. Constellation Force Wood 10. Constellation Force Wood 8. Indeed, it worked. Sensing the content of the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng was elated. As these bubbles merged into his body, an outline of a figure appeared in his mind. The figure sat in mid-air as if he was cultivating. The figure was transparent. When it started cultivating, Wang Teng could clearly see the situation in his body. Spots of light lit up and scattered across his entire body. At the same time, some profound memory fragments appeared in his mind. It turned into his experience and enlightenment. The process didn't last for long. Wang Teng finished absorbing the knowledge quickly. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Star Wood Scripture. This was a planetary stage scripture. Wang Teng felt emotional. He had finally obtained a planetary stage scripture. It contained the method to convert force into constellation force. After receiving this scripture, he understood the parts that baffled him when he was trying to create his own scripture to convert force. Besides the Starwood scripture, he also picked up constellation wood force attribute bubbles. Unfortunately, Wang Teng stopped Shadidi the moment he started cultivating, so he only received 35 points of it. Never mind, he could accumulate them in the future. Wang Teng shook his head and looked at Shadidi, who had fallen back into the sleeping cabin. He helped him wear the handcuffs and leg cuffs again before sealing the sleeping cabin. Shadidi tried his best to open his swollen eyes. He wanted to cry. He was locked up the second he smelled the air of freedom. He even got beaten up for no reason. He felt wronged. Chapter 736. Planetary Stage Scriptures and Battle Techniques. When Wang Teng came down from the spacecraft, he had 2 new planetary stage scriptures and 1 planetary stage battle technique in his hands. He woke up Shadidi's companions from their hibernation and had a good interaction with them regarding Brick and freedom. None of them understood what the link was between them, but it didn't matter. Wang Teng treated all the Plato beings gently, including Shadidi. Yes, gently. This word was used correctly. These Plato beings experienced Wang Teng's tender and loving care before they went back to sleep. Obediently, the 2 scriptures were Starwood Scripture and Starfire Scripture. The battle technique was Starfire Sword / Wang Teng felt that the names were too perfunctory. He highly suspected that these star scriptures and battle techniques were the most ordinary and lowest level of scriptures and battle techniques. Did this mean that this 7 alien team was poor? Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He felt that he had discovered their secret. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. His gaze landed on the 2 scriptures. These 2 felt like a set. Would there be a Star Earth scripture, a Star Metal scripture, and a Star Water scripture? After grasping the content, Wang Teng realized that the Starwood scripture and the Star Fire scripture had many similarities. He was more certain of his guess. But he still needed the other 3 scriptures to confirm his hypothesis. He decided that he would spend his free time with the other Plato beings in the future and teach them the art of the brick. They possessed all 5 main elements, but only 2 scriptures were dropped. They hadn't given him everything. This was a probability question. He would be able to get the other scriptures after a few more tries. When all else failed, he didn't mind killing 1 or 2 for a bigger chance. Wang Teng stepped out of the spacecraft. He scanned his surroundings and saw the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White standing outside a metal cage. He wondered what they were doing. He walked over and looked at the Star Beast in the cage. Master, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion smiled obediently at Wang Teng when it saw him. Nothing could be seen from his expression, but you could hear the fawning in his tone. Wang Teng nodded. How is it? Is there a problem? Before this, he found out that the metal armor Flaming Scorpion was able to converse with Little White, who couldn't speak. After asking it, he learned that the Lord-level star beasts could talk to star beasts who couldn't speak. This black sand magnetic lizard couldn't speak, but Wang Teng wanted to know its background. Hence, he passed this responsibility to the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. I got the answer, I got the answer. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion nodded fervently. This beast got tortured badly, so its vigilance is high. It doesn't like speaking to others. I had to spend so much effort to get it to open its mouth. Wang Teng nodded. It was understandable. The lizard wouldn't have had a great time since it was part of an experiment. Where was it caught? Is its talent a species talent or a personal trait? Wang Teng asked the two questions he was the most curious about. It said that it came from the Sahara Desert, and it's the only one with this talent. Its other companions possessed sand talent, a mutated form of the earth element. The metal armor flaming scorpion explained. The Sahara Desert, Wang Teng nodded. The metal armor flaming scorpion was a star beast from the Xingwu continent, so it didn't recognize the Sahara Desert. However, Wang Teng was from the earth, so he knew he would be a frog in the well if he didn't. After getting the information he wanted, he left the space fragment. The troops were still cleaning up the base of the Zhenli clan. Wang Teng didn't have to manage them. Song Wenjiang and the others would take care of it. The next day they finished clearing up the base of the Zhenli clan. The three troops prepared to leave. In the early morning, the three battlecraft rose into the air and soared into the mountains. Based on their plan, the majority of the martial warriors would return to their troops, and the remaining would be in charge of escorting the surrendered martial warriors from the Zhenli clan. These people would follow Wang Teng, Zhou Xuanwu, and Zhao Nanfeng back to Earth and to capital Xie. Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu returned to Donghai through the dimensional rift in Yong City. They boarded a Force floating airship and headed to capital Xie. Capital Xie, military. The people here had been waiting for a long time. All the military martial warriors were armed with rune guns and standing at attention. They had received the order that the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan would be arriving on an airship today. They would be locked up in the military cell. None of them dared to look down on these surrendered martial warriors. These horrendous criminals had been wreaking havoc for a long time, but they always escaped their clutches. They were sly and hard to deal with. However, the Zhenli clan was finally annihilated. They also heard that the martial warriors from 3 troops were sent out for this mission. General Zhou Xuanwu, Lieutenant General Zhao Nanfeng, and the famous Major General Wang Teng went personally to destroy the Zhenli clan. This was an amazing feat. Many innocent people had been harmed by the Zhenli clan. To them, these people who exterminated the Zhenli clan were heroes. Everyone was over the moon. They could witness the return of their heroes soon. The 3 great commanders and the leaders of the military were all present. They waited in anticipation while brimming with joy. The leaders behind them started discussing. I didn't think that we would succeed. That's right. The Zhenli clan has been around for too long. We failed every time, so people started to lose confidence. I didn't think that they would be exterminated this time. Sigh. What a pity. Wang Teng was sent to head this mission. The 3 commanders take great care of him. I wonder if they caught the Pope of the Zhenli clan. After years of research, we know that the Pope is the core of the clan. If he isn't caught, the clan might revive one day. Who knows? The Pope has always been a crafty old fox. He never reveals himself, so it must be hard to catch him. While they were discussing, a Force floating airship appeared on the horizon. There were many powerful martial warriors present, so they noticed it even though it was far away. They're here. Everyone was invigorated and looked in the same direction. The airship traveled quickly. It appeared above everyone within a few seconds and gradually floated down. Chapter 737. The Spotlight of the Banquet. After the Force floating airship landed in the military airport, Zhao Xuanwu, Wang Teng, and the martial warriors alighted the airship under everyone's gaze. The 3 of them were walking side by side. But when the 3 great commanders came to welcome them, Zhou Xuanwu and Zhao Nanfeng took a step back in unplanned unison, allowing Wang Teng to take the lead. Wang Teng was stunned when he noticed their actions. He wasn't the only one. The 3 great commanders and the martial warriors behind them were surprised too. They found it unbelievable. Seriously, Wang Teng might not understand their gesture, but they did. Zhou Xuanwu and Zhao Nanfeng were silently telling them that the first-class merit of this mission belonged to Wang Teng. The lieutenant colonel and the colonel lost to a young man who just became a major, and they seemed to acknowledge him wholeheartedly. This was astonishing. The three great commanders quickly regained their composure and patted Wang Teng's shoulder. Smiling in satisfaction, they said, "You did well. You didn't disappoint us. It's the result of everyone's hard work." "I couldn't have done it alone," Wang Teng said with guilt. Mind you, he stole a large portion of the Zhenli clan's treasures. He felt ashamed to accept their compliments. If they knew what he had done, they wouldn't be all smiles. They might take the lead and beat him up, but in this situation they felt that Wang Teng was being humble. Look, he was young and powerful, but he remained humble and calm. What a rare character. If they could, they wanted to award Wang Teng with the title of the model of his generation. Zhou Xuanwu smiled. "Don't be modest. If not for you, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the Zhenli clan so smoothly. We couldn't have killed the Pope either."
What?
"The Pope of the Zhenli clan is dead." Everyone was astounded. They stared at Zhou Xuanwu and Wang Teng with wide eyes. "Y'all killed the Pope of the Zhenli clan." The bulky Commander Long said in amazement. Commander Yong and Commander Hong looked at them too. The Pope had always been a thorn in their hearts. They wouldn't feel at ease unless this person was gone. "Yes, I saw him self-destructing personally." Zhou Xuanwu replied, "Self-destruct." The three great commanders and the other officials were dumbfounded. The Pope of the Zhenli clan self-destructed. This sly old fox who was afraid of death chose to self-destruct. They were in disbelief. They looked at one another, unable to accept this truth for a moment.
Are you sure?
Commander Hong hesitated before asking, "Yes, if there are any questions, you can ask the surrendered Zhenli clan members." They saw it personally. That person was the Pope of the Zhenli clan. This is the space ring he left behind after he self-destructed. You can bring it back to confirm. Wang Teng took out a space ring and passed it to Commander Hong. After hearing their words, most people started to believe them. The Pope of the Zhenli clan had indeed self-destructed himself. How pitiful, how sorrowful, such a powerful character chose to self-destruct in the end. Come, let's go back. All of you are the heroes of this mission. We have prepared a banquet for you guys. The leader of martial arts will also attend." Commander Yong smiled and said, "The leader of martial arts." Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. The other officers were surprised too. They didn't think that the leader of martial arts would personally come to welcome the martial warriors back. They were envious. Wang Teng was surprised too. He had only seen the leader once. After that time, he never made an appearance. It was surprising that he decided to appear in public because of the Zhenli clan. They didn't waste any time and escorted the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan to their cells. After everyone left, what happened here spread to all the martial warriors from the different factions. The Zhenli clan was exterminated. The Pope of the Zhenli clan was killed. At night, the leader of martial arts would be holding a banquet for Wang Teng, Zhou Xuanwu, and the other martial warriors. Every piece of news was more astonishing than the last. Tonight, many other important figures would be present since the leader of martial arts was coming. The different factions started working and fighting for a chance to take part in this banquet. This was an opportunity for them to see the leader of martial arts and get to know many important figures in country Zaya. Everyone wanted to seize this chance. It would be unwise to underestimate the influence of these powerful factions. They were able to settle everything within half a day, 6 p.m., in a banquet hall somewhere in the military zone. The hall was extremely lively. Light shone brightly, and many important figures from various factions gathered in the hall, conversing with one another. They would occasionally glance at the entrance. "Old Zhao, you're here too." A voice came from a corner of the hall. A muscular old man walked over with a few youngsters behind him. There were a few people sitting in that corner. The old man among them smiled when he raised his head and saw who it was. He stood up. "Qian Boyu, your family is in Nanhai, but you received the news too and hurried all the way here." "Ha ha! How can I not come? This is such an important event." The muscular old man called Qian Boyu chuckled. "You're right. The Donghai crisis had caught everyone's attention, and now the Zhenli clan is annihilated. I'm sure everyone knows about it." Zhao Fuhong nodded in agreement. Major Wang Teng is rising in the military like a shooting star. Qian Boyu lamented. I heard that he's not even 20 years old. Our younger generations can't be compared with him. Zhao Fuhong nodded, taking the chance to reprimand the younger generations in his family. The youngsters behind them appeared frustrated. They had heard Wang Teng's name so many times that they wanted to vomit. They were all young people and were highly talented. Hence, they had their pride. They hadn't seen Wang Teng in action, so they felt that everyone was exaggerating. In addition, the elders kept using Wang Teng to scold them, so they didn't feel good. The two elders didn't notice their expressions. They started chatting again. I heard that Major Wang Teng isn't married. I should have the young ladies from my family interact with him. Zhao Fuhong's eyes were small, but they gave off a sharp and bright glint as he smiled. "Haha, old Zhao, is that your plan? My granddaughter Qian Duo is a renowned beauty with many admirers. Major Wang Teng will be interested in her if he sees her." Qian Boyu sniggered. My Zhao Yakin is not bad either. Let's have a bet? Let's see who will win Wang Teng's heart first. Zhao Fuhong snorted. Sure, I'm not afraid of you. These two old men started quarreling over this matter like two young kids. There was a pretty young lady standing behind each of them. They started blushing when they heard their words, looking a little shy. They were all young ladies who hadn't experienced love. It was impossible for them to remain calm when their elders were sorting their love life. However, when their eyes met, they sensed enmity in each other's gaze. Sparks flew everywhere. They didn't have any bad feelings towards Wang Teng. They had seen his pictures. He was handsome, powerful, and had a bright future ahead. No woman could reject a man like him. In that case, all opponents were their enemies. A handsome young man standing beside Qian Duo noticed their expressions, his face turning black. He opened his mouth uncontrollably and said, I heard that Wang Teng has relationships with many ladies. You must be careful. Don't get tricked by him. The atmosphere turned silent instantly. Qian Duo and Zhao Yakin stopped glaring at each other while Zhao Hongfu and Qian Boyu looked at him sternly. Qian Yushu, have you forgotten what I told you before we came? Qian Boyu asked angrily. Grandpa, Qian Yushu's face turned pale. Colonel Zhou Xuanwu, Lieutenant Colonel Shao Nanfeng, and Major Wang Teng have arrived. Someone shouted. Chapter 738. An old man Yu Xiuxian. A group of people walked in a few seconds after the announcement. The three people in the lead were all wearing military uniforms. They sparkled under the lights in the hall. These three would be a powerful presence no matter where they went. Both Zhao Nanfeng and Zhou Xuanwu were important figures. They guarded the dimensional rifts and prevented dark apparitions from landing in their world. They had many merits on them. They were worth respecting, yet they were overshadowed by the young man between them. He caught everyone's attention. The young man remained calm and composed as he stepped on the red carpet. He exuded a powerful aura silently and stepped forward with his shoulders wide. He scanned the surroundings with his deep gaze. All the martial warriors felt their hearts trembling. They couldn't control their astonishment. Even some general stage martial warriors felt the same way. They were appalled. This young man was indeed exceptional and powerful. This young man was none other than Wang Teng. He was attending this banquet with Zhou Xuanwu and the others. Chief Commander Zhou, Chief Commander Zhao, Chief Commander Wang, the military officers in charge of tonight's banquet hurriedly came forward to greet them. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Xuanwu and Shao Nanfeng were used to this situation, so they nodded at him. Wang Teng was familiar, too. He nodded at the officers. You're welcome. The officers felt honored as they led the way. Bring Wang Teng around. You don't have to care about us. Zhou Xuanwu waved his hand and left with Shao Nanfeng. Soon after, they were already happily chatting with the crowd. The people close to them came over and struck up conversations. Wang Teng was speechless when he saw the two of them abandoning him. Did you have to do that? Where's your compassion? You forsake your comrade on the battlefield and went to enjoy yourselves. Chief Commander Wang, please follow us. Let us introduce some important guests to you, the officer said. Wang Teng felt his head hurt. There were many people present, and he was in the limelight tonight. By right, he should converse with everyone. Wang Teng found it boring, but he couldn't leave directly. He could only go with the flow. I just need one person to accompany me. The rest can continue your work, Wang Teng said helplessly. He submitted to fate. The officers didn't object. A 20-year-old female officer was left to guide Wang Teng. She brought Wang Teng to an elder who was nearby and introduced him. This is Mr. Sun Tianhua, the family head of the Sun family in capital Xia. The Sun family is a renowned martial arts family. They have groomed many general stage martial warriors. The other family heads got envious when Sun Tianhua was the first to be introduced. Wang Teng was prepared to be a tool. He nodded at the other party and exchanged some greetings with him. Then he wanted to leave. However, the other party didn't give him the chance. Chief Commander Wang, your reputation precedes you, but seeing you in person makes me think that your reputation is too humble. You're indeed young and outstanding. As expected of the leader of your generation, Sun Tianhua was brimming with joy. He was extremely enthusiastic. He wanted to grab Wang Teng's hand and have a long conversation with him. You're too polite. Wang Teng felt that this old man was exceptionally good with words. Your reputation precedes you, but seeing you in person makes me think that your reputation is too humble. Listen, this is how you should praise a person with class and elegance. He loved people who were polite and sweet-tongued. It looked like the banquet wouldn't be so boring after all. The female officer introduced the next guest. This is Governor Li from Jinlin. He came to congratulate you personally. Thank you, Governor Li. Wang Teng nodded. Old Jiang is lucky to have a powerful young man like you in Donghai. I can't compare myself with him anymore. Governor Li shook his head and smiled. He was a tall and lofty man with an exceptional aura. This is the Deputy Minister of Education, Ku Liangyong. The female officer brought him to a slightly short and plump middle-aged man. Deputy Minister Ku, Wang Teng was surprised. He thanked him hurriedly. This was an important figure in the Ministry of Education. All the martial arts university students were under him. Good, good, you're indeed the leader of your generation. Ku Liangyong was elated. He patted Wang Teng's hand intimately. You're flattering me. Wang Teng smiled and said, You're too humble. No one has the same talent as you in this world, Ku Liangyong complimented. If you continue praising me, the world might be too small for me, Wang Teng joked. Ha 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 ha. Ku Liangyong laughed and waved his hand. Go ahead. There are many people waiting for you. Don't waste your time on me. I guess I'll have to listen to you. Wang Teng smiled and followed the female officer to greet the next person. Soon they arrived in front of an old man. He was sitting alone in a corner. Many people wanted to speak with him, but they noticed his empty surroundings and understood the situation. They didn't dare to disturb him. The female officer was extremely respectful towards this elder. She bowed at him before introducing him earnestly. This is the principal of the first university, Mr. Yu Xuan. Wang Teng was slightly surprised. He looked at the amiable old man who seemed like an elder next door. He couldn't tell that this was a formidable character in the education world from his appearance. He couldn't help but remember the scene when he was applying to universities. At that time, the recruiter from the first university told him that their principal wanted to see him dearly, even instructing the recruiter that he must bring Wang Teng back. He wondered if that was true. However, Wang Teng did have a strong impression of this elder. Yu Xuxian looked at Wang Teng kindly, like an elder looking at his grandchild. He smiled and said, I knew that you were exceptional. It's a pity that you chose Huanghe Military Academy in the end, but I'm happy that you're able to come this far. Talent is important, but you must have been through many obstacles to reach this stage. I feel at ease that Country Shah has you. Wang Teng was stunned. He sensed a different emotion in the elder's words. There was deep and great love in his heart. The powerful bear the world in their mind. This elder cared about the world. He treated the younger generation with love and expectations. Wang Teng didn't think that there was such a person in this era. In the past, this elder would be called a saint. He was deeply touched. He He lowered his head slightly and bowed at the elder. Yu Xiaoxian nodded and smiled. He turned to walk straight to the entrance, disappearing from the door. It felt as if he came today just to see Wang Teng, to see this outstanding young man who was the future of the country. Wang Teng watched him silently as he left. Many people stopped their conversations and stared at the elder too. For an instant, there was total silence in the hall. Chapter 739. All right. This is an idiot. After Elder Yu left, the hall resumed its liveliness and noise. Gentle music floated in the air. The attendants served delicious food and wine to the guests. The atmosphere was amazing. The female officer led Wang Teng around the hall, introducing all the important people to him. If the Zhou family saw the scene tonight, they might give up their thoughts about Wang Teng. There was a hierarchy in every society. Wang Teng didn't think much about this, but when he reached a certain height, the things surrounding him would change naturally. Currently, the people around him were all boss-level people in country Xia. Any one of them could cause a commotion in the country with a stomp of their feet. This was power. This is the principle of Leiting Martial House, Lei Zenting. This is the principle of Jinlin University, Mr. Liang Jinwu. This is the sect leader of the Liehua sect in Dongbei. This is the principle of Beilian Martial House, Qin Lian Qin. This is Mr. Qian Boyu, the family head of the elite family, the Qian family. This is Mr. Zhao Hongfu, the family head of the Zhao family, one of the top 3 families in capital Shaya. The female officer was very responsible. She introduced Wang Teng to all the important figures present. Wang Teng received many praises, but the muscles on his face were getting tense. Damn it, networking isn't something everyone can do, Wang Teng complained in his heart as he left with the female officer. The Zhao family and the Qian family were the last to be introduced. After Wang Teng left, Qian Boyu turned to Qian Yushu and said, "Did you see that? That's the difference between you and him. He's able to chat calmly in front of all the general stage martial warriors. They even had to butter him up. Can you do that? When he stood in front of you, you don't even dare to make a peep." Qian Yushu's face turned pale. This was a huge blow to his dignity. He took 2 steps back, unconsciously. He has no family supporting him. He relied on himself. Look at you. How much support did the Qian family give you? How many resources did we pour on you? Yet, you can't even reach 1% of his achievements. With the difference in your abilities, what right do you have to talk behind his back? Grandpa Qian felt angrier as he spoke. He disregarded the other people at the scene and scolded Qian Yushu furiously. Look at yourself. Don't you know your level? If I hear you saying such offensive words outside, don't blame me for being merciless. Grandpa! Qian Yushu was stunned. His voice trembled. Without the Qian family, he would be nothing. He couldn't advance on the cultivation path without resources or support. He might even be sent to fight with star beasts or thrown into a dimensional rift to battle with dark apparitions for survival. He didn't dare to think about that kind of lifestyle. He shuddered uncontrollably. Qian Yushu didn't think that his grandpa would reprimand him just because he talked bad about Wang Teng. All right. Stop scaring him. He's a young man. It's normal for him to be competitive. Zhao Hongfu stepped out to mediate the situation. If we were at home, I'd have taken out my stick and hit him. I want him to be competitive, but he has to choose the right opponent. Is Wang Teng someone he can touch? All he did was talk behind his back. Why don't you do something in front of him instead? So infuriating, Grandpa Qian said indignantly. Qian Yushu didn't dare to speak anymore. He hid at the side and trembled in fear. Qian Duo silently shifted away from him. She felt that her cousin was embarrassing. Zhao Yaqing was even more direct. She looked at Qian Yushu with contempt and rolled her eyes at him. Compared to Wang Teng, Qian Yushu was nothing. Grandpa, I'll go over and take a look. She got up and said to Zhao Hongfu. Go ahead. Zhao Hongfu nodded happily. Grandpa, I'll go too. Qian Duo didn't want to lose out. She stood up and told Qian Boyu, Sure. Qian Boyu glanced at Zhao Hongfu and nodded. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Hm. Zhao Yakin and Qian Duoduo glanced at one another. They looked like two chicks preparing for a fight. They raised their fair necks and snorted, then walked in Wang Teng's direction fiercely. Wang Teng didn't know what was happening over there. He had finally found a place to sit. He told the female officer that she could leave while he picked some wine and delicious food for himself. He started eating happily. This is not bad. They're forced dishes. They must be made by force chef masters. The wine is not bad either. Oh my, this is 1982 Mutai. Just as he was enjoying his drink, two pairs of slender and beautiful legs appeared in front of him. Wang Teng looked up and saw two pretty faces. Their figures were top-notch. He was stunned. He was even more surprised when he saw the burning competitiveness in their eyes. 000. He had a bad feeling. Why did they seem as if they were going to eat him alive? This was scary. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Qian Duoduo from the Qian family. One of the young ladies had two ponytails and was wearing a beautiful pleated skirt. She sat down beside Wang Teng and spoke to him enthusiastically. Oh, you are from the Qian family of Nanhai, Wang Teng remembered. Yes, that one. Why don't we be friends? Qian Duoduo was straightforward. Are you always so direct? Wang Teng asked. He was stunned once again. Not really, however. My mom told me that if I meet someone I like, I should go forward without any hesitation. Qian Duoduo replied. All right, this is an idiot. Wang Teng formed his conclusion. Zhao Yakin couldn't stand still anymore. She would lose her chance if she allowed Qian Duoduo to continue speaking. Hence, she hurriedly sat down opposite Wang Teng and introduced herself. I'm Zhao Yakin from the Zhao family. Nice to meet you. Hello. Wang Teng greeted her politely too. He sized up both of them. Zhao Yakin had her hair tied up in a ponytail. She was wearing a white dress and looked more mature and reserved. Her style was different from Qian Duoduo's. However, when she looked at Qian Duoduo, her eyes were burning. This meant that this pretty young lady wasn't a demure and easy-to-bully little sheepiv. Wang Teng knew why they were here when he saw their expressions. He felt helpless. Don't waste your time. I have a girlfriend. It's all right. You're not married yet. Both of them replied in unplanned unison. They didn't mind. They glared at one another when they realized that they said the same thing. Then they looked away simultaneously and snorted. Wang Teng. Chapter 740. Track 1. Wang Teng didn't think that these two ladies would be so fierce. He shook his head and lifted his glass to take a sip of his wine, allowing them to argue among themselves. Zhao Yakin and Qian Duoduo were born into large and powerful families, so they knew when to stop. Even though they were arguing, they didn't irritate Wang Teng. Instead, he felt a sense of achievement. Two beauties were fighting for him. Of course, with his temperament, he wouldn't take this matter to heart. He just shook his head and smiled. Honestly, there were many ladies chasing him. He didn't lack one or two. Zhao Yakin and Qian Duoduo argued and chatted with Wang Teng simultaneously to strengthen their relationships. Wang Teng was also bored, so he accompanied them and joined their conversation. Time would fly when you had beauties attending to you. At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance. The leader of martial arts is here, someone shouted. Thereafter, the hall turned silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the entrance. This was the second time this situation had happened tonight. The first time was when Wang Teng arrived. Now it was because of the leader of martial arts. Three elders stood beside a middle-aged man under the night sky and walked into the hall. The man was lofty. His eyes were as dark as the night sky, and he had short white hair. His face was angular and sharp, and his aura was exceptional. His force of presence was overpowering. When he walked, he gave off a domineering aura that suppressed everyone present. The three great commanders accompanied him. They walked slightly behind, allowing the leader of martial arts to appear even more noble and mighty. Everyone is here. The leader of martial arts walked into the hall and smiled as he looked around him. Everyone bowed respectfully. Sit down. This is a fun night. We won't be talking about business today." The leader of martial arts nodded and continued walking forward. The crowd cleared a path for him. No one sat down. They continued standing with respect. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Wang Teng, Zhou Xuanwu, and Xiao Nanfeng came forward to welcome him. They continued bowing until the leader of martial arts arrived in front of them. The leader of martial arts stopped and sized up the three martial warriors. He nodded. "Y'all did well? Thank you." Zhou Xuanwu and Zhao Nanfeng were excited. The leader of martial arts held a highly respectable position in country Xia. Even formidable warriors like them couldn't help but feel honored and elated. Wang Teng wasn't that impressed, but he still kept his respect and admiration for the leader of martial arts. After all, this was the person who had brought country Xia to its current status. It wasn't an easy job. Due to the rise of the martial arts era, any mistakes might cause the world situation to change. They might be doomed eternally. Country Xia kept progressing and developing, advancing carefully and vigilantly. Finally, they became one of the strongest in the world. His contribution could not be left unrecognized. He was destined to leave a page in the book of history. At this moment, the leader of martial arts walked towards the podium in the hall. Everyone's gaze followed him. It was obvious that the leader wanted to speak on the stage. The leader of martial arts scanned everyone below and smiled. He opened his mouth. "Actually, I didn't want to come. Every time I appear, there will be a huge scene. I can only hide in my imperial palace." They all chuckled when the leader of martial arts teased himself. The atmosphere relaxed instantly. "Have a seat. This is just a normal banquet. There's no need to be so serious." The leader of martial arts waved his hands and said casually. Everyone finally listened to him and sat down. However, the hall remained quiet. The atmosphere just turned a little lively. Very. "I came today to see the three meritorious martial warriors. The Zhenli clan has always been a pain in our neck. This time we finally exterminated them. The credit goes to Zhou Xuanwu, Xiao Nanfeng, and Wang Teng. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the first two names. The last person is extremely young. Many people probably know him, but you might not have heard of his achievements. Let me introduce him to everyone today." The leader of martial arts smiled as he looked at Wang Teng below the stage. Zhou Xuanwu and Zhao Nanfeng moved sideways automatically, revealing his figure to the crowd. The three great commanders smiled and looked at him in satisfaction. On the other hand, Wang Teng was feeling helpless. Everyone present was looking at him. He might have been through many important situations, but this was the first time he was pulled out and complimented in front of the crowd. It felt a little embarrassing. "Cough, please be low-key. I know that I'm handsome, but can y'all stop staring at me like this? People might misunderstand if they see a bunch of men ogling me." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and said, "Pfft." The majority of the people were drinking. When they heard Wang Teng's words, they spilled their drinks on the spot. It was a tragic sight. Everyone looked at him with bitterness. Wang Teng didn't think that their sense of humor was so low. He looked at them innocently. "Ha ha ha ha!" The leader of martial arts burst out laughing. He pointed at Wang Teng and said, "You're a cheeky fellow." Chapter 741, Track 2. I'm sure everyone has a deep impression of him now, right? Silence. Everyone felt speechless. The impression was as deep as it could get. At first, they only felt that Wang Teng was an exceptionally talented martial warrior. His potential was impressive, but they didn't know that he had such a cheeky side. No one expected it, so they spurted their drink. If it wasn't unexpected, they would have remained unwavering. All right. Let me share Wang Teng's achievements with you. I'm sure all of you know about the sea beasts riot in Donghai. Wang Teng is the greatest hero. But before this, he had already made many contributions. He contributed in the Battle of Yang City and Star Maple City on the Xingwu continent and played a crucial part in both victories. The leader of martial arts listed his achievements. The people present were astounded. Most of them had learned Wang Teng during the Sea Beasts riot. The battles on the Xingwu continent were kept within the military. so outsiders didn't know about them. Although Wang Teng had joined the military recently, he had already made so many contributions. He faced a general stage dark apparition even though he hadn't reached that stage. He managed to hold back the dark apparition's invasion and waited until reinforcements arrived. Similarly, he hosted an array and resisted the terrifying devil lords, forcing them into a dire state. He also fell into the Darkland but managed to fight his way out. He survived the crisis and came back to Earth. Everyone was engrossed as they listened to his stories. Every single experience was enough for someone to boast about it for life. It was hard to believe that Wang Teng went through everything. You could say that his journey was sensational and dynamic. How could a young man accomplish so many things? Many important figures had brought their younger generations along. At first, these youngsters were unconvinced, but as they listened to the leader of martial arts speech, their mouths turned agape. This must be a monster. How old was he? Could he do all these things? He wasn't giving them any chance to Mian. They were around the same age as him, yet they were still indulged in their own pleasures and were leading a comfortable and carefree life. They felt useless when compared with him. Zhao Yaqin and Qian Duo's eyes were shimmering brightly. No lady could say no to a hero. Wang Teng struck the soft spot in both ladies' hearts. They almost wanted to pounce on him. They weren't the only ones. Many young ladies present were looking at Wang Teng with bright eyes. They looked like a bunch of fangirls. Wang Teng felt helpless. He admitted that he was outstanding, but he didn't like to be in the spotlight. His life was so lonely. It's lonely to be in a high position so cold. He could tell that the leader of martial arts and the three great commanders wanted to push him to the front. They were paving the path for him. He was famous. Everyone knew him. But having the leader speaking up for him was an entirely different concept. The leader wasn't just complimenting Wang Teng. He also wanted everyone to know that he was supporting him. Wang Teng could guess his intention. Of course, he wasn't the only one. All the sly old foxes present understood the leader's plan. The banquet was successful. The arrival of the leader of martial arts pushed the atmosphere to a crescendo. It was a worthwhile trip for everyone. When the banquet ended, many people wanted to bid farewell to Wang Teng to deepen their impression in his mind and forge a closer relationship with him. But he had already left with the leader. They were stunned once again. Their idea of Wang Teng's position in the leader of martial arts' heart climbed to new heights. The rise of this young man was undeniable. No one knew what they talked about that night. No one ever saw Wang Teng again after that either. Most of their plans failed. As for Wang Teng, he had already left country Sia. He boarded his Queen Phoenix battlecraft and headed to a dense primary forest, Posaraya Plain. An invisible battlecraft flew over at high speed, entering the territory of country Boar from country Zaya. However, it didn't get detected. It came silently like a ghost. The aliens' invisibility technology was used on the battlecraft, hence even the most advanced detectors on Earth wouldn't be able to find it. This was Wang Teng's Queen Phoenix battlecraft. The invisibility technology was actually an anti-detection device he found on the Minos 3 spacecraft. The current technology on Earth was unable to see through the invisibility cloak of the battlecraft. The battlecraft arrived within the central region of the Posaraya Plains. It finally landed and parked on an empty white piece of land covered with snow. As a figure walked down the battlecraft, it was Wang Teng. With a wave of his hand, the battlecraft on the snow disappeared. Wang Teng didn't stop. He found his direction and walked into the dense forest. A strong gale blew behind him, throwing the snow into the air and covering any traces the battlecraft could have left. Chapter 742, Track 3. The place turned peaceful again. It was as if no outsiders ever came here. I remember picking up ultimate stage wood talent here, Wang Teng muttered to himself as he rushed into the forest. He was out here to increase his abilities. He had picked up many different attribute bubbles recently. Besides physique attributes, he also had scriptures and various battle techniques, including the planetary stage scriptures and battle techniques he got from the aliens. If he wanted to increase their level and transform his ordinary force into constellation force, he needed blank attributes. This was his reason for coming. He was in one of the 7 dangerous places of the world, the Passageway Plains. This place was known for its vast number of star beasts. Wang Teng had no qualms this time. He released his spiritual power instantly and swept it through the forest, searching for any signs of a powerful star beast. After some time, he sensed a bunch of star beasts. Yes, it wasn't one star beast, there were a bunch of them. Wang Teng was elated. A group was great. One wasn't enough to feed his appetite. He dashed in that direction. Roar, a wolf howl suddenly rang through the air. The instant Wang Teng came close, the pack of snow wolves noticed him. The snow wolves stood up and glared in his direction, their low howls echoing in the forest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thereafter the snow wolves, which were the size of bulls, sped out. They turned into lingering shadows as they darted toward the spot where Wang Teng was. They sensed that the invader hadn't left and was heading directly in their direction. They decided to act first. Good move. Wang Teng laughed as flying daggers appeared in the air. He controlled them with his spiritual kinesis and sent them flying. With a cold glint, they slashed the throats of the snow wolves. Swoosh, swoosh. Red blood spurted out. The snow wolves were riding the wind and traveling at extremely high speed. Although they were killed, their bodies still flew out for a few meters before crashing into the ground. In an instant, the majority of the snow wolves were killed. A snow wolf taller and larger than the rest of the pack strode out and howled at Wang Teng. Lord level, this snow wolf was a mid-tier Lord-level star beast. It was the overlord of this area, the leader of the snow wolf pack. Human, get out of my territory. The snow wolf howled. Wind element mid-tier Lord-level star beast. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He lifted his finger and released the shooting star spiral. It disappeared in mid-air. When it appeared again, it was already in front of the snow wolf king. It split into multiple sharp rays and headed for its eyes. Damn it. The snow wolf was caught off guard. It spurted out a ball of green light that collided with the shooting star spiral. Boom. A terrifying force swept through the forest. Wang Teng's spiritual power was powerful, so the shooting star spiral didn't stop. It cut through the snow wolf's attack and penetrated its eyes. Roar. The snow wolf king only had time to howl in pain before its eyes exploded. The shooting star spiral had stabbed through its brain, claiming the wolf's life. Bang. The giant body slammed onto the ground. The mid-tier Lord-level star beast was dead. Wang Teng scanned the surroundings and picked up the attribute bubbles. Wind force 4500, blank attribute 52200, ultimate stage wind talent 14500. Blank attribute 6200. As these attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng trembled. His wind force finally reached the breaking point. Wind force 120,000 ill star. He had risen from the 10-star Brigadier General stage to the ill-star low-tier General stage. This felt amazing. Wang Teng wasn't expecting these gains. He should have come earlier. Wang Teng shook his head. It was unfortunate that he was always busy with important matters. If not, his ability would have become higher. Beside the increase in his forces, he also gained 6,850 points of blank attributes and 150 points of ultimate stage wind talent. This was a good harvest. Thinking about it, he had found a star beast with the ultimate stage wood talent. Was it fate that he found the ultimate stage wind talent first? Both were gains, so Wang Teng didn't mind. He felt invigorated by the good start and continued heading deep into the Passageway Plains. There were more attribute bubbles waiting for him inside. Chapter 743, Heaven Fire Meteor 1 in the Passageway Plains, 7 days later. Wang Teng was hiding behind a large rock at the peak of a mountain. He peeked into the valley below like a thief. Snow covered the valley, along with corpses of numerous star beasts. Blood flowed like a stream. Wang Teng had sent these corpses over using his spiritual kinesis. He didn't reveal himself. The valley was silent. No noise could be heard by right. These corpses should attract many star beasts. However, after some time passed, there was still no sign of any star beast. The valley was eerily silent. This situation lasted until night. When the sky turned dark, the valley turned pitch black. The only source of illumination was the moonlight scattered on the ground. It shone on the surroundings and allowed Wang Teng to faintly see what was happening. Suddenly, there was a rustle. "It's here!" Wang Teng, who was getting bored, immediately turned vigilant. He stared at the valley with glistening eyes. The rustling came from all around the valley. Very soon, numerous gigantic outlines could be seen crawling out from the cracks along the cliffs. Their bodies were long and flat, and they had many legs crawling at the same time. This was where the rustling sound came from. Very soon, this group of star beasts covered the entire valley. The large shadows lined up with the corpses in the center. If someone saw this scene from afar, their hair might stand up. This was a group of centipede star beasts. Moreover, they were poisonous. Wang Teng had exerted a lot of effort to find this group of poison element star beasts. He had found many poison element star beasts over the past few days, but most of them traveled alone. There was a limited number of attribute bubbles they dropped finally. He discovered these centipedes and realized that they lived in groups. He followed them to this valley and used his eyes of essence to observe them. He confirmed that this valley was their nest. This group of terrifying poisonous centipedes lived in this eerily quiet valley. This was amazing. Wang Teng immediately decided to capture them. That was why he was hiding behind the rock. The centipedes crawled around the corpses, but they didn't make any further movements. They seemed to be waiting for something. Boom! Suddenly the ground trembled. A small mound pushed up from the snowy ground, and an enormous centipede covered with dark red scales appeared under the moonlight. This centipede was huge. The other centipedes looked like children when compared with it. Lord-level star beast terroir. Why, he was still surprised when he saw it personally. This was a poison element, Lord-level star beast. It was extremely rare. Of course, the important thing was they would give him a large number of attribute bubbles. When the Lord-level centipede crawled out from the ground, he felt a chill. There seemed to be an evil aura surrounding this valley. Lord-level star beasts were smart and intelligent. So when it first saw the free corpses in its territory, it was puzzled. It only dared to come out after waiting an entire day and confirming that there were no dangers. After all, the valley was filled with corpses. It was enough for them to fill up their stomachs, so they wouldn't give them up easily, but the instant it came out, it had a bad premonition. If it wasn't worried about losing its face in front of its subordinates, it would have shrunk back into its cave. It was a Lord-level star beast, the ruler of this territory. Other powerful mid-tier Lord-level star beasts wouldn't dare to provoke it because of its poison force. There weren't many things that it was fearful of, and it didn't believe that there was anything nearby that could threaten its life, so it might have been an illusion. The Lord-level centipede crawled out of its cave after some consideration. It headed towards the corpses as the other centipedes cleared a path for it. Very soon, it realized that there were no dangers. It permitted the other centipedes to start eating. Its subordinates were getting impatient. They furiously pounced on the corpses and bit the flesh and blood of these corpses. The noise of chewing and tearing of flesh and bones sounded exceptionally frightening under the night sky. The Lord-level centipede also stopped hesitating. It pulled out a corpse and ate it alone. Wang Teng smiled lovingly at them when he saw this scene. "Have a nice meal. After you finish it, I'll send you to hell." There were many centipedes, so they finished the corpses quickly. Afterward, they sprawled on the ground in satisfaction and basked in the moonlight. They started cultivating. This scene seemed harmonious and beautiful. Wang Teng almost couldn't bear to attack them. Fortunately, he had a strong mentality. If he said that he would kill them, he would. At this moment, there was a commotion among the origmally quiet centipedes. They started hissing in fear, especially the Lord-level star beast. It started talking in human language. "Who is it? Who poisoned us?" Its voice was filled with anger. Bingo, Wang Teng gave a sly smile. He popped his head out and looked down. How could he not add some extra seasonings to this free feast? Chapter 744. Heaven Fire Meteor, too, naive. He added a poison that could weaken these star beasts. He wasn't stringy with the dosage either, treating them with care. Mind you, Wang Teng was an advanced stage poison master. He was able to concoct a poison that had no taste or smell. Normal people wouldn't notice it, much less this bunch of stupid centipedes. The Lord-level centipede was raging. It hissed angrily, but it realized that it was gradually losing control of its body. Fortunately, it was at the Lord level, so it could withstand the effects a little longer, unlike the other centipedes who couldn't move at all. However, it knew that if this continued, it would be unable to move soon. Although unwilling, it didn't dare to stay here any longer. It hurriedly crawled back to its cave and wanted to hide underground. Once it entered its cave, other star beasts wouldn't be able to find it. Thinking of running away? Wang Teng knew that he couldn't wait anymore. He wouldn't allow his prey to escape. He moved and instantly dashed out of his hiding place. At the same time, he released Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. "Young lads, go ahead and kill." Wang Teng laughed as he ordered them. Human. The Lord-level centipede was astounded and infuriated, yet it remained a coward and continued resisting the effects of the poison. At the same time, it increased its speed and crawled towards its cave. Boom! Wang Teng waved his hand. Numerous flying daggers shot out under the control of his spiritual kinesis. They instantly appeared above the Lord-level centipede's head. Damn it! The Lord-level centipede was caught unawares. The flying daggers came so quickly that it didn't have any time to react. It could only shrink its body into an arch to evade the rain of daggers. Boom! The flying daggers hit the ground and formed a large hole. The Lord-level centipede almost jumped in fright. It scurried away in a hurry. The flying daggers flew into the air amidst the dust and started chasing it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! A sonic boom sounded. The Lord-level centipede shuttled back and forth in the valley. It looked miserable, but it managed to dodge many rounds of attacks. Is it an expert in dodging? Wang Teng muttered to himself with a strange expression on his face. Wang Teng saw the Lord-level centipede arching and snapping its body continuously to evade the flying daggers. He was honestly impressed. Mind you, his flying daggers were known for their speed. It was almost impossible to evade them. But this centipede's springing skills were amazing. However, its evading method was a little weird. Wang Teng almost wanted to laugh. It was hard to imagine that this Lord-level star beast managed to learn this evading tactic. It was impressive. But after looking at it for some time, Wang Teng found the gist. He took out a longbow from his space ring and pulled the bow. A light arrow assembled by force appeared on the bow. Aurora, Holy Arrow. This was the sky rank battle technique he had gained from the Holy Knight of the Sagittarius Palace. It was finally put to use now. Wang Teng controlled his flying daggers to attack the Lord-level centipede while aiming his arrow in a certain direction. Boom. The flying daggers failed to hit the centipede again. The Lord-level centipede dodged the lethal attack with its springing body skill. It was just a short distance from its cave. It could enter it soon. It was elated, feeling that it had survived the crisis. Right then, a sense of danger swarmed into its heart. Swoosh! A faint sonic boom came from the space in front of him. The Lord-level centipede squinted. It saw a light arrow flying toward it. It wanted to evade, but its body was still in an arch position even more. Because of its movement, it landed directly on the spot where the light arrow was going to hit. Crow, W swoosh. The light arrow pierced into the Lord-level centipede's body. It exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Its body was almost cut into two. The next second, the flying daggers arrived and swallowed it. Lord-level centipede dead. No matter how sly you are, you'll still die. Wang Teng shook his head and collected the attribute bubbles happily. Poison Force 3600. Blank Attribute 420. Ultimate Stage Poison Talent 120. Boom. A pure poison force flowed around Wang Teng's body and was converted into his own force, merging with the poison force in his force nucleus. The Demon Lotus poison body started waking up. Wang Teng's body was like a huge poison furnace, merging all the poison forces together and pushing them through a certain bottleneck. Boom! He trembled. The bottleneck vibrated and broke. His poison force had advanced another stage, 11-star general stage. Wang Teng stretched his back. His body was full of powerful energy as his bones cracked loudly. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White killed the other centipedes around them and were preparing to claim credit from Wang Teng. They felt his aura when they got closer to him. He has become stronger again. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion was dumbfounded. Done? Wang Teng asked. Yes, we even dug out their star cores and star bones. They're all here. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion took out many poison element star cores and 3 poison element star bones. He tried to flatter Wang Teng. Well done. Wang Teng praised them. He glanced around him and picked up the attribute bubbles silently. The attribute bubbles flew over under the control of his spiritual power. Poison Force 500. Blank attribute 280. Poison Force 320. Poison Force 41 Den. Blank attribute 550. Wang Teng was elated. He collected another round of Poison Force and blank attributes. Chapter 745. Heaven Fire Meteor 3. Poison Force 5230 to 1003. Lilac 3003. 1000 force increased once again and stabilized at a new level. He had more than 60,000 blank attributes currently. It was a sizable amount. Let's go. Continue. Wang Teng's eyes were glowing. He ordered the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White to clear up the scene before leaving. Wang Teng didn't leave the Posariah Plains. He continued killing star beasts here from the south to the north, from the west to the east. Day after day, more and more Lord-level star beasts died in his hands. One day, a team of martial warriors from Country Boar arrived in the west of the Posariah Plains. They were discussing in low voices. I think there was a Lord-level snow wolf nearby. Why aren't there any movements today? That's right. There are fewer star beasts around. Did they migrate? I heard others complaining that the number of star beasts in other regions has decreased sharply. Did something happen here that we don't know about? Who knows? This is not our business. The higher authorities should have received the news. They will investigate this matter and arrive at a conclusion soon. Let's act accordingly. Once something isn't right, we'll leave. Yes. Their footsteps went further along with their voices. All the martial warriors from Country Boar noticed that there were lesser star beasts when they came to the Posariah Plains to hunt. Fortunately, ordinary martial warriors didn't dare to offend Lord-level star beasts. Hence, they didn't realize that many Lord-level star beasts had disappeared without a trace, 1 month later, at night. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the crown of a tree and counted his gains. Scanning his attributes panel, a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. After more than a month of constant killing, all of his forces had reached the 13-star general stage. This included the mutated elements. Wind, lightning, poison, and ice. All the 9 elements had reached the 13-star general stage. No one might believe him if he told them, but the truth was, he did it. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, and ice. Wang Teng pushed all these elements to the 13-star general stage by killing star beasts. His light force and dark force didn't increase since none of the star beasts possessed these 2 forces. At this moment, even if he didn't mobilize his forces, his body naturally gave off a frightening aura. He was like a terrifying beast, powerful beyond imagination. Currently, he was at the peak of Earth's martial warriors. He could even challenge the leader of martial arts. Wang Teng slowly stood up on the crown of the tree. He gazed at the night sky and felt emotional for some reason. He had finally reached this step. It seemed like yesterday when he stepped onto the martial arts path. However, he was already at the peak of Earth's martial warriors. An even higher level was waiting for him. The night breeze blew against his black hair, revealing his young face and that pair of bright and deep eyes. It's time to practice the planetary stage scriptures and convert the normal forces into constellation forces. Wang Teng muttered to himself. His eyes were shining. Other than killing star beasts, he also farmed attribute bubbles from the Plato beings. He had received all 5 basic element planetary stage scriptures. True to his guess, they were the star fire scripture, the star wood scripture, the star metal scripture, the star earth scripture, and the star water scripture. They shared some similarities, so Wang Teng decided to cultivate them together to see what effects he could achieve. His blank attributes had also reached an unprecedented number. Blank attribute 123780. He had more than 120,000 attributes. He had never accumulated such a huge sum. Unfortunately, he was going to use them soon. Wang Teng got ready to start his cultivation session. Suddenly, a frightening explosion came from the distant sky. It sounded far away. What was that? Wang Teng was astounded. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the noise. 2 large balls of fire shot down from the sky like 2 shooting stars, leaving a trail of flames behind them. One landed in the direction of Country Boar, while the other landed in Country Sia. Heaven, fire meteor. This is Wang Teng's expression turned grave, his heart pounding furiously in his chest. An ominous feeling wafted into his heart. He didn't know that many other shooting stars had landed on Earth at the same time. Some fell into the sea, while others landed in the White Eagle Nation, Country Bat, Country Inca, and Country Star. Gales blew throughout Earth. Chapter 746. Capital Zia had fallen. What is going on? What's that shooting star? Wang Teng was jittery. He looked in Country Boar's direction before turning to Country Sia. He could ignore the other places, but his friends and family were in Country Sia. If anything happened to them, a few seconds later, his gaze turned firm. He took out the Queen Phoenix battlecraft from the space fragment and decided to stop his cultivation temporarily. He wanted to go back and take a look. However, just when he was about to step into his battlecraft, his wristwatch vibrated. There were messages. It wasn't just one message. The leader of martial arts, don't come back. Commander Hong, alien invasion, extremely powerful, don't come back. The messages appeared on Wang Teng's wristwatch almost at the same time. His expression underwent a huge change. He was thunderstruck. Alien invasion. What he was afraid of the most still happened in the end. What a coincidence. He got to know of aliens only recently, and there was suddenly an alien invasion. He didn't think that they would come so quickly. He even felt that it might not happen at all. The universe was huge, and Earth was just an inconspicuous planet situated in a remote planetary sector far away from the central region of the alien civilization. Thus, the chances of the aliens discovering Earth were extremely small. However, this small chance still got realized. Aliens had invaded Earth. From the messages sent by the leader of martial arts and the other commanders, it wasn't hard to tell that these aliens were a mighty force. They were unharmed by the overlapped space on Earth. They didn't get injured and caught like the Plato beings. What was happening there? Wang Teng sent messages back to confirm the situation, but no one replied to him. They were like pebbles dropped in the sea. There was no response. Something bad has happened. Wang Teng's expression turned grim, his eyes flickered, and the forbidding feeling in his heart grew stronger. He had never been so serious in his life. Everything happened too quickly. Only half an hour had passed since the meteors fell on Earth to the time the leader of martial arts sent him the message. Yet he couldn't get any response from them. Something bad had already happened. This was proof that the aliens were extremely powerful and terrifying. Even the leader of martial arts got caught by them. His life might even be in danger. Wang Teng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He pushed down the urge to return. If the leader of martial arts couldn't defeat the invaders, he would just be sending himself to death. He hadn't converted this forces into constellation force, so he wasn't the aliens' match. Nonetheless, he wouldn't feel at ease unless he knew what happened. Wang Teng felt that he should do something. The gears in his mind turned, and he thought of a plan. Clones. He could use his clones as scouts to find out the latest situation. Wang Teng's concealing skills were exceptional, but he wasn't certain if he could hide from the aliens. If he couldn't, it would be dangerous for him to go personally. However, this wasn't a concern if he sent his clones. Clones could send information back, even if they were killed. It wouldn't harm his life either. Wang Teng sat down cross-legged. The spiritual power and forces in his body moved according to the darkness clone technique. Outside, a ball of black mist started gathering. Soon, it turned into another Wang Teng, but he didn't stop there. He pondered for a moment and added earth and wood force into the clone's body. Just now, he only gave fire force to the clone. Considering how powerful the aliens might be, Wang Teng felt that he should instill more forces into him. He didn't need to be very strong, but he mustn't be weak. He needed to be appropriately powerful. That way, he could fool the opponent and make it easier for him to sneak attack in the future. After putting earth and wood force into the clone, Wang Teng stopped and looked at him. He said, "Thanks for your hard work this time." "Master, this is too much. You're sending me to death," the clone said bitterly. Wang Teng specially changed his appearance to Yao Ji's, the person whom he disguised as when he was in the Zenli clan. He looked funny. What a poor clone. He was being sent on a suicide mission. "Cough. You'll get used to dying." "It's nothing." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and said, "The clone." This what you should say, although Wang Teng was the true form, the clone wanted to curse and swear at him. "Don't sweat the details. You can come to life again after you die. Isn't that good?" Wang Teng comforted him. "This doesn't sound good either." The clone rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving. If I stay a second longer, I'll die from anger before I get killed by the aliens." "All the best." Wang Teng clenched his fist and cheered for his clone loudly. The clone stumbled. He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He felt tired. It was a tragedy for him to have such a master. The clone quickened his pace and entered the battlecraft. The cabin door closed behind him. Wang Teng watched the Queen Phoenix battlecraft as it rose into the air. It turned into a ray of black light and shot towards the horizon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "I can only wait now." Wang Teng closed his eyes and tried his best to remain calm. Things had already happened, so he could only wait patiently. 1 hour later, the battlecraft reached country Zia. Before it could get closer, it was forced to stop. The clone walked out of the battlecraft and looked at the huge flying object hovering over capital Zia. He was dumbfounded. "Is this the alien spacecraft?" the clone muttered to himself in astonishment. The spacecraft almost covered the entire central district of the capital, casting its shadow on the city below. Many skyscrapers got destroyed by it. The spacecraft gave off a bright and mysterious glow in the night sky. It lit up the entire capital, Zia, clear and dazzling. Wang Teng saw this scene through the clone's eyes. He was flabbergasted and solemn. This spacecraft was many times bigger than the Minos III spacecraft he had obtained from the Plato beings. If this spacecraft was a luxurious mansion, the Minos III spacecraft would be a small single-story house in the village. These two were incomparable. Wang Teng's attention was quickly attracted by the situation in capital Zia. Ruins were seen everywhere in capital Zia. It had suffered a huge wave of destruction. Flames and smoke could still be seen in certain areas. Explosions kept resounding from all over the city. Capital Zia, the heart of country Zia, had suffered such a frightening calamity. The streets were filled with the blaring sirens and terrified howls of civilians. People were running everywhere while glancing at the huge spacecraft above them in fear. Some of them even kneeled down to pray and plead. The scene was chaotic. It seemed as if the apocalypse had come. Capital Zia had fallen. Chapter 747. Blue-haired young man. Capital Zia had fallen. This astonishing thought appeared in Wang Teng's mind unconsciously as he looked at the situation in the city through his clone. He didn't know where the leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders were or whether they were alive. The alien spacecraft hovered over capital Zia fearlessly. and the city was plunged into chaos. Wasn't it obvious that it had fallen? What kind of presence had landed on Earth? How were they able to occupy the entire capital Jie within 2 short hours? Mind you, there were many powerful martial warriors in capital Xia, including a bunch of general stage martial warriors. However, at one glance, there were no signs of general stage marital warriors. They were either captured or killed by the aliens, or were hiding because they feared the invaders. No matter what it was, it meant that the aliens were extremely powerful. The clone received Wang Teng's order and prepared to sneak into capital Xia. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down from the huge spacecraft in front, landing directly on the Queen Phoenix battlecraft where the clone was at. Oh shit. The clone was appalled. He jumped out of the spacecraft and escaped without any hesitation. The next instant, the light hit the Queen Phoenix battlecraft and turned it into a ball of light amidst an explosion. The clone appeared some distance away, staring at the Queen Phoenix battlecraft that was about to disappear. A drop of cold sweat fell down his forehead. What a close call. He almost died before he saw any aliens. But the Queen Phoenix battlecraft was destroyed. His master must be furious after all. He had received the plane not long ago and only used it a few times before it went out of commission. What a pity. The clone felt a little awkward. He thought that he could avoid the detection of the alien spacecraft using the anti-detection device from -3, but he was too naive. He got discovered almost instantly and paid the price. That anti-detection device was rubbish. Indeed, Shah Didi and his companions were a bunch of poor fellows. Shah Didi received another grudge in his deep sleep. The explosion in the sky attracted the attention of the people below. Many of them raised their heads. They didn't know what had happened. The clone executed the shadow merging secret skill and disappeared into the dark, hoping to evade detection of the alien spacecraft. Fortunately, the ray of light stopped shooting after it destroyed the battlecraft. The clone felt its way toward the alien spacecraft. There was no need to visit other places. He headed directly towards the enemy. If he could find 1 or 2 aliens and get some information out of them, it would give his master an advantage for his plans in the future. Soon, he came close to the spacecraft and found the entrance. The entrance was extremely eye-catching. The aliens might be exceptionally confident in themselves, so they left it wide open. The clone hid in the dark and flew deep into the spacecraft. There was a long corridor behind the cabin door. The entire passageway was dim, so he was able to sneak in without any issue. The clone proceeded quickly and met a bunch of aliens when it turned around a corner. To his surprise, these aliens looked almost the same as humans. The only difference was their long hair, which came in different and strange colors. Their hair color wasn't the unconventional hair colors youngsters like to dye. Instead, the colors were pure and natural. These aliens laughed and chatted happily as they walked out. They seemed to be heading outside. The clone leaned close to the wall and merged into the darkness. He remained silent. Wang Teng understood these aliens' abilities through the clone. Compared to Shah Didi, these aliens hadn't reached the planetary stage, but they were all at the general stage, and none of them was below the 12-star general stage. The most important thing was the force they had wasn't the ordinary force. It was constellation force. Wang Teng didn't understand their language, so he could only watch them leaving the spacecraft. With a heavy heart, the clone continued walking in. He didn't understand the internal structure of the spacecraft, so he could only search the paths one by one. This spacecraft was huge with many passageways. He didn't know where to go. The clone only knew that he must head towards the central region to get to the control room of this spacecraft. That was the core of the spacecraft. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he finally came to the control room. But when he reached his destination, he squinted his eyes. The control room was enormous, and its infrastructure was strange. There were devices everywhere. Many aliens were operating them, looking busy. In the center, there was a spacious and comfortable resting area. A young man was sitting on the sofa there. A few beautiful ladies stood beside him, feeding him crystal-clear fruits and massaging his limbs and back. He must be enjoying himself. There was a huge cage placed in front of him. The leader of martial arts and the other martial warriors were locked in it. The young man had long blue hair, and his pupils were azure blue. He wore an unruly smile on his face as he spat out some seeds. This earth is quite interesting. It's so underdeveloped, yet it's a land of awakening. The clone's gaze turned sharp. This young man was speaking in their language. Land of awakening. Wang Teng was shocked. He repeated the words in his heart. The martial warriors in the cage remained quiet. They waited for the blue-haired young man to continue speaking. The blue-haired young man took the glass of red wine that a beautiful lady had passed him and stood up. He strolled towards the martial warriors and continued. There are many benefits in the land of awakening, enough to attract us. If not, I wouldn't really want to come to his remote and backward planet. He took a sip of wine and opened his mouth again. You guys are the leaders of this country, Saya. No one is more familiar with the earth than you. I need you to cooperate with me. Of course, I'll give you some benefits too. As long as you help me get what I want and make me happy, I can bring you along as my subordinates when I leave this planet. I will bring you out to a bigger world. The blue-haired young man was calm and composed the whole way. The arrogance in his voice couldn't be clearer. It looked down on the earth. He felt normal to treat the leader of martial arts and the others as his subordinates. He even felt that this was charity, a gift for them. The universe is huge. You might be formidable warriors on Earth, but out there you're nothing. Your survival is tied with me. You will only be able to break the barrier that has been stopping you and become a true warrior like me if you leave with me. So you should consider this properly. The blue-haired young man smiled confidently and sat back on the sofa. However, the scene he imagined didn't happen. The people didn't surrender. In your dreams, our Earth might be underdeveloped, but we will never be slaves. That's right, we'll never be slaves. Angry shouts came from the cages. The martial warriors from Earth were infuriated. They stood up and glared at the blue-haired young man. Seriously, you're tempting fate? The blue-haired young man's face became black as a pot, and his gaze turned cold. Swoosh! He raised his hand and pointed at the cage. A sharp ray of light penetrated one of the martial warrior's head, leaving behind a glaring, bloody hole. The martial warrior fell to the ground, Old Chen. The martial warriors around him were flabbergasted. As they stared at the corpse in astonishment, a chill surged into their hearts. This 12-star general stage martial warrior got killed so easily. Although the three great commanders were furious, they didn't make any sound. This blue-haired young man had a short fuse. Provoking him wasn't a good idea. The leader of martial arts closed his eyes as if he was asleep. Who is it? The blue-haired young man suddenly yelled. He acted at the same time and pointed at the entrance of the control room. Swoosh! A sharp ray of light shot out, and the clone was forced to reveal himself from the shadow-merging secret skill. How bold of you! How dare you infiltrate my spacecraft? The blue-haired young man snorted. He disappeared on the spot. The clone turned serious. He retreated when a figure appeared behind him and grabbed his throat. Chapter 7, 48. Nicholas. I'm your dad, Wang. Wang Teng didn't expect his clone to get discovered so quickly. The actions of the blue-haired young man angered the clone. He accidentally released some aura and got detected by the other party. His ability and senses were frightening. Wang Teng felt helpless. He couldn't control the clone's thoughts. There was still some difference between him and the clone. Unfortunately, he was far away, so he couldn't do anything no matter how agitated he was. Anyway, he had expected this to happen. The clone would definitely die on this journey. If he could figure out the opponent's ability, it would be a worthy loss. Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. He looked into the spacecraft through the clone's vision. The clone retreated the moment he got discovered. The blue-haired young man chased after him with a smirk. He clawed at the clone's neck. This opponent might be a formidable warrior on this planet, but to him he was just a nobody that he could kill with a pinch of his fingers. The martial warriors in the cage got attracted by the commotion and looked over. When they saw the clone's face, they were stunned. It was an unfamiliar face. Die! While everyone was guessing his identity, the blue-haired young man became impatient. He stomped out and dashed towards the clone at the speed of lightning. A claw formed from blue light appeared on his hand. He wanted to grab the clone's neck. The clone remained calm. Despite being in peril, it reacted instantly. Forces erupted from his body, and he punched at the blue claw. Boom. Crimson-red force enveloped the fist as it slammed onto the blue claw. The two martial warriors paused for a split second before an explosion occurred. The clone made use of the impact to retreat 10 meters. The blue-haired young man only flew back for 3 meters. The difference in ability was vast, very strong. To the other martial warriors, the clone was already very powerful. Where did this martial warrior come from? The spectators were stunned when they saw the clone remaining unscathed after taking a claw from the blue-haired young man. They were puzzled, too. They started guessing his identity by right. The other formidable martial warriors in country Zaya wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. They had never seen this person around either. It was impossible that they hadn't heard of his name. Did he grow out from the soil? The blue-haired young man stopped in his tracks. With a gloomy expression, he placed his hands behind his back and squinted at the clone. "Not bad. What's your name? You look a little ugly, but I have decided to give you a chance to be my subordinate." His tone was full of conceit, and his expression was proud. He was the perfect display of a man who was born with arrogance. "Oh my, I guess I have to thank you," the clone said in a mocking tone. "I don't mind telling you my name. Listen carefully. I'm the most handsome man in the universe, the one who charms thousands of ladies, women's best friend, and the ruler of the red light district, Nicholas. I'm your dad, Wang." The blue-haired young man was stunned. To hell with being the most handsome man in the universe and charming thousands of ladies, women's best friend and the ruler of the red light district. Why don't you look at yourself? Please forgive him for being inexperienced, but he had never seen such a shameless person. "Nicholas, I'm your dad, Wang, right?" "Damn it, what kind of name is this?" the blue-haired young man said helplessly. He didn't notice anything wrong with the name. The leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders looked at him strangely. They had a familiar feeling, especially the 3 great commanders. They had seen how despicable someone was. This young man's style was exactly the same as that fellow's. In addition, that name, Nicholas. I'm your dad, Wang. Wang, he must be Wang Teng, I'm your dad. Wasn't he scolding the blue-haired young man directly? Only that fellow could think of such strange ways to tease a person. As for his current appearance, they didn't think that it was a problem. There were many ways for someone to change their faces. The leader of martial arts hadn't witnessed Wang Teng's shamelessness personally, but he had heard the rumors. Hence, he arrived at the same conclusion. He exchanged glances with the 3 great commanders and confirmed his thoughts. It was that fellow. They turned serious. Didn't they tell him not to come? This fellow was too stubborn. He didn't listen to them at all. They were furious and agitated. Despite knowing that he wasn't the young man's match, he still came. Wasn't he walking right into the trap? Wang Teng shouldn't have done such a stupid thing they didn't understand. Think carefully. Are you willing to be my subordinate? The blue-haired young man asked again. He didn't mind Wang Teng's diss just now. Where are you from? The clone asked a question of his own. He took out a blade and held it in his hand. It looks like you want to tempt fate. The blue-haired young man didn't want to tell his background. His gaze turned sharp when he saw the clone taking out his weapon. In that case, let's fight. My fated enemy, this is a battle between 2 men. The winner will get the woman, the clone said in a serious tone. It sounded extremely stupid and strange. The 3 great commanders, the leader of martial arts, everyone, the blue-haired young man. Damn it, where did this weirdo come from? Why was he so strange? How frightening. What did he mean by the winner would get the woman? Where did that woman come from? The blue-haired young man felt goosebumps rising on his skin. He shivered uncontrollably. Have a taste of my blade. The clone stepped forward and shot toward the blue-haired young man like an arrow. He slashed the sword down. Crimson red light exploded in the air. Flaming blade conscious. Boom. The roaring flames swarmed toward the blue-haired young man along with their scorching heat. "You're overestimating yourself," the blue-haired young man snorted. A blue long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was as clear as crystal and gave off a glistening glow. It looked extraordinary. The long sword trembled and turned into lingering shadows as it headed towards the crimson blade glow. Boom. An explosion rang through the air. The clone squinted. His blade was chopped into two like a piece of tofu by the blue sword. Then he felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head and noticed that the long sword had penetrated his heart. The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders closed their eyes in despair. They didn't want Wang Teng to come back, because he was their last hope, however. The clone raised his head and looked at the blue-haired young man who was staring at him with a mocking smile. He cried in a strange tone, "Ah, you're so strong, I'm going to die." Chapter 749. Greed. The smirk on the blue-haired young man's face froze. Why did he sound so fake and exaggerated? He didn't seem like someone who was about to die. Did he have a trump card? The blue-haired young man was puzzled. At the same time, he was infuriated. He pulled out his long sword with a swoosh. Blood splattered out like a crimson flower. "Ah!" the clone screamed in pain. He clutched his chest and shouted, "Pain, pain." Veins popped out on the blue-haired young man's forehead. He was in a bad mood. Even the other martial warriors were speechless. The grim atmosphere was destroyed instantly. Everyone felt that something was strange. They stared at Wang Teng curiously. Did he have a way of saving his own life? So noisy? The blue-haired young man snorted. He wanted to kill Wang Teng once and for all with a slash of his sword. "There's no need to trouble you. I'll do it myself." The clone suddenly shouted, giving the blue-haired young man an evil smile. The instant he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from within his body. "Damn it!" The blue-haired young man was furious. He tapped his feet on the ground and flew back. Boom! The force inside the clone's body exploded and swept out. He chose to self-destruct. The impact of the self-destruction of a 13-star general stage martial warrior was terrifying. The residual forces gushed out, destroying everything in their way. After some time, the control room finally resumed calmness. The items in the center resting area were mostly in ruins. The sofa, the delicious wine, and the expensive pieces of furniture were all burning. However, the devices weren't affected. Circular shields had appeared around them, blocking the impact of the explosion just now. The explosion didn't hurt the shield at all. The martial warriors in the cage weren't injured that seriously, but they looked miserable. Although they didn't bear the brunt of the explosion, this was still the self-destruction of a 13-star general stage martial warrior. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle it. Fortunately, the cage had a certain level of defense. If it didn't, some of the 12-star martial warriors might have been injured. The blue-haired young man was furious. He wasn't angry because of the loss, but he felt that he got fooled. That earthling made him unhappy even at his moment of death. This was a provocation. As someone who lived comfortably and enjoyed praises and flattery all the time, he couldn't accept it. However, he had already noticed something amiss. That earthling wasn't the true form. It was something like a clone. It meant that the person behind this clone possessed this battle technique. Earthlings might not recognize it, but he did at one glance. The blue-haired young man's eyes shimmered, burning with greed. He turned to look at the leader of martial arts and asked, "Do you guys know who that man is?" Everyone remained quiet. No one replied to him. "Do you think I don't dare to kill you? If no one replies, you're not of any use to me anymore," the blue-haired young man said coldly. His icy words made people's hearts jump. No one doubted him. The martial warrior who died a few moments ago was the best proof. Some people started to waver. They couldn't beat this blue-haired young man, worth resisting for nothing. "We don't know him." The leader of martial arts suddenly opened his mouth. "You'll get the same reply if you ask them. We have never seen this person before." "Oh, no one knows him." The blue-haired young man stared at the leader of martial arts and sneered. Do you think I'm an idiot? We have never seen him before. Yes, that's right. Since the leader of martial arts had spoken, the others agreed readily. They didn't know who the clone was, so they sounded extremely confident and certain when they spoke. They seemed to be telling the truth. The blue-haired young man was confused. Were they really speaking the truth? This is a lie detector. Repeat your answers. If anyone is lying to me, you know the consequences. The blue-haired young man took out a device from his space ring and said, "The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders felt their hearts skipping a beat." They knew that it wasn't the same lie detector as the one they had on Earth. The alien civilization was much more advanced. It wouldn't be easy to fool this machine. However, their expressions remained calm. There was no need to be anxious. They would just wait and see what would happen. You first. The blue-haired young man pointed at the leader of martial arts. I have never seen that person. The leader of martial arts said without any hesitation. His expression didn't change, and he was extremely composed. Not recognizing him was different from never seeing this person's face. The leader of martial arts had indeed never seen this clone's face before. The lie detector gave its verdict. He wasn't lying. The leader of martial arts heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't use his real appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play around with words and escape the test. The blue-haired young man frowned. He pointed at the three great commanders and ordered them to take the test. The result was the same. The three great commanders had never seen Wang Teng's clone before either. As the other martial warriors took the test, one after the other, the blue-haired young man furrowed his brows. He was exasperated. He wasn't stupid. He had guessed the crux of the issue. The person who possessed this skill hid well. He didn't show his true face. So these people didn't know his identity. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. He knew many people in the universe who possessed this cloning skill. All of them acted the same way. This wasn't a unique case. Clones could become an important trump card. They mustn't expose themselves easily. The blue-haired young man waved his hand and asked his men to bring these martial warriors down and lock them up. He was preparing to take control of the entire country, Saya, in the Pasaraya Plains. Wang Teng opened his eyes and went through all the information he had received from his clone. After some time, he muttered to himself, "Capital Saya has fallen. The leader of martial arts and the other martial warriors are captured. These aliens have a big plan. The blue-haired young man called Earth the Land of Wakening. Does this mean Force will undergo some changes when it comes to Earth? The opportunities here have attracted even them. If I'm right, those meteors formed when they were landing. That means that Country Boar has probably fallen too. What about the other countries?" Wang Teng was worried. These aliens were too powerful. One person was enough to make a country lose all resistance. Fortunately, he had used his clone to hide his identity. Based on their technology and ability, he wouldn't be able to escape if he was discovered. Even so, it wouldn't be difficult for them to find him. His reputation in country Zaya was huge. They would be able to locate him after some investigation. Even if it was just a slight suspicion, the blue-haired young man wouldn't let go of this suspect. Before that happened, he needed to raise his ability quickly to welcome the upcoming dangers. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He closed his eyes and looked at his attributes panel. His clone had picked up some attributes from the blue-haired young man. Chapter 750. Sahara. Constellation. Force, Water, 120, Imperial Realm, Spirit 55, Imperial Realm, Enlightenment 46. There were only 3 attribute bubbles, but Wang Teng was able to get some information out of them. This blue-haired young man possessed water force. Of course, he might also have other forces. Furthermore, his spirit had reached the Imperial Realm, too. This blue-haired young man was probably at the same level as Shah Didi. They were both at the planetary stage, but there was a stark difference in their abilities. His sword was also an exceptional weapon. The blade his clone used was a 9-star rune blade he stole from the base of the Zhenli clan. Yet it got easily cut into 2 by that sword. Wang Teng analyzed the blue-haired young man's ability using these details and compared it with himself. no matter what he needed to raise his realm to the planetary stage. That way he had a chance to fight with that young man. Before that, he must convert all his 5 basic element forces into constellation force. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. Finally, he made his decision. He added the blank attributes to the 5 planetary stage scriptures. The higher his grasp of the scriptures, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Hence, Wang Teng decided to invest the blank attribute into the planetary stage scriptures. Foundation, well-versed, specialized, small achievement, big achievement, perfected. Read the next chapter on our VJPN-VO, COM. Wang Teng raised the levels gradually before stopping. He realized that a large number of blank attributes were needed to raise these scriptures from the foundation to the perfected stage. The foundation stage required 500 points. The well-versed stage required 1,000 points, then 3,000 for the specialized stage, 5,000 for the small achievement stage, and 8,000 for the big achievement stage. Finally, the perfected stage required 10,000 points. In summary, he needed 27,500 points to reach the perfected stage for one scripture. If he wanted to max out all 5 scriptures, he would need 13,500 points. Wang Teng's face turned green. Damn it! He had worked so hard to accumulate 12,780 points of blank attributes, only to find out that they weren't enough. Wang Teng couldn't help but curse. What's so great about these planetary stage scriptures? Why do they need so many blank attributes? Wang Teng almost had a breakdown. He felt like a villager who came into a second-tier city hoping to buy a house with 500,000 RMB, only to realize that this was the deposit of a small studio. He could buy a mansion with the same amount of money in the countryside. That was not the end. After paying the deposit, he still had to work hard to pay off the loan. At it, these 5 scriptures are nothing to me. I believe I can handle them. Wang Teng was a decisive person. The need of the hour was to increase his ability. He gritted his teeth and added all the blank attributes to the scriptures. This was an investment. Once his ability increased, he could gain more attribute bubbles. Also, he wanted to see what would happen if he raised these 5 seemingly connected planetary stage scriptures to the perfected stage after adding the blank attributes. The levels of the 5 scriptures shot up instantly. Star, fire, scripture. 10,000 of 1,000, perfected. Star, water, scripture. 10,000 of 1,000, perfected. Star, scripture. 10,000 perfected star, water, scripture. 10,000, perfected star, water, scripture. 4,280 or 8,000, big achievement. All the blank attributes were used. Besides the star, water, scripture, the other 4 had reached the perfected stage. Wang Teng didn't waste any time and began cultivating. Instantly, the forces in his body started boiling as if there was a heater below him. Swoosh! Force swarmed around his body in waves. It spread to his limbs and meridians following the path of the scriptures. Every time a circulation was completed, a part of his ordinary force got converted into constellation force. The conversion speed was incredible. Other people might need half an hour to complete one cycle after reaching the big achievement stage for the scripture, but he only needed 10 minutes. This was thrice as fast. No wonder the difference between a normal person and a genius was so huge. One day later, a small portion of his 5 basic forces had been converted into constellation force. He stopped this cultivation session and got up. After stretching, he took out the Minos 3 spacecraft from his space fragment and boarded it. Wang Teng gave the order when he reached the control room. 3957, let's head to the Sahara. Yes, Master? MiG 3957's voice was heard. Minos 3 spacecraft rose into the sky. Fluctuations appeared in the air before it disappeared on the spot. The Sahara used to be the largest desert on Earth. It was still an insurmountable presence to humans because of its vastness and the mysterious and powerful star beasts living inside. There were almost no signs of humans here, so it naturally became a heaven for star beasts that used to live in deserts. The star beasts moved around all the time. Few people knew about them. Only the martial warriors who had entered deep into the Sahara would know the secrets hidden here. Wang Teng drove the Minos 3 spacecraft and landed on a random oasis in the desert. Walking down the spacecraft, he looked around him and got surprised. The oases situated in the vast desert were miracles of life. They were like pearls in this sea of sand. They were etched in the desert, giving off a magical glow. After the invasion of force, the plants in the oasis appeared even denser. The trees climbed high up, acting like pillars of the sky. Wang Teng kept the Minos 3 spacecraft and strode forward. He saw a clear lake in the middle of this oasis. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Wang Teng stood at the edge of the lake and activated his eyes of essence and spiritual sight. His gaze went through the surface and reached deep into the lake. A large ball of force light entered his vision. Roar. The 11-star Lord-level star beast at the bottom of the lake seemed to have sensed his presence. It gave an angry roar as a warning. Bang! The surface of the water exploded from the frightening sound waves, and a huge beast rose up. This was a hideous and strange-looking fish. It flapped towards Wang Teng and opened its wide mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that looked like a sawtooth. They gave off a sharp glint like metal. How welcoming. You gave me a gift the instant I came. Wang Teng shook his head and raised his finger. Blood moon thorns. Numerous blood-red needles were fired at the strange-looking fish amidst a red glow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The strange-looking fish didn't expect Wang Teng to be so powerful. Its body was in mid-air. So it couldn't dodge in time. It got stabbed by the needles directly. All the light needles penetrated the fish's body. It froze in the air before plummeting towards the ground. Boom! It slammed right in front of Wang Teng and died immediately. A few attribute bubbles dropped. Get it, Water Force 680. Water Force 350 blank, attribute 1250. Wang Teng didn't care about this strange-looking fish. His expression remained indifferent as he turned and walked out of the oasis, entering the desert. His massacre journey had begun again. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.